back from another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that? We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been up before. They know I done been up before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Left in the 1v2 on this side of the map. Off the rebound! That is unbelievable!
This does get contested, but Trauser with the double. Oh!
Dials up a triple!
We are in for one hell of a season.
Throw out the coaches poll because it was all upsets on day number 1. Toronto Ultra taking down Atlanta FaZe, champions of EWC, featuring some new blood. Also, you saw the Rokkr, the Young Guns, getting the job done, and Optic Texas world champions fall into the breach.
Insane. If you didn't watch the first 2 matches yesterday, or even the whole day, you definitely need to go back and watch it. If I had to choose one, though, Optic versus Boston Breach. What an insane turnaround for the Breach organization.
Welcome in, everybody. This is your CDL desk, plugging alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Ant, I want to start with you. What did you learn on the opening day of Black Ops 6?
People have severely underrated some of these rosters. The Minnesota Rokkr, the Boston Breach going at the bottom of this coaches poll, people not talking about them in the light that they should have. And then also even Toronto Ultra still going to be one of our super teams throughout this year. They looked absolutely phenomenal taking down Atlanta FaZe.
Sometimes when you watch Call of Duty, you fall in love with a particular play style or player. In Nameless's case, there's 2, Awakening and Purge.
Yeah.
And both of you came at you on Twitter after you didn't choose the Boston Breach to upset the world champions in Optic Texas.
Yeah, everybody loves a dark horse, right? And those are 2 of my guys, man. I just love their game. I think that they deserve to be in the league. They showcased it, and they do what it takes to win. And with this roster, everybody underestimated them. They keep it from EWC last year, and they forged that confidence throughout the offseason and that chemistry, and you saw it flourish yesterday. The play style was there in the HPs. You saw Snoopy getting a ton of hill time and Purge playing the cuts, and they have the trust and faith in him to be that cerebral player on the map. And then Giga Wake, I like to call him, alongside Cammy, both absolutely frying. They have that chemistry, and they know where each other are going to be on the map. It just works, and it looks like they're building a little bit of a floor.
Allie, Boston is looking strong. They were able to take 1 respawn, but it was the 2 searches that put them over Optic Texas yesterday. And Cammy, seems that he's bringing some tricks up from challengers on his return. Let's take a look at some of his numbers.
I mean, that was an insane performance out of Cam yesterday. You talk about he's leading in KD rank. Sure, it was the first day of the season, but you have to talk about who they went up against. Optic Texas, the defending world champions. Cammy was kind of like the biggest shock of the addition to this roster for me. I wouldn't have slotted him in there, but he slammed in those last 2 maps. He did such a good job.
Good stuff from Cammy. We interviewed the Scotsman. Here's what he had to say.
playing like together last year, especially like me and Joe, we played with each other for a long time, even though if it wasn't challengers. Same with Purge, and then so the core three, you know, we were kind of just always with each other, and then we've brought in Eric, and we're in a team house in Boston now, so we're always vibing together and doing stuff together, and it's definitely helping us with that chemistry aspect of it. I'm very excited, especially with these boys. You know, I think a lot of people are doubting us, but we definitely have a lot of special pieces. We just got to put it all together. And yeah, obviously back on the good old Treyarch. Just take it one match at a time. Keep learning the game. We've improved a lot in the last couple of weeks, especially this past week. So yeah, just keep going forward.
A massive upset for Boston on opening day. As you can see, the coaches poll had them at the very bottom, a D rank. Today, they play against Minnesota Rokkr, a C ranked team, to start the season 2-0, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, all this is motivation for the teams at the bottom. I don't think it holds much merit at all. There's ulterior motives in scrims, people trying out things, and you don't really play Search and Destroy to its fullest ability, right? So these coaches just basing things off their opinion, which I don't necessarily think holds that much merit. A lot of respect to the coaches, though, in the trenches. I get it.
Some of them. All right, let's move on here to Minnesota. I love you all. Let's go over to Minnesota Rokkr, though, Allie, because you love Geo. I love Nero. We all love Estriel, but we didn't think that this team with so much individual talent would find the cohesion that they showcased on day one.
I think you worded that perfectly. We didn't know what it was going to be like for this team's chemistry in game, and honestly, it was like a silent assassin. They got outslayed in their match yesterday and getting this win, reminiscent of great teams like the previous Toronto Ultra in the past couple of years. So for Minnesota Rokkr, clearly a contender, and I have to tip my hat to each player that had their moment yesterday. Everybody was putting in the work.
Minnesota Rokkr getting outslayed, but they get the important kills and some big ones coming in Search and Destroy. Today, they take on Boston Breach. Who are you looking at, Nameless?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at, on individual basis, I'm going to be looking at Paul X. I think Search and Destroy brought a great element to them, calming them down, holding down lanes. We saw it in that round 11. The kid, he looked special yesterday.
Keep your eyes on that guy at the far end. In the meantime, we should talk about another team that is surging. Toronto Ultra, you mentioned. Not always have to outslay their opponents to win the games. The question was, without Scrap, could they still outslay opponents when they need to? They bring in Beans, they bring in Joe Deceives, and they hand Atlanta FaZe a shocking upset to open up the season. What did you learn on day one?
I learned that I severely underrated the Toronto roster, and I will own up to that. I was worried about the cohesion, but to pull out a dub versus Atlanta FaZe, who is just coming off an EWC win, is a feat in itself. And not only that, map number 2 is most impressive for me. Their Search and Destroy looks on par. Kleenex and Joe were really on the same page yesterday. And when we got to talk to Kleenex, it was interesting to hear that Toby, who is usually one of the engagement kings, is kind of slowing himself down and allowing Joe to have the spotlight and be that aggressor.
Well, the gameplay might not be as flashy. The rivalries are starting to heat up, Nameless. We asked him, who do you want to play most? Who do you have beef with? Here's what Kleenex had to say.
I would say the first week it was a bit hectic, but I think at this point they're starting to learn like the dynamic of me and Jamie and our coaching. I think, you know, we're getting the hang of it, but still sometimes a bit too chaotic, and I think we'll get there at some point, so just keep working at it, I think. Obviously LA Thieves, you know, I've never played against Scrap on LAN. I've played against Dill a few times, but it would be fun to match up against some former teammates, so looking forward to that one.
Taking a look at some of the numbers, Kleenex and Joe Deceives combining for 19 kills in that Search and Destroy. Joe, 3 plants as well as 3 first bloods against Abizi and Sim.
Sure. Let me see some more. I mean, Joe Deceives, when you talk about him last year, we don't talk about him in the same light as the elite SMGs in the league, but realistically, like last year, phenomenal. Top 4 at Champs, top 2 at EWC. The kid is an absolute monster, and he's on his way to becoming one of the best SMGs in the game. Alongside Toby, he's going to learn so much. This SMG duo is dynamic. Look out for them all season.
Allie, mad props to the GMs, right? They are bringing in new blood. They're bringing in new talent, and they're putting a lot of faith in these guys that these players will come through. Vancouver's players definitely came through for them last year. Let's revisit what's happened up there for the Surge, because Abuza makes his return. 04, who was not on anyone's radar in Season 1, is making the return. Now they're bringing in some extra firepower to back them up in Nasty and an objective-minded player in Hixie.
I think this is a severely underrated roster. I think they could definitely push some of the top teams to a lot of Game 5s, and I do see them finding some success in Search and Destroy. With this roster, I just think of a very high in-game IQ when I look across the board, and the ceiling for 04, we saw how high it was last year. So my expectations for this team, championship contending? I don't know yet, but I do think they will be one of the bigger dogs.
Nameless, I'm shocked, to be honest, that Hook is not on this roster. Instead, they decide to build around 04 and Abuza. Why do you think they like these two?
Yeah, I was really thinking about it and, looking at this team, I think they love the grit that Abuza and 04 showed last year. Like, 04 has some fire in him. Like, he brings that passion, talking trash to other players, and backs it up. Abuza, a guy who seemingly got better throughout the entire season with all the challenges that were thrown his way as well. So definitely a good dynamic there. When I look at this, it just echoes Rambo's thought process so much when you look at the roster. You bring in a guy like Hixie, who is basically Rambo reincarnated in Call of Duty, the objective-minded SMG who's going to get it done by any means. But what does that mean? In my opinion, it means that they're banking on the development of 04. They're expecting him to be a high-octane, slaying SMG in this game. They're putting a lot of faith in him to go out there and be that guy.
And echoing that, they're kind of having the same vibes for Abuza as well. I think we kind of forget the amount of damage he was laying down last year in the AR role. Abuza contending for Rookie of the Year. Me and Maddie didn't get it, so for Abuza, look at his KD from last year. Slayer rating is first. So 04 and Abuza, they're going to have the slaying down point, and now they're having Nasty and Hixie, hopefully to be those. They're always going to make the right play.
He was that good at champs, Nameless?
Yeah, he was, man. Didn't have the deepest run, but I mean, when you look at Surge's season, the last couple of events, so many Game 5 losses where it was like, dang, they could upset a top team right here and make a really good run. So excited for these guys, see what Rambo's got cooking.
Vancouver makes their premiere in our third match on the day, and if you've been waiting to see Ghosty alongside Scrap, well, that's coming up in our fourth match. There's been a lot of hype around the newly retooled LA Thieves, and a lot of people are expecting this team to be a front runner going into Major number 1. Here's Nate's thoughts on it.
Who knows? They could be overhyped. It might end up becoming true. We'll see.
All I know is we had a 4-team LAN with C9, Atlanta FaZe, and Optic, and we beat Optic in a best-of-7. And we beat FaZe in 2 best-of-5s. So I don't think anybody's really overhyped right now. I don't even think you can consider us overhyped because we got bragging rights until the matches start up in December. Right now, we're in the driver's seat. We're in pole position, dude.
LA Thieves in 2024 bringing in 4 young guns with low salaries. This year, they are dropping the bag. Envoy making his return to the Thieves where he won a world championship. Scrap, the Rookie of the Year. The biggest slayer up there in Toronto is stolen from a competitor. And then you have Hydra, who in my opinion has been the best player in the game for the last 3 years. He has single-handedly turned games around for New York subliners in the past.
This was an insane pull from the LA Thieves. The fact they put together this roster, everybody knew they were going to be S tier, but they didn't only just steal Hydra. They also stole Cinder as well, world championship decorated coach as well. So for the LA Thieves, expectations through the roof. They do have bragging rights, but as we saw yesterday, they cannot get too comfortable in that driver's seat.
Hydra playing against his former squad that is now changing their yellow to blue. Cloud9 New York will face off against LA Thieves in that 4th match of the day. 4 more battles coming your way here in the CDL Day 2. Nameless, which one's going to a Game 5 today?
Ooh, we might have a few. Boston and Minnesota Rokkr, 2 teams that won yesterday. They're going to go Game 5. I can feel it.
Looking forward to that fight. And, of course, I'm looking forward to the premiere of the new look in Miami. Here's who's playing for the Heretics. You ready to meet this team?
I'm ready to meet this team. I think we know some of the people on this team. I think we got one new one, though, we got to get the vibe check on.
Yeah, pretty excited about it. It's a video. Check it out. Heretics with a new 4th vehicle going back to his studies. Rancor stepping into the starting lineup alongside Metals and Lucky, who were there for the entire season. But really, it's that 3rd guy, Real, that I have eyes on. He didn't get into play until the 2nd half of the season. Immediately had an impact for the Heretics. He's the star on the squad, in my opinion.
Yeah, he is. He's absolutely unbelievable. And I'm excited to see him once again, good on all levels in all 3 game modes. And I talked to Metals a little bit this morning. I was DMing him, just gauging like why why they made the change and why they picked up Renkor, and he said he's a flex and he's a straight shooter. That's exactly why they got him, for the added firepower in the Respawn game modes. But there's going to be some role changes here. You're going to see Metals on a full-time SMG now.
Really?
And he said coming up, that's what he always loved to run. So no more AR in his hand, going to be running that SMG, and some dynamic changes for the Heretics.
Let's take a look at Miami's opposition. Take a look. Here's a look at the Vegas roster. We got Kicks, King of Bodhi, Roxas, and Xnid. And on day number 1, Allie, I want to know who caught your eye. You picked this team to win against Carolina. They did take a map and played very close in the second hardpoint.
Just from the entirety of the series, I have to shout out Xnid and Kicks. They were slaying throughout the entirety of it. But I do also have to tip my hat to Roxas because he had a slow start in that first hardpoint. But by the time we got to the 4th, he was one of the reasons that they almost closed it out and pushed the game number 5. So high hopes for the Falcons team.
Allie's not the only one who is happy with their day 1 performance. Clayster also took to the internet, the former Twitter website, now known as X, thanks to Elon Musk. Tough first one, but the progress over the last 5 days has been astounding to see. Love to see him keep it competitive. We go again tomorrow, and today, I feel like it's a much more even matchup. Miami Heretics with Rancor going up against this Vegas squad. I have a feeling it could go to game 5. Let's take a look at the maps and modes, and I want to hear, do you guys agree?
My biggest worry right now is we're opening up on Skyline again, and we have Vault in 3 and 5. And we remember anything about Miami Heretics, they're a very aggressive, in-your-face team. We're on the flip side for Falcons. They have a lot of slower ARs. That's where they're most comfortable. So they're going to have to try and push this to be a longer series, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, you made a good point there. They ran a lot of ARs yesterday, which I think Red Card plays very well for them. So if they can get to that map, it'll be fantastic. And when you talk about the Skyline, very, very close, realistically. Like, it was a tie game getting over towards bedroom, and they just messed up their rotation. If they can just be a little bit more disciplined today, they can definitely cause an upset here. So I do think there's potential.
The big warning, though, if you're a Vegas fan, look out for game 3. They got blanked 0-3, the only team to have that happen on opening day. I'm told the match is ready, so let's jump right into it. Allie, you chose them once. Will you go with Vegas twice? 0-4.
Honestly, I have really high expectations for Miami Heretics, so I'm going to go Vamos in the series.
Going Vamos, Nameless?
I'm going to go Heretics as well. I think they're going to be good this year. I like the addition of Renkor.
I want to see medals on the SMG. I'll live for this, so I am also going to ride with Miami today. The fans will as well. We'll find out, can Vegas pull off the upset? It's the first fight of a 4-match night, and bringing you the action, we got the beard and the big brain in Colorado, Mr. Chance. How we doing, Miles?
That was great. We'll definitely take the beard and the brain. That's very, very solid. To the repertoire it goes. Exciting season and exciting series ahead of us. The Miami Heretics chance, the first taste of Renkor in our mouths. How are we feeling about this? He's on your fantasy team, so you're biased as hell.
Yeah, very excited. So there's you always hear chatter about the new players coming to league kind of situation, and he's one of the ones that behind the scene been making some waves. Anytime the sort of joking accusations start coming out, I'm like, okay, need to watch this player. Could potentially be a spectacle. So he's going to have him in the background. And as Nameless said, if Rancor turns out to be an upgrade for this team, they've always been a lethal threat. They might be in contention for one of the top squads this year.
That's a really, really interesting point. Again, Heretics were a sleeper squad. They were a dark horse throughout nearly every major we were at. Could this be the big change for them? And again, for the Vegas Falcons, good day yesterday. We saw a nice tweet from Clay. I'm excited to see the other side of the Clayster tweets, the sort of salty, angry ones. I'm ready for those as well, Clay. I'm sure they're coming. Here we go, folks. Map number 1, Vegas Falcons taking on the Miami Heretics, and the debut of Renkor here in the CDL. Will it be a kill, or will he go down? Oh, the pressure. This is all I really care about. There he goes. It's not actually his, it was Xnid's, but the kill feed doesn't seem to exist at the moment, Chance.
Best player in the game. Don't care. He got the kill in the top right corner. That's all that matters to me. And maybe another thing to pay attention to, which admittedly will be difficult without a kill feed, but the number of AR players that the Falcons were running on Skyline yesterday, I mean, I don't know if they were just picking them up off the ground, if it's a hill dependent thing, but at times all 4 players running an AR on this map is bananas, but we're going to see if they can make it work.
Indeed. Well, King Abodi was the only player we saw to actively run a submachine gun for the Vegas Falcons. And so far, a very hotly contested battle over P1. Not a lot of change either side. The Heretics, the first team to walk away with anything. But walking away with the P2 spawns for now is the Vegas Falcons. Lucky trying to make his entry now. The Falcons with that right-hand side of the mini, well, left-hand side of the mini-map, all theirs. They're spawning on the right-hand side, and the battle continues. Good job out of the Falcons. That hard point is theirs.
The question is, I was going to say, how well can they track all 4 players? One guy, Rancor, ends up getting through, but ended up making the read, so all their bases covered, and Lucky may be able to pierce through the bottom, but he's got a long way to go before he can actually get to time. And King Abood right there, well, ends up getting dropped, but Kicks in the meantime, picking up a 5 spree, so the crack players on Falcons doing their thing.
Absolutely, and a solid chunk of time. Rokkr with slow play here. Love this. Awkward spot to be in. Nothing left to throw here apart from his aims. So now up the ladder we may go. Waiting for the reinforcements to shot. Nice discipline there from the rest of the squad, but beautiful work out of the Heretics. Picks them apart. That's going to be a big wipe. Pushes them forward. Lovely bit of time to be had. And the lead change now. Over to Kitchen. Next hard point up. And Lucky on a 5 spree. Rancor on a 3 as well, as he's putting up the work with that 7 and 4.
You got Heretics, though. They just dominated the middle of the map. 3 players sliding in through you and turning heads every single direction. That is an instantaneous break. And well, now King Abood, 3 and 7, going to try to do the same thing with that pierce through the middle of the map. And hey, able to take medals down in that situation. But Real there for the double kill. And why not try to give him 3? It looks like Bully Ball might be the name of the game. Neither team able to seize control.
Oh, yeah, this is a rocking hard point. The Heretics lead that they managed to garner on P2 is the only thing keeping them alive right now. King Abode finds himself another from the bottom side of Jim on a 2 spree now. Kicks picked apart. Big pinches there. Nice work from Rokkr. Manages to get himself 1, but another sweep from the Heretics gives them the hard point with the late 20 seconds to be gained, and that keeps the lead in their hands once again. Big row over towards the bottom side of Bedroom, and that's where the Heretics are now. This could be a huge moment for Miami.
Yeah, it was a huge win for Metals as well, just to keep things stable. I'd say for Falcons, just a little bit of difficulty reading those split spawns, but on P3, it is not easy to do. It will happen on the drop of a dime, but important for the Heretics. You get the 2 entry kills as the hill pops. This is absolutely the money hill of the map. I mean, a 15-point lead they have for the moment, looking to run that score up.
On to Lucky. Aims behind the bathtub. Here come the Falcons. Kicks. Exit on the outside. There's a perfect pitch. Oh, a little too slow on the hit, and it's going to be a 1 kill difference there. Real with the slide. Last Falcon down, and that's the hard point back in the hands of the Heretics.
Oh, that's a sick play as well. That man just put presence everywhere on the map to let him get there, and again, a 10-point lead they had effectively going into the hill already. They've been able to extend that to 40, and Real is just extending his kills column. 5 spree for the moment. Falcons do break through and stop the bleeding, but they have not stopped Real.
Real is just the single problem the Falcons can't deal with right now. He's still going, and it took 4 of them to bring him down in the end. He'll take it, though. That is the end of the spree. No streaks to worry about. Lucky has a care package, but we're not going to see that come into play. Don't worry, folks. Back to P1. A solid game so far out of the Falcons, but the Heretics, they are bringing the heat to start the series off. Hard point now in the hands of Vegas. How long can they hold it?
Yeah, close game so far, and also this is going to be a fun note that we can get to in a few moments, but this is the first listen-ins we're going to have in CDL history where there's not going to be an ounce of English spoken from either side, so it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm going to have to brush up on both the new languages being spoken, but the gameplay right now speaks for itself. Heretics still collecting the time in P1, and they have the left side spawn, so in a good spot. Falcons need to break it down.
Shades of the World League, brother. It certainly is. Kicks 18 and 12. Lovely work from him in the kills department, and a really great P1 out of the Vegas Falcons so far. This has been ideal. Looking towards the new hardpoint as well, and it's Exnid on the minimap making plays. Can he find a second? Unfortunately not. As we watch Kicks roam mid, that's going to be over towards the new hardpoint. That's where the battle's taking place, and so far, Falcons have nearly stolen spawns now. It's a split, but how long can the boys on the left-hand side hold out? Metals has a thing or two to say about it. A lovely shot there with that Jackal. Kicks back in there, and a nice wipe. Falcons in control.
Yeah, it was great trades, and I think Falcons on this hill are going to be able to, excuse me, take the lead for the first time, maybe since the opening break. So the second look we've seen from them on Skyline, getting those reps in, and I mean, things looking better. They are squaring up and they are taking him down. Kicks as well from White Steps. I mean, just dropping him in Heretics. They are so far away to attempt a break.
It's beautiful stuff. Kicks on a bit of a tear. The rest of the team hold it on. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Vegas Falcons.
باقي ما عليه مسكنا زين تعالوا نيو تعالوا سيت اب نيو اسبني ورا شقوا بشيل جسر بشيل شق مات نيو ما اشوفه ها عندي نيو رينكر ها ما
خلاص انا بلك انا بلك انا اخيرا انا بعد السهم انا يسار كامل
جم الناس انا اشوف مد
انا زاب فوق
رينكو
ويك ريال
بجيك يسار اسبني بد
خساري وين مره مثل
انا ما يم يسار رينكو يسار ها نيدات
اسمع تعال يسار خط يسار والله مو يلا
اي قريب عندك
ورا يسار واحد
قريب مات بجيكم نص بجيكم نص
ممداني والله
اشوف واحد جاكوزي ما اشوف
رسمني لكن دفلف
مات رينكو بيقلب
انا ذا خلينا نخش له
مات عندي بس الاخير
وش
انا بيانو باقي بدف
مثل فوق ها فوق البلاء
زين
يمين مثل وين مات
خليك
انا حشر بلك
ما نتعب
ما اسكندر تشوفوني عشان تشوفون
انا خالد اشوف اللي
انا تري انا ما اتسابق الملابس فوق قريمه فوق سام
انا اشوف الغدر
بلك
اي ريال بلك ثاني غدر ها جاي
والناس
نفكها سوا ها
بلك ركرو وين صار واحد يمينك واحد صار واحد يمينك
Falcons spitting on one side of the stage and now to the other side of the stage. A quick listen in now with the Miami Heretics.
Vale, estoy bloqueando, pega, cuidado, asegurarlo, chaval. No, Rokkr es uno arriba,
¿Qué me tienes?
Está aguantando medio, uno pega en Rokkr. Vais al jump up de cama, va a bajar por cama.
Vas a volver el mapa un poco loco ahora.
Arriba, voy para adelante,
Acordaros que no abren, ¿vale? Podemos ir al P3 o arriba.
Arriba está un tiro muerto.
Vale, esperando
en el under, ¿vale?
Sí, espera. Va a echarle por arriba,
¿vale? Voy a subir cuando nazca el tío, ¿vale? Sí, te veo.
Sale contigo, Luki.
Voy a subir ya.
Ábrete.
He pegado bien al punto.
Ábrete.
Nuestro lado del punto está, creo. El punto está en exterior, en la zona.
Sí, está en exterior, en una escaleras de pilar.
Sí, lo estás viendo ahí.
Escaleras de piano.
Está a punto de
Son dos pianos, dos pianos.
Punto de piano, body. Va a estar en el sofá
y otro front.
En ACP3,
Uno front no lo veo.
Tiene que estar nuestro lado del punto. Tiene que estar otro lado. Piano de derecha y...
Vale, échale al punto.
El punto arriba cale un tiro.
Por arriba, vale, échale.
Arriba, en front dos, uno un tiro. Sí, son dos. Sí, está front dos.
Una bala en white flash y otro piano antes, ¿vale? White flash está enfocado.
Tengo yo que no habrá
Te tengo abajo, Chema, aguanta. Te tengo abajo, Chema.
Vale, me tengo yo.
Están aguantando, lo van a aguantar.
Tengo para hacer front dos. Me mato las piñas. Piano y front dos. Estoy colando por la izquierda, me cola.
Está buscando uno, vale.
Voy por under, bro.
Está buscando uno.
No me lo dejan por Chale, están jugando por arriba, body, bro.
A P3 ya.
From an Arabic listening to a Spanish listening, my brain is so happy. We have got a big break there for the Falcons, though, chance when they sorely needed it. This hard point is far from over.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job. Lucky ends up blocking a couple spawns, but Falcons read it and they hunt him down. Now they just need to hold this line.
There we go. Kicks gives up his angle just at last possible second. Teammates are there for it. Looking out for the piano hop. Here we go. Number one. Kicks, big work. Whoa, what a turn on the second player. Enough to get damage. The teamwork is there, and Kicks finds another. 4 in a row now. The hard point still in the hands of the Falcons.
And not a single trade to be found from Miami. They cannot get any kills on the feed. Finally, Metals is there to strike, but I mean, too little, too late, like the comeback. That is a 50-point deficit that the Falcons just fought back into. And shout out to Xnade and Kicks, both going on 5 sprees to make it happen. And since the start of the game, the Falcons, for the first time, have taken the lead.
They have taken the lead, and what a moment to do it. Ingabodi trying to fight forward. Not a whole lot there on the top side of the map. You're going over to the new hard point where the Heretics are. Rancor prowling down low. Real in the point. Lead change on its way. Falcons trying to make something happen. It chances a big rout.
It's one good break is that they're looking for, but Rancor lets one player through but gets a kill, and now it's going to be the pinch coming in through you. Falcons players on the jump.
Oh, big win from Lucky there. Here comes Roxas, finds his hard point kill. 2 players now for the Falcons on point. Real with a pinch. Real with 2. That's huge. The break is there, but so are the Falcons. Reinforcements show up. Here go the Heretics once more. Can Real find them? He's sending them forward. Real with another big couple of kills, and that is a huge win for the Heretics. It could be game.
Might call it. Look at the spawns, though. Everybody's going to be coming in through mid and then the flood through the front. You got to read the pressure in the final seconds. Last-ditch effort, and nobody's home. Miami Heretics staved off the pressure from the Falcons. Nearly swooped in for that victory. They take care of business and get map 1.
I mean, the reactions from the players there as well, from the Vegas Falcons, it's half disappointment, it's half, boys, we just made an insane comeback against a fiery, fiery team. Heretics as well. It was the bailout plays from Real on 2 separate hard points that made the difference there. Heretics, hot start. But man, that series could have gone either way, that map, brother. Well, I'm just excited, folks. But World League vibes here. All these languages flying around. Look at the damage everyone's shooting. It's crazy.
That's crazy, Gabe. I mean, kicks as well, the damage output, him and XNID absolutely thriving. Hill time not too shabby either. This is going to be interesting, man. That's a 14-point game on the Skyline. And obviously, we saw Falcons play on this yesterday. Carolina sort of handled business in the respawns, but Falcons looked gross in search and destroy. So if they are able to contend in the respawn game modes, Falcons might make a much quicker impact than almost anybody's actually expecting them to. But in the same vein, you know, on a game plan front, even challengers players, you know, top teams, sort of top 8 even in challengers, the game plan of how you want to approach any given hill, any given map, mostly the same. You watch the best teams in the game, you get a feel for it. What separates good players from great players is how you handle those clutch moments, and when things get super mixy, when it comes to those bang out final hard points, when both teams are 10 seconds away, who can handle that craziness? And at least here in this map number 1, it was Heretics and it was Real thriving in that chaos.
Man, I mean, we're seeing the highlights once again. Beautiful holds out of both teams, though. I mean, again, it's a little tricky for you folks at home without the kill feed. I know we're doing the best we can here in the casting booth. But Real with a couple of massive moments, man. I mean, he got the break here, a little bit of patience, he doesn't get picked up, and in the next wave of fights, this was absolutely huge. No guarantees Real got all these kills. He was on a 3 spree. But you know what I'm saying? It was a big moment for the Heretics there. A perfectly timed break, exactly what they needed. And that really did seal the deal. Falcons Locutus again on the major comeback. They were down pretty bad. It was what, 40, 50 points chance, give or take.
Multiple times.
Yeah, massive work there. But Rancor, fantastic start there for himself as an individual and the Heretics as a team here in the Black Ops 6 season. See how far we can go. Falcons, though, we know they're going to be having a good time in Search and Destroy. You know, this is where they typically make their comebacks here in series, inshallah. But you never know, chance. Look at that one. Super tight hard point. Fantastic work there on Skyline.
Yeah, great games and great fights, and funnily enough, it was a P1 hill that was really the biggest difference maker for Falcons to get back in the mix as well. So the occasional P1 dominance can always be not necessarily red herring, but that random thing to sneak in. But that's it for the Skyline hardpoint. I mean, that is an absolute blitzkrieg pace that just got played at. Protocol S&D gonna be potentially a very different look, or potentially just hitting out that A site. And I know, you know, I never get S&D in rank, so I haven't actually been able to play it with that bomb site adjustment. So gonna be fun to see how the pros handle it.
Tristan, yeah, you don't get a lot of S&D. You said it was my fault.
Never. I played like 6 of them.
I was the control sort of demon for you. Sorry about that, mate. But yeah, very, very interesting to see how this one goes down. And of course, we will be seeing a Vault control game, which seems to be the only control map we will be playing here in the CDL, as far as I can tell. I don't know about those coaches, but yeah, that might just be the way things go until Hacienda appears. But even then, who knows? Who knows, folks? But we are well ahead of ourselves. We do have to get into that S&D. Chance, early days, we haven't got any data to really collect here or talk about with regards to the Heretics. But what we saw with the Falcons, bodied Carolina yesterday. Their Search and Destroy, that was an absolutely fantastic run. Do you expect a similar sort of feel? I mean, is the difference maker of Clay and the mechanical skill of the Falcons enough to get them through?
I'm trying to remember who it was talking about it. It might have been Paul X or maybe the Toronto boys, but they talked about their experience of playing against the Falcons at EWC this past year. And the sort of narrative that the Falcons had going into that tournament was like, hey, these guys are going to run it down like they will be challenging. So that's the expectation that the pros had. And then again, maybe it was Paul X, maybe it was Toronto. They said after playing them, they go, oh, that's what like everybody meant. It's like over the top how aggressive these guys can be willing to play or challenge with one shot or just doing some insane stuff. And I mean, the S&D we saw from them yesterday, Carolina, well tenured S&D players, Slasher and TJ Halley on the list of best S&D players of all time, got absolutely handled. Just could not deal with what the Falcons were bringing to the table. So it's gonna be fun to see how they do against Heretics, because I mean, the same thing, Spanish players back in the day, also known for hyper aggressive S&D gameplay.
This should be a lot of fun. And yeah, we're getting it. 50-yard line, long gone. Aha, Rokkr though in the nice corner. Backside of Heli. Renkor on the hunt. He and Lucky are looking for this kill. Rokkr on the move. There we go. He does get brought down in the end. It took a lot to get there. One man down either side. It's a 3v3. Ow.
Interesting shots coming through. Once again, just a weird thing. Never expecting a player to be dropping down the zip line in the middle of a gunfight.
What a nade from Kicks. Gets rid of Lucky. Of Metal, sorry. It's hard without a kill feed. We're used to this, aren't we, mate?
Yeah, I didn't know that Nate got the kill. Good comms. And 2v3 with the bomb down. If you get the bomb down at B, you have great clutch potential, even for a 2 versus 3. But I think Falcons, as long as they're calculated, you get the trades, you'll be fine.
King of Bud. Nade work there to buy some space. Now he's going to fight his way forward. You've got the high ground here if you're the Falcons. They've got the numbers and the high ground. Here comes the counter-attack. Renkor down and out. Easy peasy. That's the rest of the squad. Heretics cleaned up with only a man down there from the Falcons in that attack. Plenty of time to get the defuse. Happy result there in round 1. We've been giving Clay all the love. Don't forget about Luty. Been doing the work there. Lou has been alongside the Falcons for a long time now. It must be surreal to see the climb and finding wins here against CDL teams. But good stuff there from the Falcons in the first round. Round 2 on its way.
And trap, probably the most important part. Again, giving up the B bomb site is not ideal with a number of sort of clutch spots. Players go to that back sort of artillery gun. The helicopter can be incredibly annoying to deal with, but they found those players incredibly quickly, hunted them down, no time wasted. That's efficient as you want, and Kicks just got all the intel in the world. That might have been 4 different players that just sort of popped up on his mini-map.
Yeah, that's a lot. Big old reshuffle here. A difficult map to sort of guess where players are going. We've got 2 major floors here to work with. The levels here on Protocol make it a little more challenging on the minimap. But right now, with the Falcons controlling down low, or the King knows something's up. Quite literally up. It's players above him. Quick bomb plant here down by A. Trophies in place. Looks like he'd easily be able to pick that one off, but regardless, Heretics now in the 4v3. How will they attack this bomb site?
Well, Rokkr needs time to go his way because Real has just gotten past him. He's playing for the late flank. Rokkr is going to have to get multiple kills in this moment. There's number 1. There's number 2. He's done his job. He got a 2v2.
Oh, Rokkr though now all alone. Watch out. The bomb site is full of Heretics players. Stun check. Can't peel Renkor, and that's going to guarantee the defuse. Lovely work from the Heretics on the retake. Managing to get that one done with time to spare once again. Back-to-back defuses here in the start of Protocol.
I'm faded. Old site. Yeah, my bad on that. But either way, for a 3v4, Falcons gave it a decent attempt. Again, the late pinch on the big door. It's the way to go. Try to get the extra kills, but too tough to hold on to. So Heretics also with a very nice retake on a bomb site. Gotten looks on both of them. I'm curious if Miami are going to stick to the B plan or if they want to dig deeper into that bag of tricks. That's looking like certainly leaning over towards A with Metals and Lucky taking the outer route.
Going wide. Looking for the drop. King of Birdie managed to walk over that kill there on Real. Renkor spotted out. Whoa. Couple of dud nades. Changes the state of things. The Heretics have now managed to flood downstairs. They're on the inside, but they don't have the bomb down there. They're looking for control first. Bomb wrap all the way back over. You've still got that bomb on the A site control.
Well, there's one life thrown away. 3v3.
Ringcore, he's slow and steady. Here he comes. He's on his way to the bomb site now. That's going to be the plan. Falcons all over the place. We've managed to see 2 for 2 on the retake department. Can we make it 3 in a row? Hello. What can you see, Kicks? Not a whole lot right now. Trophies in place as well. This is going to be a tough one.
They're just trying to pinch from every single angle. Xing it in spiral. One guy going down the zip and Kicks over working big door. Oh, 2 big door, actually. There's the gunfight. Metals gets 1. Rokkr is sent into a blender. And a nice 3v4 clutch coming out there for Miami. Really patient, really taking their time. And again, sort of the Chaos Falcons, we talked about it. They are willing to chow some insane things. And King of Boo just gets caught. Wants to make a play through big door, but 2 players ironed up. And as soon as those odds got evened out, they brought the bomb straight towards site. Clean and efficient work for Miami.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Again, a little advantage the Heretics seem to have here is more than one submachine gun. It's really favoring them on these A-bomb site plants. They're able to take those close range fights where they really want them. Falcons still running that 3 AR setup. And it has worked out if you're on the top side of the map, but as soon as you get down low and things get a little up close and personal, tough scenes against that PDW Jackal. Lucky first blood though across the map. Oh, what do you know, boys and girls? There's a kill feed on your screen.
I will say, by the way, the mini-map, it just looks insane trying to figure out who's like top mid versus on the site, because you have players everywhere. Lucky does get picked. King of Booty is on an island by himself over towards B. And Ringcore is going to be quick enough to clear off site and give those comms to his teammate, because Real's across the map. I mean, this is just scattered.
To the 4 wins. Ringcore. I didn't even know you could get down here.
Yeah.
Not actually lying. Kicks.
Oh, he knew.
Reads it. Takes care of business. And now it's a 2v3. Falcons big advantage.
I took my eyes off the minimap. He had to have gotten spotted for Kicks to make that read.
There's no way. I mean, he might have made a little bit of noise on the ladder, but either way, Metals, okay, 2v2. Rokkr playing deep still. Poles to pole. It manages to save him just in time. Real and Metals now hitting the pinch. Not enough on the damage department there. It all comes down to Kicks. 25 seconds on it. Heretics with the pressure. They know exactly where he is. Can they get close enough, and can they deal with the sneaky defuse? Metals, you devil! Whoa, sniffed him out! Real's got to go. That's it. The round is done. Kicks, what timing. Fantastic work from the Falcons.
An instinct on point as well. That was a narrow clutch, but hey, man, he got it done. That is a hell of a 1v2. And again, that is the difficulty of giving up those B-bomb plants. Of the clutch spots are so annoying to deal with. Not just the place where Ringcore is climbing up the ladder in the back. If you need some prop hunt strats, there's a lot of places in that little back section, like little islands and stuff that you can jump on. There's a tree you can jump into and do crazy stuff. It is a wild section of a Call of Duty map, and you're going to see players utilize different parts of it time and time again, so get used to it.
God, I love prop hunt. I really do. I have to bring the prop hunt games back with pros. Real. First blood right into the mix. A fast freebie. Hard to guess. It's a big old map, Protocol. Shades of Arklov Peak. A little bit of Seaside thrown in there for good measure. And the windows of Petrograd.
And the reign of Gavutu.
And the reign of Gavutu. God, what a horrible, misshapen beast it is. But right now, it's 2-2. And it's real quiet. Here by the spiral staircase. Howdy! Damn, son! It's a 2-piece for X. Did you love it?
When they line up like that. A gift and a dream. Well, Ringcore, 1 versus 3. An opportunity to see what this young player can do in the clutch.
Well, I guess I'll plant. Howdy! Oh, X-Nude, can you find another on the round? Ringcore! Yeah, good luck, mate. Yeah. That was an impossible situation. You're never going to guess the guy top spiral. That is just an outstanding spot to be in for the Falcons. You take that at close range. Aims, PDW, doesn't matter. You couldn't miss.
Yeah, and you know, people talking about how OP the knife can be because you can hide behind that door. As it turns out, guns do a fantastic job as well. Just a double kill that falls into his lap, and they dish out the old defuse there to Xnid. I don't think... How many cruise missiles do you think we see on the year in S&D?
14.
I'm gonna go with 2.
Real's POV, so tough. Like, oh no, he's behind the door.
His eyes lit up, too.
Oh, man. Behind me. No, too late. Sorry, brother. That's the way it goes. Falcons, advantage. This should be... Again, it's just so nice getting to see different players, completely different styles, different comms. How are they going to run now with a round advantage? You've had these slow games. It's going to be a bang out. It all comes down to King of Bodhi trying to find a moment like this. Get to put that Jackal to work. Real, once again, another first blood. Bodhi doing what he can. And there's an RCXD on the field as well.
Nice shots. Wow. That RC was going to get the clean up, if not.
Ooh, RC lands, gets a bit of damage. Real, 9 HP. Safe for now. Exnid, the last man up here. Oh, he has bomb as well. So this is a 1v4 situation. And again, this round has literally fallen to pieces there for the Falcons. You get to put the man to the test in the clutch. And there's no way the Heretics give this away.
Almost certainly not. Seems like Real, even on map 1, pretty big thorn in the Falcons' side. And Xnid gonna be patient.
I need to feed Real on a 3 spree.
I suppose.
Yeah, there's no need, man. Absolutely not. Xnid's on a 2. Be happy to sort of just sit this one out. He's got 15 seconds. I mean, this is a choice. This is absolutely, there's no harm in this. The round is the lowest chance of picking up a 1v4 in this map unless they're all holding hands and looking the wrong way. Good stuff there from the Falcons. Heretics, explosive round, finds them the equalizer. It is now 3-3.
Well, would you like a fun fact in the meantime, Miles?
Si, senor.
Guess how much damage booping someone with a trophy does? Like if you throw a trophy out and hit someone with it.
Oh, wow. Well, based on how heavy they look, I'm going like 25.
10 damage.
That's not bad.
It's not too bad. 1/10 of your health for a little boop like that.
You get hit by a concussion, and that's only one.
Yeah.
But getting hit by the trophy system, wow. Well, that is a... I would love to see somebody take a body shield, and when the guy's about to go down, he's about to die, hit him with a trophy to kill him. That's brutal.
Well, that trophy's not doing there has to be one shot, so I was going to say he might die to a trophy too.
Yep. We're in a bit of trouble here. Heretics are backed on up. Falcons back in control of the A-bomb site. Pick a corner, any corner. There's plenty of them. Uh-oh. No. King of Bodhi strafed IRL there. He pulled away from the monitor.
This is such a tough spot for Miami to be in as well, because you've just lost computer's control, so going down low is a nightmare, and even going to B is a worse nightmare, because you have to check so many different credit spots. So it looks like Heretics are going to try to basically attempt to retake this section through Big Door, and that is not the start they wanted. Metals does get the trade, and wow, that is the full send that we were alluding to. You got to stay on your toes.
1v2, Kix is having to leave the back end of Heli and now solo retake this. My goodness, this is going to be tough. Jackals in either corner. Welcome to the den. Here's the first fight. Lucky's there, and Kix has to try to bait out something. He's got 25 seconds. Where are we going?
Oh man, I don't think we're trying.
Again, it's a tough spot, but it's a fast wrap. If it was a little quicker, it might have been doable, but now you've got to take him up close and personal. Barely able to make it through the threshold there as the Jackals slay him out. Heretics once again. Another solid round.
It's so tough. I mean, the retakes in hardpoint or in post plants or at all getting this bottom section, not easy in the slightest. So Kix may be hoping that he can get a little bit of lucky, but unfortunately Lucky always ironed up, and just more impressive that they were able to retake and get that site control and hit it from Big Door. Metals able to give you 2 there in that round, and again, King of Bood playing with the timings, unfortunately for him, just does not go his way in that round.
Tough one. Again, apologies, it was an aims. What do you know? Attacking round for the Falcons. Not a whole lot of love for them on the attack when it comes to the B side of the map. Lots more love towards A. Kix making a bit of noise, and that's another RCXD out for the Heretics. And it's zooming. Oh, and King of Bodhi, he's actually made it out. Oh dear, can he help out Xnid in this situation? No need, teammates are there for it. Here comes Lucky to reinforce. Opportunity to have got that bomb down is now in a very bad spot. He's got no coverage here and he's completely alone. Can he win a gunfight? There's the rest of the Heretics. Teamwork shows up, takes care of him. Big advantage now in the 2v3.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. How did the two Falcons players just getting stuffed, I guess, on the other side of the map, not able to get in the mix to help their boys. So I don't know if that's Real holding him off or maybe the RC card doing that work, but Lucky playing very well together with his teammates, and Kicks trying to make the impact. This is a 2v3 clutch potential.
Yeah, indeed. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Still got to recover the bomb, and you very well know it's there. Oh, Lucky takes a couple of big ones. Kicks on the retreat. You've got to manage to get one of these players off the bomb site. Metal's there by the SAM site. He's keeping so much pressure here on the bomb. 10 seconds. You've got to make a move now. Metals. He could clutch this. His Kick's there for the coverage. Oh, 1v1. He got away. What a round from Metals. That is a massive turn. And he's feeling good.
Oh my God. Yeah,
he's
he
feeling
stole
good.
that one away. Good Lord. Oh, I mean, he was just checking out the helicopter. I thought he was going to play to kill the guy off bomb first. And in my mind, I was like, that feels weird. Then I was like, never mind. That's the right play. And as soon as I thought it was the right play, well, he snaps and so does Kicks. Yo, what is that rag? Oh, we actually just don't have hit markers.
We don't have hit markers, but I mean, he was there and it's like, it was a bullet. You can see him like, it was a single bullet. That's so tough. Again, a lot of angles to watch there. Metals now. RC car in hand. Podcast, we got a little bit of work to do with the RC car in hand. You know what I mean? Like whether seeing it through walls or what, like there's a little bit of work we need to do. But it is putting the work in right now, clearing out the bottom side of the aimbomb site. King of Bodhi, nice tags on the second, not enough to get it. But that's going to be a 2v3 now with the Heretics sitting on map point. Uh-oh, Xnid not able to get his all down to Roxas for the map.
Got to be fast on this one and got to be lucky.
There's one.
They line up.
Oh, he nearly did it. Oh my goodness, Heretics. Take map 2 and take a 2-0 lead in the series.
And, you know, what could have been a lot of these nail-biter rounds. Kick certainly had a pretty nice 1v2 clutch, sort of sniping Metals off the bomb in the final moments, but then just bigger clutches as a response. Metals also ripping a guy off bomb by the skin of his teeth. And hey, they handle the sort of weird finesse game in the S&D against the Falcons, take care of business. And I think Real, in all honesty, had a bit of a feast. I know got at least 3 first bloods, maybe more. A couple of those just hitting straight up the zip line. And I mean, both him, Lucky, and Metals able to get RC cars on different sections of that map. So a little bit different than the Skyline, but Heretics just in firm control. So shout out Rancor for the bomb plants, but Real 4 first bloods getting things done.
Here we go. Boys and their toys, eh? Those RC cars. Not a huge amount of damage gained from them, but the intel absolutely tremendous. Well, that is it, folks. Real went to the buffet in map number 1 there on Skyline, and he did just fine in the S&D as well, as you can see below. Map 3, though, coming up on Vault. Not a good look so far for the Vegas Falcons, but today is a brand new day. We're going to the desk.
Vegas is in trouble, Alley Cat. I hate to tell you this, but after dropping the first 2 maps, they're going into their worst game mode in Control. So let's talk about what we saw in the Search and Destroy here, because this was the one game mode you took against the Royal Ravens.
Right.
What went wrong this time around against Miami Heretics?
The pace and the aggression for Miami Heretics, like I talked about in the pre-show, is just kind of what was kept catching Falcons off guard. I mean, you talk about that hard point near the end. They got a little frantic. That can happen when you're a newer team. And then in the Search and Destroy, it was first blood after first blood for Miami Heretics. And I think that pressure and that aggression just really don't bode well for the Falcons team.
Nameless taking a look at the hard point, 250, 236. I said, well, this is another very close hard point for Vegas, but you pointed out that Skyline is going to play close. We should always expect a high-scoring game.
Yeah, and you just can't make as many mistakes as we've seen Falcons make through the first 2 series. Obviously, we're going to be patient with them, but they had a massive opportunity. So let's jump into drawing conclusions. Let's get into the nitty-gritty and see what the Falcons did wrong, because I think a lot of you guys can learn from this particular moment. We're going to be moving over towards the kitchen hill here, and this is a big rotation, as you can see right here. Real's up top, and it's a big kill that they get on him, right? So number 2 gets that kill. So let's zoom into the mini map, and let's talk about what went wrong here for these guys. We get this big screen here. Yeah. So listen, this is the good spawn right here, back here, right? So you want to be spawning over there, and you want to basically force everybody to funnel here. But what they don't recognize is on the rotation, right? There's going to be a ton of players pushing pushing through middle, right? Trying to get through and break these spawns, right? And they just got a kill. So number 2, after he gets this kill, needs to wrap back and block this spawn so nobody can spawn in and set up a pinch. And they're diverting way too much of their attention towards the front spawn. Nobody's going to be hitting this with like multiple players on rotation, and they have 1 committed to this and they have 3 committed to this as well. So let's clear the screen. Let's see how this plays out. You have to be able to volley it, recognize where people are coming from, and play it properly. And what you're going to notice here is that kill that they got in the top hall, he's going to spawn behind them and ultimately be the guy that pushes up to break the hill. And that's just what you can't have happen. Real comes in behind them, he kills them on rotation. They didn't block the back spawn. They get broken here, and what you can see is a 140 to 140 game then gets blown way out of proportion where you could have took a massive lead. You did the work, you gave it up, and unfortunately you lose the game.
Go ahead, Allie.
Which is unfortunate because P1, what we saw yesterday from them against Carolina Royal Ravens, was one of the better hills for them on Skyline. So maybe just a little bit of miscommunication there, one of the mistakes that you have to go back and clean up.
You just got to recognize, like, we got to go back and block. Like, it's all like, yes, you can play aggressive, which is I like to see. You go up, you get the kill on Real top hall, but then we got to run backwards real quick. And even if he spawns up in time, you get the cleanup and you at least recognize that somebody could be behind you. So they'll learn from these moments, and that's what VOD is for.
That was also the same hill that you saw finish the game, as it was 236 to 236 at one point. Eventually, Miami steals the game and steals our first hard point. But it's been a close first respawn. We have a second one coming up. What should we expect on Vault here on day 2 for Vegas?
On Vault, honestly, for Vegas, I think they'll be good at this map. I think they have a lot more room to work with. Again, we talk about them being more of an AR flex-heavy team, but we've talked a lot about Falcons. I want to give some flowers to Miami right now. Renkor has been disgusting so far in this series. It is his first match, and he is absolutely frying. Miami does look like they've put in a lot of work and have been really getting the flowers of their labor.
Nameless, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, going into this control, I just want to see Falcons making the right plays. Like, make sure we're getting towards hallway, controlling that, slowing the game down when they need to, and we need to see a couple more SMGs as well. On the side of Heretics, though, loving what I'm seeing. I think the dynamic's great. Still excited to see Meadows on that sub more, see him get more comfortable, and hoping he can have a big control.
All right, it's time to find out. Can Vegas take their first control round? Can they take their first game in this series? We send it over to Miles and Chance. Take it away.
Will they take their first round of control? That is actually kind of cool to do on day 2. You feel like, oh, we broke the record, we're good, man. It's like, yeah, baby, let's rock. We'll find out, though, folks. Vault can be a cruel and fickle map of control. And this one will be no different. Love what Nameless said there. Let's see some SMGs, baby. Let's see some of them Jackal PDWs. For Miami Heretics, though, all guns are blazing right now. Everyone's having a good time. Renkor is looking like a very, very welcome and very comfortable addition to the squad. At any moment, I'm just like, yeah, it feels like he's always been there, man. I mean, Vico, a great run with Harvey, and again, hope he's doing fantastic. I hope he's studying now. I hope he's not watching the CDL. I hope he's got his face in the books. You don't leave, go to school, and then get to sit and watch the Call of Duty League. Nah, you better get your homework done, young man. Right now, his boys are getting the work done, though. Vault. This is the last piece of the puzzle for them to go off and enjoy some quality time.
It's Saturday, man. Let him have some fun. It's not like he's learning Mandarin or anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have time. Javi's a maniac.
I also
in the best possible way.
I couldn't say what day is either, mate. Yeah, I know, but
we work Friday, Saturday, Sundays. It's day 2.
That's true. Well, we might have this is my preemptive. Yeah, there's been an issue. We'll be back in a moment, folks. Hopefully, we load in with a kill feed. That was a surprise to me. That's the first time I've seen that one. I can't lie. It was jarring, to say the least. But Charles, let's talk Vault. Let's talk Vault, mate. We've played a decent amount of it. Obviously, we've seen a decent amount of it now. Any sort of major pain points, takeaways? Nameless brought up the top catwalk that overlooks the pool side. That's a really important sort of power position on the map. Anything else you'd want to bring up? You'd keep our viewers an eye for?
Well, I'd say like the biggest difference between like playing ranked, and it's not just in my low depths where I play in ranked, but I saw a lot of former pros even talking about it, of like the style that we've seen when you're like playing it yourself doesn't seem to be the same approach that the pros are having. We've seen a ton of teams on offense off the opening break, just able to slam a squad, get a clean like 3 or 4 down, and just jump on a point straight away, when to me this map always feels like an absolute battle on both ends. Unless you set up a spawn trap, the pros have been much more calculated and much more efficient at actually establishing on the offensive end dominance on either zone. Like, we've seen opening breaks on both A and B that have seen success, and that's just day 1. So I mean, either one of these teams also going to be watching the matches, could steal an opening break, could learn something, but I'd say that's the biggest thematic difference between, you know, solo Q-lers in a rank play versus a four-man stack at this level.
Oh, indeed. These are quick highlights from the S&D while we get that lobby set up again, folks. But yeah, again, Protocol, what a beast of a map this is. It's big, and whether it's Hardpoint or whether it's Control, whether it's S&D, I mean, it's going to be here in the COD League for a minute. It's a big one, and we've got plenty to learn still about it. But again, nice to see plenty of options for players. It's always, I appreciate that when there's a different way to approach a map than just, you know, we have to bang out a single side, and if we lose control of that one particular place and it's all over. It's nice to see plenty of options, lots of different ways to hit something or try to retake something, and this map seems to be that. At least now. We'll see if that changes, but ball's on its way, folks. We appreciate you sticking out. And again, if you did catch some of the games yesterday, FaZe versus Toronto Ultra, FaZe managed to set up the spawn trap, as FaZe would, on that vault control on a big defensive round. It was very, very solid out of them. Truly trapped all the members of Ultra back towards that P2 little jacuzzi side of the map, and it was ugly for a good sort of 20 seconds.
And even more themes to talk about Vault as well, of like where we've seen some greatness out of FaZe, as you say, for the spawn traps being set up. Maybe some ideas that we can learn from the mistakes of other players. You had, I was about to mess up the name. The old LAG, the Gorillas Mate Squad, trying to set up the spawn traps, but they were doing it from like top P4, excuse me, and like forcing the art spawn, making it more difficult to actually go and capture B. And we saw Shotzi makes almost an exact same play, except he gets the kills in top P4 and immediately jumps over to art to start forcing the spawn out. So little tweaks and little ideas sort of added to the repertoire that everybody can learn from, whether you're playing in rank or playing at this level. So make sure you capitalize and improve. And again, for Falcons, your improvement, you're just looking for that first round to get on board. I mean, these guys have only been scrimming in NA for a week and a half, 2 weeks, if that. So they are getting the best practice they've ever gotten in a very short amount of time. So yeah, they're looking to make these rapid improvements.
Yeah, they're in the hyperbolic time chamber right now, man. They're on their way to Namek to take care of Freezer. Let's see how it goes, though, in... Ooh, okay. It's 3 in the feed for everyone there as we get a lot of nade kills to start things off. Lovely work here on the first round of Control. Falcons' defense still solid. They've got to deal with Lucky. Will they be so lucky? The answer is absolutely not. Renkor and Metals there find the kills. A-Zone in danger.
Oh, that's great pickups on different sections of the map as well. Still, though, with only the first 2 kills, it's a single stack for the moment. Heretics, I mean, they're just swarming around trying to cover every single entry point for the guys on time. So Renkor, well, there's the coverage in the hallway. Metals has that under lock and key. Real's the man watching the flank. You see him picking up kills in the feed, and Lucky was the man pushed out front where he drops. That's just the thing his teammates have to pick up.
A-Zone, second segment long gone. We're looking towards the third, and that's going to be 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the game clock. Vegas Falcons, one more hit of this, maybe? Nah, going to look towards B. Play it safe, play it steady. FaZe through the walls like some sort of superhero. Renkor, the hero right now for the Heretics 3-0.
And that was hyper efficient work coming out of Heretics as well. I mean, just coverage on all angles of the map, while Renkor just gets to sit in between the team and wait for the comms to roll through. And Aim's down here, maybe not the best gun for the job. You need someone to get you out, and Metals trying to find that route. I think he got spotted by Kicks.
We're already seeing more Jackals on the field right now for the Vegas Falcons already, and it's paying off. Kicks on the cleanups. Exnid, nice shots there through the van to the head of Lucky. Keeping the B-Zone as safe as they possibly can. Real is still an incredibly dangerous contender right now. His second, keeping the spawn very much. Ooh, a dangerous place to be for the Falcons. Can they get him out?
Well, all he is here is a nuisance. He's not the main factor. You're like, if you're the Falcons, you're still worried about that front pressure with Lucky on time, but you saw King Abu take a route to make sure you take care of Real, and again, getting into P4, it feels nice because you can get some spawn kills, but your team is unfortunately still just going to be stuck in spawn. It can be hell to fight out of.
We've seen a few instances like that already in the day of Black Ops 6 professional play. 50 seconds remaining on the round. Another attack here from the Heretics. Trying to sniff out the positions from the Falcons. Lucky Semtex sniffs out one. Renkor, or he manages to slip the net. In we go. Oh, I love this. An opportunity now to cause some damage. Here we go.
Nice start. This is prime position. As long as he is alive, he is a massive thorn in their side because the spawn outs are going to be intense. So much further away, those Falcons on the bottom left of the minimap now have to take a hike to get into this point.
Look at that. That's the capture now taking place. 27 seconds frozen. Find a corner, Renkor. For God's sake, man, they're coming. Shots are in the back. Kicks picks up 2. Real, the only man left alive on the point, and he is in trouble. Metal's now trying to reinforce. No hope, though. King Abodi from behind as well. What a bounce back from the Falcons. This could be their round. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's a bailout on a positioning front from King of Boot in that moment, just getting over towards gold. And I mean, now Heretics players are spinning in circles trying to find him. So another scattered mini-map with only 10 seconds. Heretics desperate to get on this time.
And they are soaring. King of Bodhi 5 now. Beautiful work. 6.5 seconds though. You managed to stop the clock. Sends it. Metal's tagged. The nade from Roxas though. The capture still going. It's Rancor in the point. Roxas finding another one. The quick contest. Beautiful shots. Roxas once again. Another kill. And the final 3 lives from the Heretics will not matter. And there we go, folks. The first round for the Vegas Falcons in control.
And that is just fantastic stabilization. A couple different players, like it was Real early on. Rancor had his turn trying to set up for the spawn trap and the spawn kills, and things did get mixing. Like Rancor in that spot created the opportunity for his team to get to the point. You see Real there just behind him actually on it, but King of Boot makes it to bat gold or useless, whatever people are calling it for themselves, and just a massive distraction for the squad. And obviously, this is a round where, I mean, maybe 6 or 7 different frag nade kills rang out.
Oh, yeah. And again, Roxas, the final moments there of the round. Very, very clutch kills from him. 10 and 6 overall. Lovely sprees from the Falcons as well. See if we can't get some Hellstorm missiles. But that is a question for later on in the round. You need them scores, folks, not just the kills. Here we go. King of Bodhi, spree done. Exnid finds 2 of his own, though, on the approach towards A. And you've actually got a man in there. Coverage there from Kicks. Lovely shots. His 5th in a row. And that might be a 2-man stack on the point. One man.
Right now he's got one guy in his hallway. You've picked up double doors. You're watching his front left, so he just goes and picks up front right. Heretics, can any player find a route to actually get in? Looks like everything is covered, and as long as you get this trade on Rancor, you should be good to go. But Rancor causing issues from up top, and Kicks feeling that pressure on a 5. The Hellstorm would be nice, but he is just in chaos, and Real delivers again.
He manages to pick up a couple. Nice work. You save the A zone. Heretics, can they find some sort of defensive foothold and not let the Falcons get back into the fight ASAP? The answer right now is maybe. It's that double door situation. And here comes the big pinch. That's Lucky on the right flank, causing problems. Real on the inside. He and Rancor deal in it. Kicks has got some catwalk control, but Metals reads him, takes care of business. And that is a lovely look right now for the Heretics again.
And you see the way Lucky's playing on the mini-map. He just got that street completely covered, and he's on point. So the rest of his teammates just get to roam around for free, but as they fall, now the pressure's back on Real. In the middle of the map, has every gun he needs, but does get traded out. Falcons' desperation effort to try to get this A zone. Only 1 tick to go.
Yeah, still 20 seconds on the clock as well. You don't get this done, you're in real trouble. Falcons battling forward. Roxas finding a nice one. Metals covering himself a corridor. Can they finish the capture? Roxas still in the feed. That might be enough. Get a player in on there. They've got the site clear. 10 seconds on the clock, and that should be it. 1 life difference and a minute to go.
And that's only step number 1. Step number 2, the much more difficult one. King of Boot caught on the cross. Can't quite make it through, and I mean, Kicks might just be this next player in line. At least able to take one down. So at least all the Heretics players are back towards their spawn. It is all guns forward.
All guns forward. Nades, nothing. Real the Metals, they come into the fight healthy and fit. And with that, they're able to get the pressure on. Kicks, love this movement. In and out he goes. Quick reposition. Is he able to catch any of these players out? Lucky. Watching Lion. That stun's going to slow him down for now. Time is fine. Keep it ticking. The kill count, though, is still relatively even. 8-8 in the final 30 seconds. Roxas on the point.
He's so worried about Real. And he's so patient and waiting for it too. When the timing is there, he gives you the kill. You got the extra ones in the feed, and Exon wins his one as well. It is Metals and everybody else off spawn. And look at this stack.
Boys are stacking. Metals has to get in there and try to clean up 2. There's the contest. Find the feed. Oh no! It's 3 in the feed. Heretics save it with the last possible moments, and it's 3 lives left for the Falcons.
Well, 30 seconds left. You can still play this like a round of S&D, but Heretics are definitely just going to turtle up and take advantage of the power spots. Try to rip somebody's head off and see if you can make someone play.
Kicks could go wide here and possibly get that kill. Lives are getting low. Time's even more dangerous. Lucky. Oh, big damage. Not enough for the kill. That might be it. The guns are at the ready. King of Buddy would have to somehow fly through the walls there. And I like the shots. They're beautiful from Kicks. Lovely work. But no, wait a minute. 2.1. King of Bodhi's in. He somehow made it to the point.
Just so worried about the flank throw. Nobody's there. Everybody's in front of you, and it's just overwhelming force. And they do get back down. Another one of those mixy, chaotic moments where it is just incredibly difficult to deliver. And Heretics just making sure that it was impossible.
What a battle, though. Again, Vault is a lot of fun here in the CDL so far. A quick replay here. I mean, what an effort it was. The survival effort. Oh, wow. Real just taking the top of Rokkr off there. And that perfect 3 down. Again, moments away from finishing the second segment of B, which would have helped in that long run for the defense hold if we get to round 5. But maybe 2 rounds down, back over to a Heretics attack.
That's huge, too, that one gunfight, because that was the difference between, the 5v3 and it could have been a 4v4. But either way, all's well that ends well. Tied up, and Lucky continues to just be lethal at range, and nice moves as well. You can never spot players when they're laying on their butt like that. So much more difficult. Nice little 2-piece.
I swear, the diamond just doesn't appear as quick if they're on their back. I swear, I need to ask someone at Treyarch, am I crazy or am I crazy?
Well, also in our 30s, so.
Yeah, you never know. Xnid, not crazy enough. Lucky takes his head off. Rokkr. Oh, awkward situation to be in. Bad timing on the slide. There were Renkor's there. Kicks can't get a second. Lucky now on the inside of the site. King of Bodhi, a 2-piece. And that's everyone dead there. The A zone, though, also dead.
And look at the pressure already. Metals is inside of Art, so Heretics are potentially one step ahead, and Rokkr, the man that is being tasked with the responsibility to hunt him down, but he does have Kicks for the help. Not easy to shoot for those pillars, and look at who the real help is. Renkor, this savior, and now him and Metals get a lay waste.
Oh, Xnid. And the rate of fire there on the aims doesn't necessarily save him.
Oh, lucky.
But unfortunate team kill, though. That makes the B site wide open. King of Bodhi on the prowl on the inside, trying to find anything here. Rokkr trying to hunt down Renkor. He's still up there. He's hiding. And he's got a little bit of help from the outside. So this is a very awkward moment here for the Falcons. They've still got to get presence out onto the street. But they can do it from this building if they can get Renkor down. There he goes. Now back to the fight. The B zone. Oh, lovely shots from King of Bodhi that takes care of Lucky. Metals and Real, though, they're still up close and personal.
This is just, I mean, it's 21v15 as well. I guess with the minute and 15, maybe not going to end on time, but it's a solo capture for the moment. Heretics have cleaned out their base, but a solo capture, this is not easy to get these kills.
And we're still battling over the most important piece of real estate here on the map. Real continuing to be that man. Kicks now steps in. An endless flow of reinforcements. Will he catch these players out now? They're spawning away. No, Xnid wins the fight. Forward now towards the zone. Nades and stuns ready, but not enough. The capture complete from the Heretics. There's the, I don't know the Spanish for stack, but they did it.
I'll just go with stack. It's probably cognate.
See?
Yeah, we're fine. Either way, though, Heretics, that is just a round where that was endless pressure that they had inside of Art. The moment that they captured that, look at the mini-map. Metals was already back there. Renkor shows up and makes a guest appearance. A little bit unlucky where Lucky gets killed while cooking a frag grenade that forces the team kill, but they still just constantly had someone in Falcon's base. And again, once you get that Art pressure, you force away the spawn and you at least create the opportunity to get the zone. It certainly isn't easy after the fact, but Heretics deliver.
Could have been one of those situations where a nade blows up your nade. That can happen to frags as well as the Simtex. It happens quite a lot. It could have been that. We'll go a little easy on you pros this year. Crazier things have happened here in BO6. Metals finds he has one. Oh, but it's 3 down for the Heretics. A zone getting absolutely schmacked. First segment gone.
Got the stack going as well. And Heretics on the approach. You hear the Semtex is ringing out. I don't know. Oh, they can contest now. Yeah, swooping in. Xnid. Every single player falls around him. And he at least takes 2 to the grave before he falls. But that is a snapback of a retake. I think Falcons maybe messed up a little bit. They didn't quite hit that stack when the 3 players showed up in the feed. It took them just an extra little second. Could be costly.
That extra little second cost them, yeah. A real weird position for Renkor to be lying down in. What an off angle. Not to mention while supine. Xnid right in there. Gets rid of Renkor. Still looking towards the A zone. Kicks there with the catwalk pressure. This is what you want. That suppression doesn't help him. It just allows Real to pinpoint his exact position. 40 seconds on the clock here, Chance. We are looking dangerous here, Heretics.
And again, that's brutal because when they got that first wave, I think they had 2 players that were just off the point. Again, only for an extra second, but they missed out on it. And at this level, you have to do the little things right constantly or you get punished. And yeah, down to 22, going on the flank, looking for it. Rokkr, easy reads.
Rokkr can't get a second. Lucky. Can he find 3? His teammates are there once again. It's another goal line save on the A zone, and that is the red clock ticking. 10 to go, and the series is over. Can the Falcons dive in? Buy themselves a lifeline on B. Yes. Lucky. Oh, brought down as well. We might have the action on A here. Rokkr in. Can he find the second? No! The capture continues, and that might be another zone.
They got the extra minute. That is all they were looking for in this moment. The player that was on B was just there for a distraction. So XNID does his job and his team delivers. Problem is, though, down on lives, you still have less than a minute on the clock and you do not have pressure on the map. Gonna need at least 2 waves of kills to capture this B zone. And if Rokkr is getting cut off kills like that, it might be 3.
It certainly helps. 40 seconds. The Falcons support a lifeline. Rokkr, another kill. The wall bangs there. Happy to see him. Plenty of trophies over by the B zone. One decent hit of this, Falcons. You've got to try to get him off the point. Try to get the stack going.
And King of Boot is top P4, but again, that's not helpful for the spawn outs, but it might be helpful for the kills. You at least get the trade, and now he's jumping on it. Maybe you talk about the frags exploding being the thing that costed him in that moment, and only 7, make it 6 lives remaining. This is going to be a Heretics 3-0 starting their year off right.
Medals, shot punch, a thing of legend. A 3-1 in control, 3-0 in the series. Miami Heretics, the ideal start to the season for them, and a warm welcome to Rokkr to the CDL.
Yeah, I was maybe looking for him to have more of a pop-off series, but it was simply not necessary. Felt like a series where everybody on Heretics really just doing their job. Efficient gameplay through and through. Maybe extra tip of the cap to Real specifically for the S&D, the four first bloods, excuse me. Always going to be noteworthy, but I'd say just a well-oiled machine of a team. That skyline, though, is close. So, I mean, no, I'd say on the flip side for the Falcons, everybody has low expectations. Team coming over from a different region. They've only been screaming a top talent, for the past 2 weeks, but they've already got an S&D win, and that was a nail-biter of a hard point they had on skyline as well. So maybe a little bit better than people were expecting him to do.
I think a lot better, which is fantastic news for them. But yeah, GG's once again for the Heretics. Rokkr fits like a glove in the squad. Doesn't have to pop off, doesn't have to do anything crazy. They just do all the right things as a team. We'll see how they fare against other squads another day. For now, the desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And as you mentioned, Rokkr, welcome to the CDL, the only undefeated player. He's never dropped a map here in the league. How are we feeling about his opening performance, Alley Cat?
I love when you bring up stuff like that. I think he did great. I think he fits in great for this Miami Heretics team. I think they're showing today, especially their search and destroy should be worrisome for the league, because again, that is the only map we saw Falcons take off Carolina Royal Ravens yesterday, and that's nothing to sneeze at, considering that lineup has S&D greats like Slasher and TJ Halley.
Let's rank our Miami squad. Where do you have them on the power rankings name list? I know we haven't seen all 12 teams yet, but how do you feel they played against Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have them in the top 8. I know a lot of people have them in the bottom 4, and I think there's potential to grow in that top 8. I really like this roster, and also like their tenacity and search and destroy. Like, they're not afraid. I mean, round 1, they banged out B on offense, and then you get to this control, and it's just like they just outclassed them in control here. It's a game mode that at points in last year, Heretics were one of the best in the world at, right? So you bring in Rokkr to, be a high fast, high octane player, and he can do just that. Everybody looked like they felt extremely comfortable in their roles, despite Metal switching back over to the SMG. Real looked like he's developing into the year 2 star, building off of the year 1 performance. Everything looks good for Heretics as it stands, and with the LAN experience they got last year, there's no telling what they could do.
And I saw actually on the flip side for Falcons, I saw XNID pull out a SMG a couple of times during this control. They were actually able to get around on the board today when it comes to this game mode. And You know, as long as their S&D stays strong, maybe continue to playing with roles to try to fit into the meta a little bit better, and hopefully we can see them start taking more and more maps off the rest of the league. And flip side, Miami Heretics, the league has to watch out for this team. My expectations were high, they exceeded them, and I'm excited to see what they do moving forward.
It is a 3-0, a close hard point, but pretty dominant performance in games 2 and 3 from Miami as they take their first match win of the season. You'll see Miami back in action against against Vancouver tomorrow.
That's a good test. That's a good test, because those are two teams I think people have similarly ranked. And, you know, Vancouver Surge and what we saw from them last year is they like to push the limits all the way to the game 5. So hopefully we get a game 5 in that one.
It's time for our Scuff Play of the Game. It's the guy on my fantasy team doing things I knew he would. It's Real. Let's take a look at the youngster at the end of game number 1. He is just causing problems. Number 8 there on the mini-map.
He's the one to play spoiler in this situation, right? You got a tied up game. He's last alive. His teammates are coming off spawn, and he does exactly what he needs to do. He finds a kill, plays his life, finds a second, and now Falcons are worried about him. They're not trying to get onto the point. His teammates are able to flood in from the spawn, and they're able to take
This is the sexy part, though, right, Nameless? All right, you killed all of them, and now you're just going to keep finessing.
You're just going to keep going.
He's going to just keep finessing, and this is exactly what you want to see from Real. Get up in gills with an SMG, make plays, be the point man, and that's exactly what he does at the most pivotal point of the map. If he doesn't get those kills, they potentially get broken there and lose the game. Super tight game 1, gives them the momentum to close out the series.
Big win for Miami, but I know Vegas is probably feeling the loss right now. So, Aunt Allie, do you have any words for these gentlemen? It's your first stage in the league. You played pretty well in your opening matchup. I know this 3-0 has to hurt today, though.
It does hurt, but everything is something to learn from. Everything, they can take away something from each of their series they've played so far. Today, what they've learned is that they need to work on their closing. That last moment when Real was getting in their face, they hesitated. They had numbers. They didn't know they had numbers. They should have flooded the point and just tried to chow them out together, knowing the rest were off spawn, trying to get that time. And then even in the search and destroy, there's multiple times where a Falcons player gets the timing behind an enemy team and just doesn't do a whole lot with it. So a little bit of odd review, a little bit of cleaning up in these tense situations, and they could see some wins.
Nameless, how do you smile after a loss like that?
I mean, you just got to be happy that you're playing on the biggest stage in Call of Duty, right? And you're going toe-to-toe with some players that have been in the league for a while now, right? Like, these guys are developed, and they've been here for the Falcons. In that first hardpoint, as Ali mentioned, you definitely could have ran away with that W.
Yeah.
We saw some easily identifiable issues that we went over in the Telestrator segment. And then in that search and destroy, more opportunities as well that are thrown away in terms of the first bloods. There's so much to like about what they've been doing in these series. Just got to develop and get better fast.
We've got a second matchup loading up. Before we get to that, though, we have to welcome the brand new face to the CDL. Rokkr joins us in his first winner's circle. Talk to us about this matchup. How did it feel your first time playing in the Miami Heretics jersey?
It feels amazing, honestly. I was so hyped for the first match. I played against Falcons last year in Challengers, and I know a little bit like how they play the game. So yeah, we play really good. Honestly, the first map we start slow, but yeah, we got it.
Rokkr, this is actually my first time seeing you play, and you come out with the win, and you do it handedly so by popping off on your own with a 1.2. For those that may not know much about you, how did you come up and how did you come to be now in the CDL in your first season?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm just asking about your history. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what your journey was like to get here.
Last year, I was 2 years ago, I was in Challengers, like starting. I get a little bit problems with myself, but it doesn't matter. I just don't give up myself to come to here, and yeah, that's all. Keep
just
working. Yeah, keep working. The team get me the confidence to stay here, and I think we can do a very good season, honestly.
For sure.
Rokkr, I was amateur once, and I remember my first couple of big games. They're high octane. You gotta like temper that energy. What was that like for you? In the last week or so, getting ready for the CDL launch, first big game, and that map number 1, you dropped 36, absolutely popping off. So clearly you were able to do it. How were you able to calm yourself down and play well?
Honestly, I was a little bit nervous, like in the first map, but with with the match continuing, I was getting more myself.
Yeah.
So the team, like I said before, the team give me the confidence to play like I know to play.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling great. I think we are on a great year. The scrims are going really good, and I think we are easily top 4 of the league.
I love that. The confidence.
Right. Rancor, final question for you. I'm doing a little favor to all the social media managers working on the CDL. Can you look into your camera and just say something to the Spanish fans in your local language?
Yeah, for sure. Muchas gracias a todos por el apoyo que me habéis dado a mí en especial para entrar al equipo. Que sepáis que estoy muy motivado para esta temporada y que lo vamos a dar todo, y espero que nos apoyéis durante toda la temporada, y en Madrid seguro que vamos a ganar, os lo prometo.
Well said. That is Rancor with the Miami Heretics. He is undefeated in the CDL. Come sit and play tomorrow.
See you guys. Thank you.
Buddy. Awesome first interview, great first winner circle with Rancor, and a great first matchup. It was fast, it was furious. 3 games later, Miami is done. But when we come back, Minnesota and Boston battling to see who will be the first 2-0 team here at the CDL. Stay tuned to find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Minnesota Rokkr stunning LA Gorillas mate with the first loss of the season. Now Rokkr looking to stay perfect against Boston Breach, who took down the world champions. It's Cammy versus Geo, a showdown of two great ARs featuring some young bloods. Welcome back, everybody. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we're about to get geared up for a match we didn't think would be a fight for top 2. But both of these teams 1-0 after opening day. One of them's going to finish perfect on week 1.
And both of them with huge upsets. The other upset is Boston Breach beating Optic Texas in that game 5. So for me, if we don't go the distance, I'm going to be so disappointed.
Let's start with this Boston squad because Nameless loves them. So tell us why. Walk us through why Boston is the coolest team in the league.
I wouldn't say cool.
Top 3.
They're a pretty cool team. I mean, I think you look at this roster, they commit to them. They had them at EWC, getting a top 8 finish. Then they get them a team house and let them grow and flourish as young talent like Snoopy, right? And Purge. And these guys, the balance yesterday was fantastic, especially in the search and destroys. And it seems like they're playing around Cammy, who went off in the slaying department, which is what you're going to need. He had the most damage in the lobby, just lighting it up. There's a lot to be excited about if you're a Boston fan. Definitely better than they were last year.
We have some incredible people working on the content here at the CDL. I want to see what Boston's intro video is, don't you? Coached by the British Maven, Shawnee looking good with the clean head.
The clean
Boston
me, baby.
looking clean with the new roster, Allie. Tonight they take on a tough Minnesota squad, though, and I want you to just call out one name. Who do I need to watch from the Rokkr tonight?
From the Minnesota Rokkr, you got to keep your eyes on Nero. His consistency and his slaying are going to be pivotal in this match up against Boston Breach because we saw what Snoopy was doing yesterday. So those two young guns are going to have to match each other's pace.
Nameless, you said keep your eyes on Paul X in the pre-show. Why do you like this guy?
Yeah, I just think he plays a pivotal role for them in the search and destroys. Like, they put him on an island a lot. He's going to be directing traffic a lot of the times, and that was the reason that they picked him up to round out their team when we talked to Gio in the interview, was specifically Paul X's search and destroy. So that's who I'm looking at.
1-0 after taking down the former world champs, Kismet and crew. We'll see how the Rokkr performs tonight. Let's take a look at the team from Minnesota.
Let's go.
With Fame, comes off from the backside of Palace Wall, plus the delayed hit from Ascriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
It's time for your Scuffs maps and modes. We've got 5 maps coming your way, 4 technically, as Vault gets a double dose at control and hardpoint. Nameless, how do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, I don't give map mode predictions until like week 4 of the first stage, but I will say the red card is one thing to look out for. Boston looked really good at it yesterday versus Optic Texas, so could be a comfortable start for them.
Really good at fighting from the stage, I've been told. Skyline Search and Destroy could be a map to watch, though both of these teams very clutch in their search. That's how they got the job done on day 1. Should be a good showdown coming game 2. Let's take a look here at our pick'ems. It's Scuff Pick'em time. Alley Cat got your first correct pick. Let's make it back-to-back.
Like that, you didn't have to say it like that. This one's really hard. I expect this to go to a game 5. I think they are incredibly evenly matched. I think I'm leaning Boston Breach, though. I liked what I saw versus Optic Texas yesterday, and I think they're going to take this series.
Nameless, 3-2, leading the community, dominant.
I went against them yesterday when I picked Optic Texas. Like, why would I pick the world champs? I'm going with Giga and Purge, baby. They're going to get it done here. I don't think we're going 5. I think they get it done in 4.
This is my opportunity to fall back and tie Rosalie on the scoreboard. I am going with Minnesota Rokkr. Sorry, Purge and crew. I had to even it out, and so did the fans. It's time to get this party started. Joe, did I pick correctly?
I have no idea. Not a
What
clue.
do you mean you don't know?
I have no idea.
Joe, you know everything.
No, I don't. I don't know. Is this scripted?
Yeah, it might be. But no, listen, it's early in the year. Yesterday was upset central. Yeah, we had upsets all over the place. This one, I think we're just excited for some of these organizations. You know, you think of these two orgs. They're like, what, 11th and 12th last year? Now a chance to maybe start out 2-0. A little banter here between Falcons and Heretics as we get going into our next series. But I know for us, listen, we were big Cammy guys. We were just talking about in, we were like the last Treyarch title, he was God. And we were like, stopped for a second and we're like, wait, why does that seem so long ago?
It was. It was
4 years ago. We're talking about Cold War.
We had some titles in between those.
I mean, Cammy has been since then. Like, you know, he was in the league, out of the league, challengers,
he has not been Cold War
sensitivity training. Like he's had it all.
Yeah, in Cold
now
War,
he's back.
He was all about his sub though, right? He's the second AR on this team, so it is a little bit different. I thought maybe like a chance for him to run that sub, but you have Snoopy and Purge on this roster, so not going to happen.
Well, we'll see who can start out 2-0 in our first week here of the CDL for 2025. Starting off on red card, Breach, Rokkr, and into the fray we go. It'll be Snoopy is trying to rack up time, maybe some coverage over the top, but instead it's going to be a restart.
Yeah, I saw 3 players on the Boston side or the Rokkr side just not moving. So
I was
maybe switching sides.
I was just staring at Snoopy's POV in the hard point. He got locked up inside, and then I should have thought so. I think for the most part yesterday, basically every single map you and I had a restart. I feel like at least in the hard points. So
yeah, maybe someone wrote down the wrong sides. Coaches,
could be Joe. Could be. But I mean, are you favoring at least this first map just due to what we saw? You didn't think we were going to see a whole lot of red card, but
well, I thought potentially just because you know, typically early in the year, everyone just kind of plays the more popular maps, right? It's just because we're all just trying to have a little bit of fun. But there are some maps in Protocol and Red Card. I think when you look at the veto system, if I was a team, maybe who finished 11th or 12th last year, which these teams did. All right, where do we find an advantage? Probably in those maps where teams maybe don't want to play it. Yeah. And that's what we're seeing here. So, yeah, we didn't see Rokkr yesterday, so I think you give a slight edge to Boston.
Yeah, just because we saw one rep. I mean, I don't know exactly what the scrim records have been, obviously, for these teams when it comes to red card, but you got a rep against a very good team in Optic yesterday. You were able to win that one. You think maybe a chance to do that here as well. From Rokkr yesterday and their win, I mean, I know they got outslayed a bit because it was a crazy series, which maybe Gentlemen should have won, but Rokkr able to come away with it. What did you like, really, you saw out of Rokkr?
Well, I think really Nero and Estriel had great moments. They truly did. And then I loved Paul's tweet afterwards. He just kind of said the system's there, which you love to hear. You know, Looney, their coach, who I've always been a big fan of, you know, got some ranked in with him, you know, this week, and just feels like, yeah, he has these guys on the right mindset. So it just feels like these two teams who just sort of went a different route than everybody else. They've found their roster through some young guns, through challengers. They're just going to try to build up slowly but surely.
Well, and then on the other side of this for Boston Breach, I mean, we'll take a look at some highlights. I mean, even with all their struggles at the end of last year, and maybe the question marks going into this year, this is not back-to-back wins over Optic. You think about it, this is when Optic is lights out, ends up winning champs last year. Remember, they had that stage where they really struggled. They even lost to a Boston Breach team that was going through it at that time. Could get nothing going, but they're able to pull away that win. Now with a totally different roster outside of Snoopy, you come in and beat the guys again. It's one of those things, you know what it makes me think of? Is that, it was LAG versus FaZe. Remember they just get those random big wins over them when FaZe was the best team. They just beat them out of nowhere. I've been getting those vibes again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you do it through 2 searches. You and I talked about it yesterday. If you're a team is trying to cause some upsets, it's going to be through search and destroy early on in the year. I'm sure there's a bit of a champs hangover, as I believe Optic is. Yeah, I mean, you deserve that. And you know, you're scrimming. You might not be putting as much time into S&D quite yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably true for a whole hell of a lot of teams. But producers told us he thinks it was just wrong side, so we should be getting in here hopefully quickly. We had a fast start today with our first series, looking to keep things rocking and rolling through our 4 set of matches today. But Breach and Rokkr both looking for a 2-0 start due to their big upset wins yesterday. Breach, I think, a little bit more startling in their win maybe than Rokkr, but still just incredible wins for both these sides. Excited to see some of these guys back in the league. When you talk about Cammy back in a starting lineup, Paul back in a starting lineup, Wake back in a starting lineup, Purge back in a starting lineup. You know, a lot of guys that, you know, spent some time in challengers but are back in here and trying to show what they're made of. And you got to think when you're a team like Breach, especially with that combination of guys, you got a little chip on your shoulder, a massive chip for something.
No, I mean, listen, roster mania, I think could be it's a big moment where the question just kind of is for these teams, what do we want to spend? What's the goal, right? And you see maybe at the start what you have in terms of moving pieces, and you have to decide, is there a player that's attractive? Do we want to spend the money? And these guys said, you know what, like, we had a roster like towards the end of the year at EWC. We liked it. We're going to stick with it. We don't see that often here for a team in that position.
No, 100%. You're absolutely right. And, well, it's a hell of a win now when you really look at their road to Major 1, because look how it ends. I mean, you've got FaZe and Thieves to close things out. It's like you start tough with Optic, you end tough with FaZe and Thieves. That's a massive win.
This is a road.
Yeah, no, it really is. But like, if you could start out 2-0 here, how great is that? Because then Heretics, Surge, Ravens, those are all very winnable series. So if you somehow if you could start out like 5-0, even if you lose those two at the end, you're looking at a great seed going into the major.
Yeah, that is. I mean, even the middle of that road, like.
Yeah, I'd say, listen, it's not easy, but okay, the middle's easier than the beginning and the end.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
But I think that just puts more kind of on, I guess, that win yesterday. Like, putting more on that. But let's take a look at Rokkr's road and how they're going to get there. So we'll kind of remind you guys what it's going to look like. And this is sort of the opposite, where it's like the middle of theirs is real tough. Well, really, it's that Cloud9, Thieves, Ultra, FaZe.
Yeah,
like,
both these guys got some tough roads.
Yeah, no.
Some tough roads. So, yeah, you would love to start out 2-0. We haven't seen C9 yet. You know, we have that later tonight. Looking forward to seeing that roster, but
a tough test for them against Thieves tonight, yeah.
I mean, Thieves, FaZe, Surge, like, yeah, I mean, Ultra. I haven't seen an Ultra scrim, but then they beat FaZe last night, and we've heard some great things, and yeah, they show it. I mean, if Kleenex is going to play like that, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
No, I mean, when he's on point, he's one of the best subs in the world. I mean, he absolutely can be. Not maybe his best year last year, but we know what he can do when he's deep in his bag, and he was in that last night, absolutely. But just shots of the guys as we get ready to start this one back up again, hopefully in here momentarily. But they are ready to get fired up.
Everybody seems just very puzzled.
Yeah, like, what's happening? Can we please start the game?
Yeah.
Just sitting around, maybe calming the nerves a little bit.
We normally know when we see the fist bumps out, which we haven't seen yet.
But we're just going to check out some of the highlights we have for Minnesota. I mean, their series we saw yesterday. But this Rokkr team, I mean, probably we thought like one of the stranger ones when it came together. Just you've got pieces kind of from all over the place. Really the only sort of duo sticking together, and this will be Nero and Geo, which were together through what, like the last half of last year?
They clutched up. I mean, you win a very close game 1 hardpoint. You're able to win a round 5 control, and then, you know, in the game 5, after losing map number 2, 6-2, really bounced back on that rewind. But yeah, you won a 1-3-5, 2 respawns versus LAG. Didn't expect that, but yeah, I mean, had the clutch factor yesterday, 100%.
But for both, just coming down to winning that map 5, getting that Surge victory, getting the series win. You can see how fired up Geo was after that one. I think, listen, we know the passion's really flowing once we get to the minor tournaments, the majors. But still, these online matches, especially when you're a team that's just, you feel you got a lot to prove. Whether it's the coach's poll, just fan opinions, you're definitely not one of the favorites to really come out swinging. Just come out and get that win. I'm sure it's a big confidence boost for you.
No, I mean, it's day 1. I mean, the hype is there. You're excited to get these matches rolling once again. You've been prepping for about a month now, just in that moment. But yeah, here is that coach's poll we kind of talked about, and these two teams, C and D. So yeah, they're trying to cause some upsets.
Yeah, and you feel pretty good. If you're one of these teams, C and D, you come out, you maybe get a 2-0 start. Well, not maybe, and one of them is going to have a 2-0 start to continue on in this first couple of weeks before obviously we kind of have a break over the holiday, and then we get back into the swing of things as we ramp up for their first major. But yesterday, like, I don't know. I guess we always expect some surprises early on, some people to get caught, but man, definitely upsets all over the place yesterday. And then this is what we were talking about earlier, kind of this is what it looked like last year. I know the teams are very different, obviously, but just for the organizations, I mean, you are 11th and 12th. I mean, for Breach, you were the laughing stock of the league. I mean, whenever there was a statistic about Breach, it was either about their losing streak in matches or their losing streak in Search and Destroy. Like, there was some sort of negative streak that we were talking about basically always. And you and I casted that entire streak.
Maybe like 30 of those matches?
Yeah, no, we cast a lot of them.
I felt bad.
Yeah, we did cast a lot of them. I'm like, guys, I would love to say something positive, but Joe and I have just been casting L's week after week. I don't know what to say at this point. Like, good luck.
Yeah, then I think for Rokkr, it was really just that team change. Was it after stage 1? Or maybe it was stage 2, but like you had The stage 2 because they had so many close losses. Remember?
No,
that?
no. It was. You mean? Are you talking about the change once like Sandy and Gunless came in?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was after 2, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you were competitive. Then after that, it kind of broke down.
Because I think it was 2 where they had like the 5. It was like 5 game 5 losses or whatever it was. It was something insane. But while we wait for this to get loaded back up, sorry for your patience. I thought it was just a side thing. Obviously, some more issues going on. So after the W yesterday,
Well, probably it's a side thing, but every time you get out of this game,
it's like hopefully we can get back in. We're crossing fingers type thing.
I mean, Snoopy's not sitting on his chair. So
yeah, that's not a good sign. So we did get a chance to talk with Cam if you missed it yesterday. Let's take a look at his interview.
Playing like together last year, especially like me and Joe, we played with each other for a long time, even though if it wasn't challengers. Same with Purge, and then so the core 3, you know, we were kind of just always with each other, and then we've brought in Eric, and we're in a team house in Boston now, so we're always vibing together and doing stuff together, and it's definitely helping us with that chemistry aspect of it. I'm very excited, especially with these boys. You know, I think a lot of people are doubting us, but we definitely have a lot of special pieces. We just got to put it all together, and yeah, obviously back on the good old Treyarch. Just take it one match at a time. Keep learning the game. We've improved a lot in the last couple of weeks, especially this past week. So yeah, just keep going forward.
So very positive Cammy yesterday, and this is a look at how his stats looked. Led in many categories. He obviously ended things with that 1v1 win over Dashy. Hits a nice nade, gets a nice slide, wins that fight. And yeah, I mean, you can talk about red card cheese all you want, but the fact is they still won 2 searches.
Oh, it's cheese.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, yeah, cheese is not the right way to put it, but it's just one of those maps, you know, we're probably not going to see often from maybe the top teams. It's one where you're going to try to catch people.
Yeah. And I mean, for Cammy, like, I don't know. We always talk about Cold War Cammy, and at this point,
we do because he was literally that good. Like, he was.
Yeah, and like I just think that for him, it's got to be a confidence thing. Maybe last year going down to challengers helps him rebuild that confidence. You obviously see right here, you're back into a starting lineup. A great match #1 versus Optic.
Yeah, you got to think even for like somebody like Purge. I mean, what was that thing when we were surprised when they made that change because they were in a good spot. If you think about Vegas last year, good spot to likely make it into champs. They get rid of Purge, make some changes, look better at times, but didn't actually make the run. But like the thing that they struggle with Purge on the team, the thing they couldn't do was what? It was beat the top teams. They couldn't beat the top 4. You come in and you beat an Optic right at the gate. I imagine somebody like Purge, still a young player, that's got to be nice for the confidence.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, 100%. Yeah, just I think for their confidence, starting off, win versus Optic, it's a W. Now you're thinking we have a match the next day. Let's keep that up.
Yeah, this is going to be Nameless's favorite team because he's a big weight guy. Big Purge guy. He's going to be rooting for him massively. But no, I think we're all excited to see how they go because, like, I don't know, did you ever have that at some point in your career? Like, I know you had a very successful career, but like some moment where you had a big chip on your shoulder, whether it was like a team change or you got dropped or like something where it was like, I want to go in and just fuck everybody up.
Yeah, I mean, plenty. I think every player goes through that at some point. Yeah, but I think like Envy, like our Ghost run was a lot of that, very much so. So yeah, I think these guys. That's just it. They just want to prove their worth.
Yeah. We're not trying to like gas them up too much. They've won 1 match. Like we don't know how this is going to go. But like, I don't know, you feel good for guys that have been out of the league for a while and they're getting back in. But this is a reminder of how our maps and modes are going. We're hopefully getting started here soon. Last I heard, there was some conversation going on around the vetoes. I'm not sure what the disagreement is exactly, but something back and forth. I just saw fist bumps go out between the players, so I believe we are going to be good to go. We are. The miraculous fist bumps are out. It's time to get going. Thank you for hanging out with Joe and I for an extended amount of time. Listen, we're just filling holes, Joe. Filling holes.
That's what we do.
Yep.
Gotta fill that time.
Or that hole.
Well, that's on fault. We're not there yet.
That's true. That's a good point, Joe. That is true. But we're going to start us off on red card. Hopefully they got the whole veto conversation figured out. I'm going to pray they got the right sides picked. Otherwise, I might slap somebody.
Don't want that to happen.
Nope. I got a mean slap. Yeah. Very strong hands, Joe. A lot of weight behind it. Hello, elevator. Ding, ding.
I don't know why that was so funny to me. What is this map?
I know. It's just, it really felt like Warzone for a second, I swear.
Like a movie.
Yeah, I know. It's like a Die Hard movie or something, right?
Yeah.
Holy hell. But did you see anything, I know, that you really liked from Breach on this particular map yesterday? Maybe helped them get the victory? Or
I mean, I think really, if you look at their P2 was a good one there. That's where they found a lot of time versus Optic.
We'll see if they can lock down the P2 again. I know that this map's just, is one we're going to see how much we really see it called into play. Cammy starts out 3-0, looking for number 4. Geo there. laying on his butt, then popping it up, finding the kill. A nice start from Breach here. They'll find all of the opening time. Snoopy about Luce's. I think Luce's aim assist maybe there for a second. A little bit of mantle cheese, but finally able to get the kill. So now we'll focus on P2 and see if maybe Breach can find that type of success here. Pollux going big though with a couple of headshots.
And I think what's just interesting about Red Chart is this is one of the bigger maps in the game, right? But like what every single hill has is just very close spawns. So it just feels like it needs a couple of spawn updates, and it would smooth things out a bit, but instead, like, it just feels so chaotic, but then you're running forever.
It's just weird, because like I get it, because like I feel like in pubs, you kind of need that. Like, they want pubs to stay like fast and frantic and close spawns, but a lot of times for us, yeah, it just creates chaos where there is a lot of space on the map where you could get more old school spawn outs and really set up. I mean, this map, if it had deeper spawns, you could probably really punish people. Like, just some of the angles and like corners you could tuck away in if you got good position, it'd be a very punishing map. Instead, it's like, I don't know, it reminds me of, you and I talked about this, like kind of like Hotel a couple years back, where Hotel should have had space. Shouldn't have been as chaotic as it was, but due to spawns, it just played like it was half the size.
Yeah, it's constant. I mean, maybe here you get a bit of a push out here. Paul's in a really good spot, but yeah, I mean, you just spawn right next to your teammate there. Does purge. So some nice time there at P2 for Rokkr. They build themselves up elite. Geo is able to find 2. But there you can see towards the back, and now are Rokkr going to read this? I think they will. All the arrows turned. It was so clean. Boston just not finding the kills to maybe create that chaos.
Now let's see what they can do with this great hold. You're at least able to pick the player out of the point, but the ARs once again lighten it up. Pollux up close and personal. They're right back into the point. Got a second man here, maybe for this push. They've had them just spawning in, bottom parking, and trying to get out and make a play, but still, Geo, Pollux on the feed, Nero there to follow it up, and another nice sequence.
I mean, you had 20 points in P1, did Boston, and since then, it has been all Minnesota Rokkr. And really, it's Paul, Nero, and Geo. Estriel's 1-7. If he can get going, this could be even uglier.
Well, this reminds me of the Carolina series yesterday. We had like 2 people like double, triple positive, or sorry, double, triple negative, but you were still like in a tie game, basically. Yeah, here you got a 60-point lead. He's got 1 kill. Yeah, all right. He gets unlocked a bit. You're probably in a great spot. Looking for number 2. Not going to happen. It's not Estriel's map right now, but Rokkr still rocking at least early on, but finally, maybe a chunk of time for Boston Breach. As I say that, they're ripped out of the point. We go to fight bottom stage as Cammy's ducking, dipping, and diving from underneath.
I mean, props to Cammy because I talked about the spawns. There was an unreadable right there. 2 players from Rokkr just spawned behind them. Very close to that stage. Cammy somehow able to play his life. He's up to 13-7 on 3 in a row. Gets Breach right back into it. That was an instant where game could have got out of hand.
But King Cammy back in his bag, but we get within 30 points again after you get the bit of that scrap time at the tail end of it. That's going to allow Rokkr, though, to set up now for our next hard point. Point man on the other side of her Breach will be Snoopy. He's going to be the one up close, maybe looking for the entries. The rest of the team going to be rallying across as well. Snoopy is able to get that entry. At the same time, Geo does find 1, though. Nero kind of jumping back and forth. Will get a great timing there. A nice call out from his teammate to help onto Cammy. And early inside the point, at least for now, it'll be Breach.
Yeah, both teams just vying for control. I mean, we have 90 seconds off the play clock, and nobody is near 100 points. So this could absolutely go to time if these 2 teams continue to contest and finding those picks. Rokkr, though, going to get on it. They're about to hit that 100 points. 20 seconds left before we go back to P1. Paul and Estriel able to get some kills with those AMS, open up some lanes, and give them, right back to that 40-point lead.
I swear, just in the scrims I watched this map, though, it like feels like that during the first set. Like there's a lot of time up off the clock, but then I don't know. During the second set, people get a little more comfortable, a little less sloppy, or a little less contested time. We'll see if that holds true. 'Cause you're right, there's a decent chunk off of it so far, but you do about 120 up if you are Rokkr. Rokkr is narrowed out to 20-10 before he falls. Oh, nice help there. Nice help there. That Snoopy was dead to rights. He does eventually get ripped out of it, but we hop right over to Cammy's POV as he'll take down 1. They try to fight in from outer.
But again, just both teams fighting back and forth. All of Rokkr now on the stairs outside. Maybe just trying to flip spawns for P2.
How many sets of stairs are on this map, Joe?
I think there's like 19. I counted.
19. I knew there were a lot, Joe.
There are so many stairs.
You'd be working on your quads here. You're walking around this map, dude.
I've watched some, like just some of the, there's just so many positions on the map. Like teams just have
So many call-outs.
So many different call-outs because there's so many little areas.
Bush 1 through 27.
Yeah. Yes.
Van 1 through 20. Stairwell 1 through 19, according to you, or 18. Yeah. The newer maps get, the more stuff we've got, Joe. We've got ourselves a game as well, as Boston's made a bit of a run back within 17, and they've got control of the point. Swap over to Cammy as he gets one right before he's traded out. Now what can Big Wake do? Can he chain that into multiple? No, it's not going to happen, but there's been a successful trade and then a bit of pizzazz there from Snoopy. Nice little jump over the top to get another one. They are in the lead. Boston Breach now starting to cruise. Let's hop to a listen in with Breach.
Follow me.
Our absolute Paul. Our goal. Absolutely. Our goal. One shot.
Yeah, we spawn out. This one's out. I'm name time.
He's gonna be Suarez. Yeah, Suarez.
I'm name time.
Sidewalk.
Going back towards Suarez. I'm trying to pick him up. I'm trying to go top window, okay?
Still top stage?
Yeah, still Suarez.
Yeah, still top stage. Top stage, I'm one shot, can't shout.
Nice job.
Nice on all, guys. He could be in the goal.
Nothing going on.
Yeah, Paul on all dead.
Stage car dead. Last guy's H1. You're gonna spawn behind us. One shot.
Could be through stands.
Could be behind us too. Could be behind us. Caution dead, bro. Nice, so behind us.
Yeah, nothing else.
I'm looking at the back.
behind us. Yo, yeah, one of them. Hit him, man.
We can back.
Ball mid.
Two bus stairs. One time. Two bus stairs. One time. I'm gonna go right and pin. I'm gonna go right.
Let's just go on top. Go on top. Hold on. Second. Yeah, he's moving. Shouting, nated me. Left guy, Nero.
I'm playing spawns. They're still gonna spawn in. I'm playing spawns, so I'm taking a deep right.
Do a spawn in the back, right?
One could have maybe.
I'm playing for the guy in the back.
H1.
Nero in the back.
I'm out front.
Nero, got one more.
All you guys all spawn in the back.
Still spawn over.
He's bossing me.
I'm up near this guy.
They're gonna be mid.
There's two on all, guys. Two on all.
I have to back P2. Let's go. Sure, no.
We go, that's true.
He's gonna go. I can't block it. I'm just sitting top one, bro. I'm sitting top one, okay?
P2.
I'm there top one. I'm blocking. They know I'm here. They know I'm here. Suarez is twice near. He fell out. He's on walk ready. He's one shot. You're someone. He's one shot mid-side, bro. One shot mid-side, Paulie.
Yeah, I know outside. You're my P2.
P2. I'm up. P2 dead.
Absolute their side of Blue Geo. H1. Both there. H1.
I'm looking on time.
This is Cammy's home, dude. Like one with the Shire, just under the stage, locking it down.
No, I mean, this set so good for Boston Breach. They do a great job getting back into the game at P1, but really at P3, they set themselves up for this stage play. But I wasn't lying to you. They literally had an H1 call out and comp.
I also told you, like, after that first set, though, it kind of, I don't know. It just, the chaos sort of subsides a little bit. Less play clock time, more points on the board. As people start to find their rhythm on the map, you just need, what, a little over 40 here to get the win if you are Breach. Chance to start out 2-0 in the season. In the series, also, well, just on red card hard point. 3 through for Boston Breach. Snoopy wins a nice one there. Snapper has been on point. Him and Cammy leading the way at 26. Purge kind of right there with him. Estriel, he's picked up a bit. I mean, he was, what, 1-9 or whatever it was to start. 12-24, still double negative. You gotta think he's gonna have to turn up. Purge looking for a triple, but will just take down 2. Snoopy's got the angle there for another one, and once again, right back into the point. And now you've got like such a significant lead. You just need seconds here and there, and you should be able to put this away.
Yeah, Hellstorm called in as well for Boston Breach, so that's gonna delay this time. This push here for Rokkr, 10 seconds left, and as you said, Snoopy gonna pull out the PDW. For the most part, it's been all about the AMS. Maybe that's why for Estriel struggling here a bit. He's been trying to rock that 4th AR, but not paying dividends. Is, yeah, just 12 more seconds in here for Breach, and guess who's on P1? It is Cammy. Over 2 minutes on the hill as he continues to have a great game.
Yeah, 28 kills. Well, for him, Purge and Snoopy, and yeah, 2 minutes. He has been soaking it up big time. Rokkr do battle into the point, but yeah, you've got to be flawless from here on forward. To be fair, I mean, Breach kind of did it to them. They had an incredible stretch there. Can they stop them from really getting any kind of break? Purge wants none of it, though, as he's able to get 2. Cammy maybe one in front, trying to hit the pre-fire, misses shots on the trophy, throws the nade despite it. Trophy's going to go ahead and eat it. Cammy's going through it in that life, but still does need 5 more
props
seconds.
to Paul for staying alive in that scenario, right? Able to win the gunfight, but Purge is there. Sooner or later, you're going to break a P1. They didn't on the time. They don't find the final second. Paul trying to extend it, but there we go. They slide on through, and as you said, it breached. That was their map pick. They did it today. They did it yesterday. They're 2-0.
And it's just one of those things, I mean, especially early on with it being one of kind of the off maps, you know, it's going to get to a point where people are going to veto against you once you win a handful of them, and you're going to need to have other hard points, other things that you're strong on. Thankfully for them, they look really good in search. Just you're going to need another hard point or 2, though, that you're looking good on, because I don't know how many more red cards you're going to get if you keep winning.
Probably not many after this.
Yeah, right? Like, I was kind of surprised we saw it today, honestly, after they beat Optic on it yesterday. But, you know, it's just 1. But then it's just 2. And at some point, you start to think about it. We're like, we're just going to go ahead and veto that one against them. But another solid win for him there. A really kind of balanced effort across the board. Cammy leads the way in time, but everybody at 30+ outside of Wake. He was there, though, with the damage. And just a good group effort, which...
And really, it's the second set, right? Because they were down around 40 going into that P1 on the second set of rotations. It was like 120 to 80 in that ballpark. So you get 170 or so points to close out the game through 5 hills. And yeah, I mean, it's just right around here where they start to get going.
Yeah, you're averaging 30, 40 per. You're going to be in a good spot. But Cammy, I'll tell you what, man, whenever he was under that stage, it felt like he was the unkillable.
No, they played for that very well. I mean, just around the P3 while we were in that listen-in, they got to the positions. They were making sure they were spawning all the way back garage, and yeah, set up at that stage perfectly.
And yeah, you were trying. I mean, he did a really good job dealing with a slow start from Estriel. If you're a Rokkr, at least in the early going, and even though he picked it up a bit, still just felt like you hit another gear if you were Breach. You needed Estriel kind of pick it up on his side. Yeah, he had some great moments yesterday, but still, even yesterday at some of the hard points, like, he had some plays, but there were a couple games where he had like 1,500 damage less than like the rest of the team. One of those things, maybe he's still trying to get comfortable on some of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got a different duo here.
Yeah,
in Nero, they're just gonna, as a sub duo, as a sub tandem, just continue to work off one another, figure out their tendencies and how they want to play these maps.
Yeah, I mean, in Nero's not the guy that's really gonna be setting you up. He's gonna be flying,
yeah.
sending it, trying to take every fight. It's a different type of player than, I don't know, when we talk about your old school Loonies and Vivids and people of the world, they're going to be setting you up. He's just trying to take fights and put up numbers. So Estriel's going to have to find a way to get his at times, or really just support Nero on the other side of it. That's how it breaks down. You see just that kind of surge, for what, 6 hard points really, where they just kind of dominate it. You absolutely flatline.
Yeah, I mean, you have 69 points after that first P5, and then you win the game. So they just dominated 180 points on those next 5 hills there in that right chart hard point.
Yeah, Breach could just get, Rokkr could just get nothing going from that point as well. Now Skyline will have coming up next. We had a bit of Skyline yesterday. As we look forward to search, I mean, both teams, you won a game 5 if you were Rokkr, you won both your searches if you were the Breach side. Just Skyline in general, do you see anything yesterday from a search standpoint that, because we constantly, like, Falcons looked really good there. They had some fantastic plays.
No, I mean, it's kind of what we thought. It's very fast-paced, a lot of retakes, right? It just really depends on what the defense opts to do. If you can play slow, maybe you give up the A-bomb site, but it's a lot of risks. If you want to fight within the first 10 seconds, you can do that if you are the defending team.
Yeah, and sometimes it just seems like who just found a hole? Like, that just kind of blindly hits something. You said take a risk. Like, just hit something. And sometimes you win one-on-one and you're gone. You're in the back line. Or sometimes you don't. Like, we just saw players just get through gaps. And, like, you think, like, a map like Skyline, there shouldn't really be, like, holes. But a couple times you saw it yesterday, someone just got in behind enemy lines, picked people apart.
Yeah, I mean, because you can go from, like, catwalk, get behind some of these objects. You're up, down, should be through
underground. Just be a weird timing, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's just, plenty of opportunities for our sub players or anyone really to get lost.
Yeah, the second you lose one player on defense or whatever it is, you lose one player, suddenly you don't have eyes on something, and then things just really unravel from there. But yeah, no, it could be, we've seen, the fast-paced hits. We've seen people trying to slow it down and spread it out, like we saw kind of with Carolina and Falcons. We'll see what the case will be here. Usually, well, it kind of varies. I say usually you want to play with it kind of that aggressive, take space when you're a solid search team, but honestly, some of our better search teams have been kind of that slow, pick you apart, wear out your mental, kind of just like get people to make antsy plays too. But here we go. Map 2. Does Breach look to take a commanding 2-0 edge in this series if they can? They won both searches yesterday. See if they can do it again here. So far, they have the advantage up 3-2. See, Awakening obviously has a history with the organization on the other side of it. Nero, nice job recentering there. I thought the gunfight was going to get away from him. Nice little drop shot there from Snoopy, and Breach swiftly take the round.
I wasn't lying. 10 seconds. 120, they started those fights. But Cammy, great job. We talked about someone getting lost. It was number 7 in Nero who tried to make the play. Cammy, he goes from top plat, backs all the way up to attacking spawn, and then wins that next gunfight. So 2 for Snoopy, 2 for Cammy. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, it's just different than like, yeah, I don't know, you think about Vault. Like, we had a lot of like crazy early engagements. But Vault typically then came down to like an extended like 2v2 or like an extended 1v2. Like, things slow down after that opening fight, whereas here it's just it starts and it ends.
You're going.
There's not really the space maybe to navigate, but we didn't have too many kind of elongated moments yesterday. We'll see if we have any here. Snoopy hit down to 25, and then he will get cleaned up. They are just running through them. Looking like rabbits, kangaroos, bouncing around the edge, just bopping them off the map. Rokkr take over there, and yeah, it's another Joey D special.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're just going, we're running it. 4 versus 4, top mid fights, and then, I mean, honestly, the Rokkr players do a great job because they were in a bad spot, a couple of them. Just behind that pool pillar, just stayed alive. And yeah, that one was 16 seconds.
Yep. We'll see what the fastest round of the year is, so it's probably going to be Skyline. Or I guess maybe Vault, if like everyone just died and no one got out. Like, which didn't happen yesterday, but it might. But yeah, swift one yet again, 16 seconds. And we get right back now into our round 3. Aggressive again. This time the trades go the way of Rokkr, so they'll enjoy the 3v2 because they were down a man last time defensively. So now for Cammy and Wake, what openings can you find as things do slow down for a moment? Is Cammy try to work the back? Did he spot Geo? Don't think he did.
Question is, did Geo see him? That's really just depending on that FOV, right? Who saw who? There we go. Geo. Maybe not spotted him the first time, but that time throws his shoulder. Ready for the gunfight now. All down to Awakening. 1 versus 3 makes it a 1-on-2. Lose a little bit of aim assist there, maybe on that glass window as he's sliding
like, right?
through.
Yeah, he just kind of swiped left and right there. Didn't look like he was sticking much at all. At first, I thought his snap was good.
Yeah,
I thought he had it. Yeah, I don't think he needed too much more damage to win that. Give them a chance, maybe. But back-to-back rounds now for Rokkr. Really sent it in one in 16 seconds, this one. They got to spread it out to get the advantage early, but able to do it that way as well. Nero on 3 straight. Purge still looking for his first here. Same with Paul on the other side. Cammy this time will get the first blood. Now let's see if they can work with their advantage. Because so far, the team with the numbers early has been able to do it.
We talked about those openings, and here it is. Nero's able to find it. Gonna find one. Ready for Snoopy as well. Nice snap from Snoopy, but we're into a 2-on-2. Purge is the one player that we haven't seen really activate on the map, maybe shoot quite yet. That's who they have to find, and now he can pounce and taste down Geo. So 1 versus 2 for Paul.
Yeah, just nice patience. Then the shots are right next to him. Able to get that one easily. Snoopy just kind of sliding back and forth. Just don't give Paul anything for free here. He's the one that brought it back into the 3v3, if only for a second. Timing was kind of insane there. I was saying, I think Purge saw him. I don't think he saw Purge when he slid back. And Purge able to push it out with a sub, get 2 in the round, came into it with 0, but 2 big ones there. Because he brought them out of the 3v3 and then closes it out here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact Snoopy is able to get that quick trade, the nice reaction from him. Because Nero could...
Oh, he was ready for the challenge.
Yeah, he could close that round out. Give them 3 rounds in a row. Instead, Purge just kind of lurked throughout that round and able to find the final 2.
Yeah, man, so you hesitated all on the minimap ping or the call out. Like, you hesitate even a fraction of a second, he probably drops there. But nice reaction from Snoopy, and we'll be tied up now. Offense, breach. We hear a car out. And that'll be ripped off the map.
I don't know if it has been.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
sorry, I thought I heard it explode. You're right. It just stopped right as everything blew up.
He's down to 24 HP off of that, so there we go. It turns into a kill. Nice little wall bang there. So Geo and Paul able to find the first 2 in the round. I think they just stopped it and repeated around the pillar.
Yeah, all the nades went off. Like the car stopped, so I was like, they took care of it. No, you're right. They certainly did not. And then it did the damage. They're hunting, trying to isolate Wake. Oh, listen, they're all getting to the back. Just Rafa, he's no chance, no shot at all. They all just get through. He kind of backs up, thinking his life is not safe. All the openings in the lanes are there, and they take advantage of it. Able to cut him down. Snoopy gets one, but that'll be all he's able to pick up.
I mean, Rokkr looks strong again in search of destroy. Just great starts in these rounds with these first bloods, giving themselves man advantages. And if it wasn't for that Snoopy kill on an arrow, this might be, 4-1. But after that round number 1, looking much cleaner.
Boys kind of chatting through the last round. And Breach, just a couple of these offenses. Yeah, they've just gotten 2 dead, like, instantly. Whether it was the RC car or, like 2 rounds before that. Just chopped down by the AMS at range. Got to find a way to actually get into some gunfights and not just get cut down. There's a first blood from Purge. He is traded out, though, effectively and quickly there by Estriel. Pollux tried to back up. Thought maybe he'd win it. Not going to happen, though. Snoopy able to get 2. Geo just sending it from up top, but he will drop.
And everybody's just trying to trade. You're just jumping out of windows, trying to get the weak players down. But Breach switch it up a little bit. They've been so heavy over towards the A site. This time, they play top cat. Snoopy's able to get towards front bedroom, find another multi-kill in the round. That ties the map up 3-3. As you can see, Boston Breach here just sort of chatting through what they want to do, what adjustments that they want to make. Back on this attacking side, which, yeah, they have struggled the last couple of rounds.
If they just not get picked. Oh. Yeah, so that was pretty quick.
Yeah, they got picked.
Got picked. Purge gets dropped, but maybe he can get this plant. If he can get out safely, you got a chance to bring this back to the 3v4. Obviously, pressure now flips to the defense to work this defuse. I mean, they've been struggling to get a bomb planted, honestly. They've been to those positions.
Cammy's playing underground, so Awakening needs to stay alive and wait for Cammy to maybe make a play. I like that from Awakening, just back down, and there we go. Cammy gets 1, and now it's a 2v2. You have bomb planted. Nero's just going to hop in. I kind of love it. Someone's going to have to check this. And they think they're chasing them around. They are not. Nero hops it, and I think that was a wall bang. Awakening shot him from Jacuzzi, so they had a chance to check it.
The second it finished, he killed him like right as it got done.
Yeah, and I was like, where did he shoot him from? He shot him through that pillar.
Yeah. No, it was definitely
that one down.
It was definitely the wall bang from Jacuzzi, but like, I just am wondering why that didn't come through a bit earlier. You have the sense of the timing. Well, they just didn't realize he was on it, obviously, but that's a matter of like that split second. Like, he died as that finished. That is a tough one, but a great heads up play. Just hop on that if you're Nero. Now they go back in the advantage 4-3. Estriel just tucked away with bomb for now. Gio's got a bunch in front. He's able to get one and stay out.
Yeah,
he's just a bullet.
It's the whole team there.
Yeah, he's just a bullet. He shoulders it and drops instantly. I thought maybe he was going to hide as long as he could, but we'll get ran down. Estriel still kind of playing low, waiting for his time to get this planted. Starts, stops, starts again.
I mean, this is just all info, right? Boston, they showed 3 or 4 over towards the A site, so then they backed away. Now Rokkr, their turnover towards A, into a 2-on-2. Awakening trying to 5-5 in a row. He gets taken down. Paul with some great shots onto Snoopy to give them another advantage.
Fantastic stuff as they'll continue. And we'll look at the final kill one more time here from Paul. Nice little slide. Easy against the pistol. Another round here. And we'll see the wall bang. This is what we were checking it out, just right through the pillar. And it is, dude, yeah, it's
close.
It is real close. Honestly, I feel like I saw the kill on the feed like before it was done at first, and I was like, oh, he got him. But then, nope, it had just finished. You need one more round, though, if you're Rokkr to tie this one up at 1-1. Thought this one had potential to go the distance. It's maybe looking that way. Snoopy right into the fray. Thought he was just going to tuck behind bomb. Movement takes him past it, though, and he does get dropped. You still keep advantage, though. if you are Breach, Cammy, once again, to work this piano side, try to find an opening. Makes it a little bit easier now. It's just going to be Paul X deep. So that'll be the eyes on. That'll be the call out through. He gets some tags in as well, and Breach get a clean one.
Yeah, just right back over towards A on their attacking side. I mean, Breach have done well defensively over towards A, and they do it this time. But yeah, it's always good to see our pros even sometimes struggle down the movement. And Snoopy, he's probably trying to slide backwards. Instead, that dive comes through, and you just die, just like, hey, I'm right here.
What usually happens to me is I thought he was trying to go prone behind bomb. Sometimes I'm trying to go prone, like I just touch back on the stick a tiny bit and I slide back, and instead of going prone. And I mean,
well, that's because we have the old man setting on, which is
that's true. That's true.
They don't play with that.
Yeah, it's true. It's different without attack. I do that all the time. I'm trying to go prone, and then I just end up like sliding backwards. I'm like, damn it. And I die.
You are known for your movement.
No, I'm not. I know I'm not. Nice shots there, though. Pollock's known for the gun. He hits those, and, well, you got a chance to put this one away now. You're at a 4v2. It's all on Snoopy and Purge. Some shots in for Purge. Position given up. He drops. Snoopy does get one. Great damage into another, but there is the trade in. Rokkr get the search and destroy victory, and they'll even us up at 1-1, but a fantastic search and destroy out of them. Maybe some frustrating rounds if you are Breach. Gave away some lives maybe you would like to have back, and you looked so good in the mode yesterday, but from Rokkr, what we saw was mostly well-rounded. You won one of every game mode yesterday.
Yeah, it was a team effort. I mean, when we look at the scoreboard, you're going to see everybody has been involved. And I mean, that's just really it. They're just playing together as a team. But on a map like Skyline, that's what you're just going to see. You're going to see a lot of these 4-on-4 skirmishes quickly. It's going to be all about efficient trades and maybe who can make that individual play, and really everyone on that side able to do it.
Yeah, and it didn't allow, like, I mean, you shouldn't, obviously. When you have numbers, you should close out those rounds, but they did. Like, when they had a 3v2, when they had a 4-on-3, there weren't any really crazy ones given up where you allowed Breach to make some insane plays. You handled business when you needed to. This is what the series looks like the rest of the way. It's vault, and rewind. One that we think may go the whole way to a rewind to wrap things up for this series. But here's a look at the stats, as Joe was talking about. Pretty balanced on the Rokkr side. On the other end of it, really kind of the Snoopy show. 11-7, 1,200 damage. He was pumping in the numbers.
I mean, what's that? 5 first bloods there for Geo, but yeah, 6-4 advantage, and that first blood turns into the map result. 6-4 there.
Yeah, they just had so many of those. Eventually, just picking them as they're trying to work up towards the bomb. Like, they just were not able to. We got a graphic at the bottom, kind of showing how things broke down over the course of that search and destroy. But that's a big victory for Rokkr. I mean, that was the one I was kind of worried about. Just, I mean, based off one series with Breach and having the search and destroy success yesterday. But if you were going to bring it back and tie it up, you had to do it through search. They did it there. Everybody got involved, and we'll kind of break down some of the plays and chat through stuff while we wait for the control to get started. So let's go back to the desk here for a moment.
Thank you, Maven and Merc, and let's break down these first 2 games, starting with that search and destroy. We mentioned it, Geo, 5 first blood picks. That is a massive stat on day 2.
That is insane. I just love the adjustment from the side of Minnesota Rokkr from Boston Breach's play style. They weren't getting very creative. The first couple of rounds until about round 5, it was just hitting something out, playing the timing, and trying to just get the kills going. And that's how they played against Optic Texas yesterday. The difference is it worked because Optic kept playing into it and just headbutting Courtyard over and over and over again. And Minnesota Rokkr did not let that happen. They slowed down, gave them space, played the picks, and got the S&D.
Nameless, you went with Boston today, and this Boston team beat Texas 3-2. But if you look at their wins, they were able to win on red card, which they've already done for Hardpoint. Then they won red card, search and destroy. We got 2 vaults coming up here. Is Boston going to make it to a Game 5?
I mean, well, when we saw Vault yesterday, Rokkr looked incredible on that, in the control. They felt really good. Nero's always been a great control player, so could be a little bit of trouble if you are on the side of Boston Breach, but so far, the respawns have looked great. Cammy has continued.
Cammy keeps it going, and I was always told about this Cold War Cammy. What is it about Treyarch titles that's just working for this guy?
He's just nasty. Cold War Cammy was a damage dealer throughout the entirety of the season, and we get glimpses of it every once in a while in other titles, but for some reason, something on Treyarch, Cammy just feels really comfortable.
Our class is in session. It's time to draw some conclusions with Nameless. Take it away.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, listen, the intention of this segment is to get you guys better at Call of Duty. Now, while Rokkr did not win this map, they had an excellent P3 rotation, so we're going to get right into it. So what I want to show you guys is basically how to play this, right? So it's preferable to hold this hill from the front side and basically funnel everybody into spawning back here, which which I would consider the bad spawn because you really don't have many options. You have to either run up the escalators, wrap around back, where you're just going to be an unfavorable gunfight. So as you can see right here, Minnesota Rokkr, they're playing it a step ahead. This is Paul X on rotation, finding 2 kills in this area of the map. He ends up falling, but what you're gonna see is just everybody on Minnesota Rokkr pushing through, playing their kills patiently and picking up kills out here, and then insta-flipping, wrapping back to find more to pin them into that back spawn. So we're gonna put the map back down, play it, and so you guys can kind of see how this plays out. Paul X finding a kill on the stage, he ends up finding another one, and then what that does is he's alleviating the instant pressure on that rotation, but they're still thinking steps ahead. Geo in this position knows that there's gonna be more players coming from there, finds 2 kills, and then this is what I want you guys to pay attention to. What I was talking about was they want to pin them into this back spawn. As they start to push and find those kills, all the players are going to be spawning back here and funneling through and getting basically slammed trying to get towards this time where they pick up a huge chunk if you're on the side of Minnesota Rokkr. So for those of you out there playing ranked, this is how you want to play this hill. Be patient, find the kills, and then take your opportunity after you get those kills to volley and flip those spawns. That's all Hardpoint's about, is spawn manipulation.
That's drawing conclusions.
Yeah, and if you watch the minimap there, Paul was that last guy to spawn up, and just like you said, he went out to outer street, he cleared the front, and instantly turned around looking for that spawn trap. Really good plays from Minnesota Rokkr.
2 teams at 1-0 after upsets yesterday. One of them will be 2-0, and it's time to find out who takes the lead in the best of 5. Game 3 loading up right now, and we got our casters ready. Maven, take it away.
Thank you. Great breakdown there. Love the new segment as we kind of chat through things, and some awesome stuff from Ant there on the map. But now we look forward to the control, and we'll see how this will play out. Going to Vault, saw kind of everything on Vault yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, sort of just, yeah, a lot of offensive wins, a lot of defensive wins, some spawn traps really on both sides. Honestly, it's what I think we like to see on a control map. I think, you know, most of the time most maps are usually, you know, defensive favor, but we don't want it to be, you know, Jovutu invasion. Don't want that.
No, don't need any more of that. That's absolutely true. But no, we saw success on both sides of it, and we'll see who'll get the edge now. As we're tied up 1-1, both these teams looking for maybe a 2-0 start early here in the CDL for 2025. But the guys have been fired up. It was great to see them get wins yesterday. Now, who can get this 2-0 start? We get a shot of both the teams. Guys locked in, ready to go, just waiting for this map 3 to kick off. What really surprised you about Vault, though, yesterday from Control? Was it just like how easily A got captured a few times like early on in it? Like, it just seemed to be like instantaneous. Like, a 3 down, okay, point's done.
Yeah, no, honestly, because it just feels like there's a lot of ways to defend it, right? I mean, if you get a pick or two on the defensive side, even if there's one player on it, that you know how slowly that objective is going to go. But it felt like every time there was like this brawl inside of A. It was like 3 or 4 dead for the defensive team.
Yeah, it just takes a second, I guess, to get nades in based on spawn. Like, it's like it just so many pillars to tuck behind, places you can avoid them.
Yeah, I mean, our pro players are way better at staying alive than me, right?
Yeah. True.
That's really what it comes down to.
I'm sure it's a lot of it. I mean, there's just a lot of control points that are more like open. So you can just, you spawn up, you nade, right? You spawn up, you nade. A little bit more difficult there with all the bit of finesse you can kind of do inside of that A point, but time now for round 1 as we continue on in Breach versus Rokkr. On catwalk, Nero looking for an angle. Some tags in, but not able to find a kill. It's a nice hold from the defense to start us off. That's what we didn't see a lot of yesterday. It felt like just the opening pushes, the offenses were finding so much success. We didn't really see this much at all, where you're able to get 2 people pushed out to 2 parts of kind of that offensive spawn and start to apply pressure. Just make it difficult for them to even fight back 2A.
Yeah, now they're still stuck back here. So Snoopy's going to get spotted. You have a crossfire from Awakening. Everyone spot on the right side of the minimap for Rokkr. So they're just trying to find picks and get anything, but
this is more what you expected.
Yeah, great start here for Boston Breach. 8 kills in a row. Finally, Geo brings it back. Maybe to give them some room to work with. Said maybe. Just Cammy's there.
Yep. You still managed to get somebody flooded on forward where you've got to keep your head on a swivel. Now, with under 30 seconds to go, you're finally tracking back really to fight around this 8 point. Geo wins a big one inside, tagged up to 20 HP, but he wins the fight. Doesn't get back to full before the chow comes in. Paul X then takes off ahead. Same thing for him, though. So weak, and he take down a second. It's not going to happen. Breach have efficiently traded around the point, and time is dwindling. You don't have a single tick on the board yet if you are Rokkr. You've been stamped out in this one. Number still here. That is clean on the feed for Breach. 8-2 start from Cammy. A 7-1 start. Was it Wake? Or somebody had like a 7-1 start too. Like AA just thumped them there. And that's what we didn't see it all yesterday.
Yeah, when you and I tested Rokkr yesterday, like who were the playmakers? It was the subs. It was Estriel and Nero. But the problem is because you didn't have any kills, you're stuck in a spot where you have that PW and you're challenging ARs, top catwalk, behind headies. Just not easy to do. So they don't get inside of A. They're not able to finesse. And they start like 2 and 10.
I think that's a perfect example how important that opening break can be in control. I mean, just that sub thing alone, whether your subs are coming off spawns fighting ARs or you're finessing inside. Look with a sub. Yeah, they got nothing going. There was never even really a chance, it felt like there. You had one effort really where like 4 people were allowed to get to it. You have 1 kill on Estriel, 1 on Nero. Like, yeah, you just got uppercut. See if they can do the same thing, but not looking good. It is a 4-man white Boston breach. Too much to handle. They're going to kick it right over to B. They get that successful. Like, all right, let's go ahead and 3-stack this. They send 1 forward into Art.
This is insane. Look at this streak. I mean, again, you are on 11 in a row. Makes it 12 just from last round into this round. Breach are frying on vaults. And B is done. You still have Purge and Snoopy in your base, and this may be the fastest offensive round maybe we see.
We've had so far. Yeah, no, that seems for sure. This is an efficient unit on vault control right now. You do lose 1 player, so the pressure up to the other 3 to maybe shut this down. Cammy able to take down 1. Snoopy dials in another. Paul X through at least for 1 trade, but the trade there on the other side. Once again, 4 dead, 5 streak for Snoopy. 8 point. Can they even get there in time? Answer is no. It is Swift and commanding there at a breach. The air fist bumps are up.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Wow is one way to put it. Like, yeah,
I think game time. I think we're probably like 3 minutes.
Oh yeah,
right? Maybe less.
It's making up for our tech delays early. Well, not the tech delays, the veto delay, whatever it was.
2:40 right now in game time.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously at the minute 30, round 1, and then dude, right there, minute 10.
Before I like finished saying maybe Rokkr could have a good break too, they were 4 dead. It happened. I felt like so fast. Just wow.
And it was just the response from Breach sort of right as they got that 4 dead. It was number 1. I'm not sure exactly who it was, but they got into Art, and then the other 3 just hopped right over to B.
Because we saw what it was like Falcons or somebody tried it yesterday, but they got like 2 down and tried to hit B right away. But like 4 down, that's a whole different ball game. Just somebody to Art spawning them all out bottom left so quickly. Can you get a better break though if you're Rokkr? Can you do something?
We've traded.
Okay, this is the best we've done. Yeah, this is the best we've done. You go 3 for 2, at least the opening. You get onto the point, you stop the clock. You're looking for your first tick still in this one.
But now this is kind of the problem. 1 pick from Awakening, and then just sort of where is the retake coming from, right? All these different doorways, catwalk, now going to be 3 dead. Nero just going to try to finesse play his life. Find a multi-kill, able to do so, but he's just got no help right now. See, continues to stay alive, but Cammy with the pistol takes him down.
Nearly a disgusting play. That reload got off a little bit faster. Maybe takes the chow faster and takes the 3rd down, but now back in control of the point will be Breach, at least for now. You're looking for your next opening. If you are Rokkr, you've done such a good job trading or while finding multi-kills. If you're a boss at Breach, you've never left them with many around the point, and they continue to do it here. This time the multi-kill comes out of Snoopy. If there's anybody alive, even you win the fight technically if you're Rokkr, you've got like 1 guy left. You can't really progress it much at all. They've gotten 2 ticks at least.
They're in the blender again.
But yeah, you've got to win this round or it's done. And look at the mini-map right now. You are coming off spawn and there are bullets whizzed by your forehead.
No, I mean, you are. This is like an old school spawn trap right here. Cammy with the Jackal able to find another one now spawning up towards that pool house. Awakening's done a great job just locking down this B street, putting bullets in. 15 seconds. Rokkr have to do something here. Maybe with Nero doing that, 2 ticks over towards A. Maybe we get an extension to the jump down to Snoopy. That will be a 4 dead, so we do. A will be done. But now Boston, yeah, over towards B.
You have 11 lives. You don't have a lot of opportunities at this, and this is the harder point to get, obviously. You lose Paul pretty much instantly. Purge from underground, trying to find an angle. Not going to happen as Gio's ready, waiting for that. You want to take your time and really get 1 really good effort at this. You still have a lot of time to work with, and I was going to say, you had 2 down. I thought you were in a good spot, but then Snoopy nearly gets 2. Purge has got vehicles working with him as well as he's able to take down 2. And just contesting around the van from the front will be Snoopy. They are at least able to take him down with nades, but... Okay, 3 down. This is your chance. This
Gotta
is
be
it right
a little careful here. And now, yeah, nobody's top art. So Snoopy and Awakening, really what you're trying to do off spawn is hit an 8. Try to find a pick and slow down this capture. And well, it comes behind Purge. Now Jimmy, the next man up, slides on through. There is the numbers. Snoopy going to be the difference maker. As Purge finds another. So there you go, 4 dead, and now you only have 1 life remaining here on Paul.
If they had a few more lives or a little more time, you might extend this one, but you had neither. Now Paul, 1v4 for the control round. And time is a dwindling. 15 seconds to go. He's gonna just pop out and try to world star, not even gonna get an opportunity as the nades are gonna collide. And that is a master class at a breach in the map 3. I know, I mean, round 3 lasted longer than the first 2 combined. There was a fight there, but the first, I mean, they just came out and stunned them. Like Rokkr,
I mean, honestly,
came out and stunned them.
The fact Paul and Estro are kind of laughing, I feel like, that's like, what else can you do in that moment? They just got to know you got steamrolled.
Yeah, I mean, whether you're on offense or defense, the first 2 rounds, there was somebody basically influencing your spawn in the opening 20 seconds. Like, just spawning you out bad corner. Just like, good luck.
Yeah, really, the only thing you're going over in VOD is sort of just breakoffs. What do we need to switch up?
Well, I mean, we've talked about for the years the controls, but I think breakoffs, I mean, more important on some maps, but they're always so important. I mean, they dictate a lot, whether you win on offense or defense. They can dictate so much, and that was a big example of it in those first 2. My God, they could just get nothing going. They got 3-4 down instantly, and then it's just like you're playing off the back foot the rest of the round. You really are. Because you need to, like, you have to pull off like a 3-4 down, then like another one to like get back and actually progress on the point. It's tough.
Yeah, it is, but you can see everybody, positive on the side of Boston Breach, and just great fundamentals from them. I mean, even like that last retake when you have 3 players from Rokkr on the B zone, like nobody panicked. You waited for each other off spawn, no one over-challenged. If you were challing or sliding, you were doing it together, making sure your nades were out. And yeah, they just didn't make mistakes where last year, the Boston Breach, yeah, there was a laundry list of those where someone just over-challenged or tried to do too much.
Yeah, total game time was 6 minutes. So like that's usually like a fast like search or something, right? Like that doesn't usually apply to control sometimes, but man, it was a quick one. And just those type of moments, man, where it is 3 or 4 dead, you make it so difficult for the team to do anything. And when it wasn't those scenarios where it was like a 4 dead and Breacher just frying, they traded as good as they needed to. The trades were there to keep the life advantage and win the 3rd round. But yeah, I mean, when you got somebody who's what, like 9-2 and 7-1 after your first round, you're vibing.
Yeah, I think all our teams, honestly, like, you know, on this map, Vault, if you do get into that trap, it's just, you're going to have to figure out sort of an objective. Where do we want to push off spawn to find the first kill and kind of help us get out of this? Like, what is that best route?
Well, and sometimes what did we talk about in the past with different maps, but like control, usually like when you get into that position, like somebody's gonna like world star somebody. Like you have to win a gunfight you have no business winning sometimes to get out of it. Because like it's just people posted up on Headies, like knowing right where you're spawning, staring at you. Like sometimes you just have to rip somebody.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
You're not trying to like sprint off spawn. Like someone just needs to slow it down and L trigger a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's like easy to do, I think, maybe after the first time it happens. But once there's like 30, 40 seconds left in the round, like it's just, everyone's panicking. You don't have time to do that. And I mean, Breach had him in that position for quite a bit, but what a bounce back there. Didn't look great maybe in the search and destroy, but they look real good in that control. And I was excited to see for an organization that was, I mean, the laughing stock last year. They were. I mean, just great fundamentals from this roster so far, especially in respawns. Just really what they've shown. Teamwork's on point. This isn't a group of, you know, say superstars. I feel like every single one of these players has had moments throughout the league where we've seen a ton of potential. Yeah, I mean, Cammy has been a superstar at times. Oh, I mean, he's been like the best player in the game in moments. Wake has had, like, you look back to MW or something where he's one of the best players in the game. Absolutely, he's had that. Snoopy, you know, he's had the misplays or maybe poor decisions, but from a talent standpoint, we've
just been some time.
Yeah. It's just he's just, you know, young player. And then Purge, like, yes, maybe the flashy plays haven't been there. He's not getting the triples or the quads or stuff like that. But like, we know he's a smart player. We watch him on the minimap. Know he's making the right routes. And I don't know. I like the team on paper. Wasn't really sure what to expect once you're actually in the leagues. And we just saw it briefly at the end of last year, but.
I'm still not sure what to expect really from anyone.
Yeah. That's the fun of a new year, Joe. That's what makes it a blast. How are things going to go? I don't know, because I mean, you look at the pick'em's results from the fans or from anyone yesterday. It didn't look good. Yeah, anybody. Like, hey, you called that all right yesterday.
You're a genius.
You're lying. That would have been impressive stuff. But we stay on vault now for the map 4. As Breach looked to close it out through 3 respawns, which would be like the opposite of what they did yesterday. Through 2 searches. How can they do it through the respawns? We get right into the battle, and, well, at least the opening break in the hard point looks a little better for Rokkr.
Yeah, and I mean, just get your subs going if you are Rokkr. But for between Estriel and Nero, just allow them. Well, okay, you talked about now it's 4 dead. Wait till you purge. Alrighty then. But yeah, I'm just saying, you're hoping to get Estriel and Nero going. Just find them some space.
We gotta get Ant a shirt, bro. Like some purge, like Wake shirt. Some like combo.
Dude, they are just frying. Again, it's 3 dead.
Yeah. I think they're playing with a little bit of confidence right now. Maybe not showing a lot of respect to the other side of Rokkr. They are just running at him, running through him. And looking to get this series done with the swiftness. Back to Purge's POV and behind enemy lines. At least able to take down one. Comms his teammates about another. Challenge another. Pistol hits. Popping to the forehead. And everybody on Rokkr drop it again. You want him to try to get it going, but haven't been able to get it going early.
And that's just the worst time to go for it, Dad. But now maybe behind those 2 kills, maybe you're going to flip the spawns, or just that one close one there for Snoopy, maybe to help them out. Back spawns going to be up in the air. Boston are still there, but Rokkr, nice pressure on the hill just early because, yeah, the 4 dead, when it came in, it's not where you wanted. There was about 5 seconds left on that P1. They're doing it through the front. And this is what they did yesterday versus LAG. They just kept making plays, maybe when the spawns were against them.
No, 100%. There was a 2 and 4, like multiple times, where it seemed like they were in a bad position, but they were just able to win it from the bad side. Because that was, I mean, yeah, they were on the worst position they could be. Like you said, 4 down, such an inopportune moment, but what a great job winning it through the front. As now we're off to the races for 3. One kind of gets in between enemy lines. That'll be Estriel. I think he just got spotted. He did. He's just looking everywhere, but Wake just tucked behind a palm tree, able to get the kill, and they should be first into the point.
Yeah, now Boston control in the middle of the map. That's where that push is coming from. Paul and Gio will find 2. So now Awakening is thinking, we got to try to stay alive. Cammy's playing safe, playing that anchor role. A couple of his teammates spawn up, so you get splits on the opposite side just due to that front pressure. So Awakening number 4, they come off spawn, get taken down by Paul.
So this is where like Rokkr really did a good job yesterday as well. Like these kind of setup points where you're like setting up for 4. Gentlemates would like be getting set up, and they're like, okay, we'll take 45 seconds then on 3. Like they did such a good job just chipping away in those kind of off points, whatever you want to call them, like your non-money hills. Such a good job in those points. We'll see if they can do that again. When you do that and you get 45 seconds, then you get a break at your money hill, suddenly you're winning a hard point.
And this is a perfect example, right? Because all Boston Breach are kind of holding the line.
Oh, yeah.
With 20
that's why I said it. Like, they were all art side, basically, just sitting on art.
Like, just sitting there. Number 8, Gio's lurking under them. Maybe he can make a play. He's trying to find one. Snoopy, though, gets aggressive through the middle of the map. Purge is able to find another one. A nice pitch up there for Awakening. So P4 over to Breach.
Okay. Now, this time, maybe a little bit better of a setup, a little bit more breathing room. Kills maybe came in at an even more opportune time for him this time.
Astray, though, might be making the play. I think he takes some shots, so Breach is going to know that they are there. Well, he finds a wall bang. So can they find an early break with 40 seconds left? You have multiple players, but Purge locks it down as he's up to 10 and 6.
I mean, that's a massive double there. I mean, you still would have had somebody left, but spawns might get a little bit wonky if he doesn't win that. Instead, you spawn your teammates safe. You win the fight on the point. You just know sometimes like how it is now with like it's like the hard point goes white and like it's just I don't know what's gonna happen with the spawn. Sometimes just how it is. It gets a little bit freaky. But we get ready to wrap up our first set and you're up 30 if you are Breach. I mean, it could be a much more significant lead if it wasn't for the great play from Rokkr on 2. We get back to mid-map now. Nice little win there from Nero, and that'll be 3 down. So a little better start here, probably at the P1 for Rokkr.
Yeah, they needed that, because Purge is already thinking about like P2 spawns, and he was also on 6 in a row, maybe trying to find that Hellstorm, but you do take him down, and yeah, again, just finding some of this early time here on P1 to keep it close.
Whew. Thank God he was as weak as he was. That may have been another one. Purge still going. He is absolutely cooking, up to 15 and 7. You know, they got the win yesterday, but statistically, I mean, he was, what, -25 or something, put up like a 0.8, wasn't exactly frying. And, oh, I thought maybe a hiccup there for a second. I thought
just observers.
We're good. Maybe it's the observer lag. Okay, so we're going to keep it going.
Got nervous.
Yeah, no, I stopped breathing there for a second, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and stats didn't look good yesterday because I think on Skyline shots he was like double positive and had them in the blender.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. But putting up some stats right now in a hard point. Still just trying to build this lead. Now we get ready for the P2. You're going to have numbers right now for your Rokkr. The only guy that was really back there was Cammy. So, what, last time through, they broke it through the front, really good break. Now they need to show if they can hold. You do get an opening one quickly if you're Purge. Nate going to connect onto Astriel. The follow-up Nate is there from Wake. They'll take him out. Now suddenly all the pressure in Nero on the back. I thought he's going to lose that because the stun hits. He's still going to win the fight. He actually gets 2 through it and 3. What a play there from Nero. I didn't think he was going to win the first fight. Then he gets 2 more after that.
I mean, and the best thing is that Estriel, he kind of like spawns out. So he just has so much forward pressure where you spawn all the way top left of the mini-map if you are Boston Breach. So you got to hike across the map, and there's only 25 seconds left. But that is 2 P2s in a row where Nero just goes off. And again, keeping them within striking distance, only down 30.
And you're still getting Estriel's not had good arc points.
He isn't at a good respawn.
No, he is not. But Rokkr, they're trying to extend this series to a map 5 in a 40-point hole right now. Let's see if the boys can get it together. Let's go to listen in now with Rokkr.
Okay. Yep. I got him. I gave hard. Watch him middle. Could be deep right as well. Nothing vault. Let me go right to you, I think. Yep, you. Nice, one to you, Snoopy. I needed it. Dead. I shit. Top gold, one shot. Maybe you on me. Yeah, vault. I think alright. Vault got me, Snoopy. Vault top gold. Yeah. Top gold can hit up. One shot middle purge. Here are you quick. Snoopy's our bottom bar. Yeah, bottom bar. Bottom bar dead. Nice. One more time on me. Try to play life. Just try for a life. Try to get him off this time. Might not connect there. Absolutely connect there. You ran away 1G. You went out. I'm running through. One's still in the back of me somewhere, no? Okay. That's not even my vault. I'm pretty sure one's still on me. Hey, we're missing Purge. I think it's Purge, bro. I got one Purge. I got one in the back of the back. I'm pitching back. Back, up bullet. Okay. And let's get middle. Behind the back wall. Yeah, back wall. I'm just on the guy. One shot. He's spawned out. The front to my left. Bottom golding all then. Bottom awakening. Try and play your life. What's that new on him? That new on him. I'm coming live right now. Back door me, back door again. I'm on the back. On the Jeep, dead. Nice. Not in the back. That is above me. Stop me. I don't see Purge money. I gave a top then. Shot around. I got him. One of those Purge I think we're missing Kimmy top. Yeah, he's top. I'm telling him now. Still top. Yeah, low, weak. I'll tell you what. You can't be. I didn't get time, you guys. That's on your front door. Out of right. Out of right. Back door, they're gonna be 3. I'm on the back door. Back door, 2 weak. Two back door. One shot Cammy. All good. I haven't done one left. Just 2 on time, Cammy's weak. Nothing got it right. They're all left. That's on left. I didn't see anything. I'm holding. Y'all hold that. I'll hold connector off. I'm holding Victor. I have connector. I have the right cross. I got left. I got the right cross. Alright, but I can help you on time. 2 left. I need
50 points between them. Breach still with the advantage. They can close out this series right now, but fighting from the point, accruing the time. That'll be Rokkr.
Yeah, I mean, you had your chance if you're Rokkr during that listen at the P4, but it was a great break from the side of Boston Breach. Awakening stayed alive up top, just bought time for his teammates to get there. They break the spawn, they get on through, they hang on to this lead. But yeah, throughout that listen, there was just a couple of times where you just heard it like, we're missing one, and it was like the wrong name. So just comms just not where they need to be here yet for Rokkr.
Oh, yeah, there was one time where it's like, someone's like, there's gonna be 3 in the back, and then someone peeks the back and goes, there's 1 person here, or 1 guy. I'm like, well, no, it's 3 of them. Just maybe a little frantic at times, just in those moments where you're battling around the point, but the comms, something certainly you work out over the course of the year, more scrims, and more matches here in the league. But you're chipping away at this lead a bit. One's down 50 within 20. Gio is able to get a double before he drops, but now our next hard point will pop. You've got position and spawns if you're Rokkr again. You did a great job with it from last time, but it's been Nero that's kind of been the hero of this particular point.
Might be Purge. Yeah, he's all the way through. Purge gets behind Paul. He's gonna find one. Can he just finesse enough? No, the trades are there, but maybe he gets enough time for Snoopy to make the play. Tried switching weapons. But at least it's going to be messy, and there we go.
No, 100%. You made it messy enough, and you eventually push on through. A great play there for Purge. Just cuts up. I didn't see which player he got in between.
I think it was Paul. Yeah, Paul that got right behind him.
Like, that time he looked insane on the mini-map. But we'll see if that ends up kind of deciding the game. No, you can't win it here, but a massive moment and a good cut there from Purge. Tries to go vertical, but Cammy can't win it. Just death, blood, fire everywhere as everybody drops basically around the point. But Rokkr, they'll get the remaining 10 seconds or so. Is now, what, 50 for the win for Rokkr, 35 for the win for Breach. Wake will be playing from deep statue. Really, the only one battling around the point was Snoopy, at least for now. You've got that top side lane kind of covered if you're a Rokkr, but as long as Purge is here lurking from mid-map, and you've got somebody working on the flank in Snoopy, it's going to be difficult to get anything going.
You know, I mean, Rokkr, I mean, they had to push P2 one last time, so you gave up arch control for P3 and P4, so there's just a ton of pressure on them. Not only to earn this time, get them off of it, but also potentially to flip those spawns. As Purge continues to make plays, another double kill through the middle of the map. Nobody on the time quite yet, but gonna allow Purge maybe to set this up. Again, just allow them to anchor for P4.
This is where they're doing a much better job than like thinking about that first P3, where you end up getting a lot of time if you're a Rokkr. They never really had that player mid-map kind of picking them out of the point. This time, yeah, they'll get the remaining time here, but you did enough. Hopefully, you got to hold now. You're going to be trailing by a point. 220, 221. But now you've played this entire time for this setup at P4. You've got to try and close it out if you are breached. So far, so good. As long as they're trading efficiently, you should be good to go. Purge, big chow coming. Nero's able to win it. That's a massive win from him. And now Cammy's got to be worried about what's going on. Snoopy's actually able to pick that up, and a bit of chaos around the point. Cammy trying to dip and dive, stay out of that fight, be able to pick up the push from mid. But you're into the point from Rokkr. That one kill from Nero ends up getting you in. Can you do more with it?
Well, and I think Boston was just thinking, we have close spawns, let's just slay around the point and then converge onto it. But they haven't dealt with it. I mean, Astro and Nero is still here. Number 3 and Soupy is going to spawn out. Maybe that allows a pitch to develop, and it does. But it's just sort of chaos all over the place. No one wants to overchill. Finally, Cammy's at the point. 5 in a row for him. They can't win it here now. Rokkr has done enough to get into a P1. How do they keep doing this?
I don't know. Like, their breaks. Like, even if they're not clean, they're making it such a mess. You never get a semblance of control again if you are breached. Now let's go to the point. 1 kill for either time. 245, 245. Into the point, fighting is Rokkr. There's a team kill that comes in, but everybody's going to drop the final seconds through, and Rokkr pushing to a map 5 in an insane one. You had position and spawns, it feels like, so often if you were breached, but Rokkr, enough presence, enough pressure, enough big gunfight wins, just break up those big holes from breach.
And again, yeah, like you had the spawns, but the point was Rokkr's, and nobody overchalled because they're trying to cut off the reinforcements.
Well, you saw Cammy up top. He's like, do I like jump down and try to make a play? Do I stay up here and hold top control? Like, you saw him just sort of like, I don't know what to do. He's on like 5 in a row. But my God, you hold on to it. I mean, you've got a pretty okay lead, around 50 points throughout a majority of that game, really, if you are breach.
But they just stayed around. It never got worse than that. And I think that's really the key. Like, Rokkr always had like a break, or they found a good amount of time at a P1 again to make it a game and give themselves a chance. And they kind of all turned it around. I mean, the slaying was a bit one-sided. Now you can see the scoreboard. Paul with a great game, 4,200 damage from him. Astro really turned it around. Yeah. And a lot of the times I saw him with the 3rd AR, and then towards the end at that P4 and P1, pulled out another sub, had a couple of multi-kills.
I just remember seeing him like 7 and 14, then around 11 and 20, somewhere in that ballpark. And then, yeah, he brings it back to nearly even. So he definitely stepped it up, and a big part of why they were able to eventually get that dub. But the aggression, creating chaos, it's like one moment, one gunfight win, it gets you in. And yeah, you could just never regain control if you were breach. When they needed those 3-4 downs desperately, if they were able to get in the control, they couldn't do it there in the hard point. Just couldn't come up with a play.
Nero loves P2, man. That guy loves it in that area. I don't know.
He had some truly terrific moments, but that sets everything up for a map 5. Breach and Rokkr look to go the distance. We're headed to a quick break. When we get back, we'll see the conclusion of this series.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We get to a map 5. It's going to be Rewind. Both these teams played it yesterday. If you're a Rokkr, you won it in round 11 in map 5 to clinch that series yesterday against LAG. If you're Breach, you beat Optic map 2. You won that 6-2 in convincing fashion. So both have a rep on it here officially. We go to a map 5, and again, this is, listen, it's early, but it's still a big one you think about for these organizations, considering the year you had last year just to get out to a 2-0 start, and also due to the fact that we saw their strength of schedule kind of over the course of this stage before Major 1, and it's getting harder at times. So, like, this is a big match for both.
No, 100%. I mean, already sort of, you have some VOD to go over, right, on day 2, right, in terms of we both played this map, so some coaches just sort of looking at tendencies, what you know, each other likes to do in terms of strategies, which maybe bomb sites that they prefer, but yeah, that round 11 was a wild one.
Yeah, no, there were a bunch of rounds that I just had like question marks in my head during the course of that one with like Rokkr LAG. It was an interesting one, but a bit more efficient for Breach and their 6-2 win, but who will be the hero here in map 5? You live for these moments as a professional player. I know we're not on the main stage, we're not at LAN, but still, the heart gets beaten in a map 5, especially when they start to go the distance. Who will be the difference maker here as we kick it to Rewind?
You like this map because it like reminds you like your childhood?
I knew it was coming at some point.
Yeah, like going to Blockbuster.
Dude, that used to be the thing, man. Like Friday night at Blockbuster.
Even I did it.
It was the best. I wish they would have realized that they were going to go bankrupt and figure something out sooner than they did. But then Netflix came out, it was gone. Sheesh, it went away quick. Man, like Circuit City. See you later. It didn't adapt fast enough.
Radio Shack.
The Radio Shack. It didn't adapt like our professional players do, Joe. Well, ooh, you had trouble adapting to jetpacks, though, so
that's true. You're not wrong there.
Oh, I'm just teasing. Round 1, though, 4v3 for Boston Breach.
It's the truth. It's okay.
As they'll start us off with advantage, and take a breath here for a moment. But you got numbers on offense. Obviously, mostly going to see these plants come in towards A, just maybe waiting out. You don't have a trophy, waiting out nades, waiting for that opening. Don't want to give away any kind of freebie if you got somebody on the plant.
And maybe now with Purge in this spot, you feel comfortable to plant the bomb, right? He can sort of see the cross, at least has your middle. Has one of just some info. Jason, you push this. So what's Rokkr going to do? They're going to 3-man hit towards RV. Awakening's going to find that, back that up, just play with his teammate. I like this. And now Purge is going to activate on the other side of the map.
Just trying to trap him in, right? Just take space, lock him in, and they're doing such a great job of that. Just picking him apart one by one. Paul last guy up, 46 HP and a dream. Purge just prone, lying in wait. And yeah, that was fun to watch on the minimap there. You just saw them kind of choke him out.
That's a Purge masterclass. Earns the first blood, gets diner control. From there, allows his teammates to work in the A bomb site. As soon as they're RV, he starts to activate on the opposite side of the map. Earns himself another 2 picks. Great round from him.
No, really was. No. Perfect. Just kept taking space.
And look at that stash that's coming in for that guy.
I got to be feeling confident after, well, at least his individual performance in the last map. I mean, he was playing really well. I don't know what he actually ended up being, but he was leading the way for the team, and then things fell apart. Maybe take at least some of the individual swagger into this one. Start off with a great round 1. Just try to close this out, but real efficient. Paul gets the only kill, and it's that time where that round's basically over. He gets something different in the first blood department for Rokkr. Not going to be the case. It's Purge and Snoopy lighting it up early on. They've got all the control in the world. They are not slowing down. Snoopy from the top rope looking for more. Hunting down his prey. He guesses right. He went left. Destro gets one, but the follow-up there from Cammy. Last guy is Geo. Cop car. Nades connect. Bullets hit. Fist bumps out. Breach is rolling.
Yeah, and I don't know the break off. Geo looks like he's watching mid-street. Maybe he's watching over towards Diner. Not exactly sure the angle, but Snoopy just walked up middle. They just weren't ready for it. That starts the Boston Breach sort of round win. But yeah, Geo was all the way in the back. It looked like that's the angle he was looking at, but maybe just L-triggered at a different spot. And yeah, they get caught off guard. Again, there's a lot of stuff on the middle of the road. So who knows?
It looks like it's just like an open street, but it's not.
It's not.
72 vehicles, trees, bricks, trash cans. There's everything. Somebody hits a slide, you just miss some sneak on through. But they're pushing the tempo a little bit this time as Breach. Aggressive out towards B. Get one across with bomb. But he's going to start to work that plant quickly. Put this pressure on Rokkr early in the round. Plant is through.
And then I talk about timing. He's like, what timing is Purge going to get? Because he doesn't have to worry about his connector. That's why you see him backing up. But he's just jump spotting. And well, I think Nero's going to find the first blood. Awakening with a response. In this retake, now down to a 2 versus 2.
Purge yet to drop. He's 5-0. 25 seconds remaining on this. They kind of had one ninja. Think about maybe doing it again. Paul tucked away in the corner, able to hit it. Oh, God, I thought Purge had a chance. The shot's a little bit shaky. He's thinking about the next fight, probably.
Yeah, that's what it is.
He knows he's got somebody about to hop the wall on him. Thinking maybe 1v2, 7-0 start, but it's not going to happen there. The retake. It gets done. Rokkr get around.
There's like a little tree there. I mean, listen, I'm not making an excuse for him. Yeah, he definitely got smoked. But yeah, you know, a lot of the times our players in 1 versus 2s, yeah, this is going to look ugly.
Yeah, you're just thinking about the snap. You're thinking about the snap.
Oh, but Gio was right there anyways. Never mind. He was literally on top.
Oh, no. That's what I'm saying. He's thinking he has to, like, instantly win that insta snap. Like, he was likely dead to rights. But no, it wasn't the prettiest shots.
No, but that's sort of like kind of what we saw yesterday from LAG with this B-bomb site. It's tough when you start to give up some space. It's the same thing right there where they give it up and then their sort of 2-on-2 play gets red, right? They try to rotate through courtyard and they get caught.
Excuse me, sir. You're in my lane.
Oh, wait, we have a car battle. It's battle bots.
Purge on one side, Paul on the other. Just kind of spotting for mid-map. A lot of these, you know, they might lead to an assist, lead to a kill, but more often than not, just kind of 3Ping for info.
I wish we could see what they were looking at, because this is not what they're looking at.
You don't think he's just checking out Diner in that Jeep there?
No, I do not believe so. He's definitely looking at, like, something else.
He just likes that part of the map, Joe.
Okay. I will defend this burger town.
Guy loves cheeseburgers.
Same.
Who doesn't? Well, probably vegans or vegetarians or something. Purge looks to activate, though. And he does. That's another first blood for him. Can't take down a second, but then a flurry of kills come through afterwards, and the numbers lead the way of Breach. 2 versus 1, 25 seconds remaining. Nero gets bombed back.
There's a reload. Ooh. He heard the reload. That's why he snapped. But Snoopy, bit of an off angle there on top of the trash can, then hits the jump. Maybe just gets a little wonky there and able to catch him.
And it's just,
just a headshot.
Yeah.
We're not seeing hit markers, but he got zapped.
No, that's the one thing I know we have a couple. Bear with us. It's early in the season. A couple bugs with Codcaster. We usually do at the beginning, but like the no hit markers throws me off sometimes. Like I can't tell if he got that person one shot or.
Yeah, no. I mean that was evaporated there.
No, he certainly did. Breach with that round now comfortably in control again. Purge a lead at 6-2 and what 2 first bloods I believe through 4. They want to push it again. They'll get stunned up. He's there to cover Snoopy. They'll really just get that plant down, and now just trying to get eyes on any kind of mid-push. The first blood will come to Paul. The Purge wants to find the timing, and he gets spotted. Thought maybe he found a cut through. Didn't end up being the case. Snoopy does get a kill and get out, though. Gives them a chance.
Not the easiest retake. There's a lot of angles for this bomb. Maybe you can wallbang this. You're winning on Snoopy, potentially on the pinch, was trying to get on through. Awakening, he is just zoned out. Great retake out of Rokkr. But I think the big one there from Paul is that first blood, right? Because the last time we saw this A-bomb worked by Boston Breach, it was someone sneaking up towards Diner slowly but surely in Purge, getting angles. He doesn't allow that to happen, and then, yeah, Purge tries to activate through the middle of the stream.
Yeah,
catches him.
If he finds the timing there and gets through, might be a very different round, but Paul does everything there for Rokkr. And just keeps them within a round. I mean, similar to what we just saw in the hard point. Just staying around, staying close, until maybe you can steal one late.
And, you know, what they talked about yesterday, this is why they brought Paul on, for his great surge play. And, well, he's leading the way here at 7-3.
You think he earned himself another car? Not sure if that was Paul's. Plant just about to finish here today. And you are grouped up and ready to go if you are Breach. All 4 on top of each other. Here we go. Spots on the one. Cammy, not really much damage in.
There's just crossfires all over the map. Nero finally with a first blood. I think Cammy was trying to like sneak that. Snoopy now trying to make the play in a 2 versus 3.
Uh-oh.
Sim and Persian. Yeah, just so many times he somehow wins it versus Geo. It's just possible. Still 20 seconds left. Maybe not anymore after Nero found Snoopy.
Oh my God, I thought got crazy for a second. I thought he got caught. That was a great job when Estro just repositioned a little bit and caught Cammy. There's just so many things to like lie prone behind, so many things to duck behind. Yeah, Cammy tried to like sort of snake. Can't really that effectively in this, but like trying, and Estriel just tucks away, repositions, catches him.
I told you there's 7 lanes inside the
just inside the blockbuster.
Yeah.
Ooh. But now you tie it up. If you're Rokkr, 3-3. Paul continuing his great game. Purge gets another in that round.
Both sides throwing that nade. It has gotten close. In back-to-back rounds. Maybe finding a first blood, but Geo was so good in map 2 with first bloods. Able to find another one here.
And last time you got same little route to get out. He tries to do the same thing. Purge is going to cut through and try to find the opening. Last time Paul able to pick it up. And now they are just sliced apart. Last guy is about to take a door to the back of the head. He's in a car.
He's in a car.
Oh, Lordy. Oh, well, hello. Oh, hi there. He gets a kill with the car as well. Also takes out Purge. Now we're suddenly in a 1 versus 1. Okay. Okay. Show me something, Paul. He's on double digits, 5 straight. Cammy, big one-on-one win yesterday against Dashy. Can he get another one here? He gets the spot, kick it away. Paul with the 1v3, little help from the streak. And Paul is going nuts in this map 5.
And they just continue to make plays. I mean, they're just icing up throughout these maps. In that one, yeah, I mean, you get the 1 kill with the car. And then, yeah, Purge is maybe just trying to hunt him.
No, he hears the car and tries to hunt him instantly.
Yeah, he's trying to hunt him down. You open the door and don't expect him to be there. But what, I assume this is the player on the bomb? Or yeah, near in the middle of the street. You know, Awakening's probably weak from a previous fight.
Yeah, yeah.
And we saw Purge's POV. Just get shot in the back.
Yeah, the car, I mean, the fact he got a kill. Everything puts you into 1 versus 1. Unbelievable stuff there. 6 straight. From Paul.
What a stun. We're going to try to go through that stun, right? You see how many enemies he stun up, but Nero turns it into a double. Another 2-on-2.
Trade should be there, and it is not. Nice little snap to win another. Woo!
Well, and whoever threw that stun from...
like everybody?
Yeah, I mean, you see like that, you know, it might say X3, like right towards the plus 15s, and you give that comm, they try to activate off of it. They just get cut down, and then Estriel with some great shots snapping to close the round out.
Yeah, I thought maybe he hops there, gets the kill, drops back, and you've got like a one-on-one, but Estriel ends it there. Paul all smiles because he has been frying Rokkr. It was what? They were in a 1-3 hole? Yeah. Now they've won 4 straight. Paul has obviously been massive in this, but now let's see what Boston Breach can do. Can they make a late surge? All the stuns going out.
Awakening was in between like 4 different nades. Somehow stayed alive. Nero gets hit again. He's got a back gun up. And yeah, after all the nades are done, we're finally just a bit of a stalemate.
Yep.
We're right back to B. It's a 4-on-4. Everyone is here. Breach to lead the trades for now.
I Chow look insane from Wake for a second. I thought he like swung by himself for a moment, but gets a little help from his teammates. Estriel just sends it. Just sends it and catches Wake. And he just gets out like a thief. Snoopy, though, brings one back. It's all on Geo. Looking good for Boston Breach here. Just got to close this one out and extend this map 5. Geo want none of it, though. He's been kind of the slow man on the team for this particular map. He's 2-5 right now. Maybe he's got a clutch in him, though. Oh, the timing. Oh. For a second, I thought that timing was insane, but he gets spotted.
Yeah, and the reason Estriel is able to find that timing on that kill, right, is because what's so tough for attacking teams, if you have nobody really spotting mid-street, you know, you're not sure who's inside the A-bomb, there's just so many different flank routes, right? Yeah. So they start to push towards B, and they're just thinking, all right, they're going to flank, they're going to pinch, so you slide on back, that gives those openings. But yeah, almost some timing going Geo's way. Instead, Breach stay alive.
Oh, no, I thought it was like an absolutely insane one where he's going to give himself a free 1v1, but thankfully for Breach, well, I think Cammy got the spot. Can Breach win this one to get to around 11? Rokkr won this. in a Game 5 round 11 yesterday. Maybe they have to do it again.
Yeah, Vacant Trophy or Boston, but now they're going to back up. We're trying to meet them. Maybe at those doors, maybe at hole in the wall. Kind of what we saw in like round 1.
And yeah, you give up a lot of space here for your Rokkr. You play it real passive, maybe try to catch somebody.
Watch Snoopy, watch number 3, but they're going to know someone's in connector now, so maybe he gets caught here because of this purge play. Maybe not.
Can he stay up? Can he stay up? Just trying to get out. Why didn't hop in and away? First blood there for Snoopy. Nice job not getting traded. He had a great map too. He's activating here as well. On 4 straight is Snoopy. Time dwindling now. You got to try and work this bomb plan. We're going to round 11. Nice little slide out and shout from Purge. Another one for him. That'll be bombed down as well.
They're just roaming together.
What the hell do you do if you're Rokkr?
Yeah, Purge and Snoopy are just roaming together with the subs. 15 seconds left. Awakening's ready for the push through. It's all down to Paul.
Okay.
He's had some moments, but yeah, he's...
About to say, like, someone stop this guy, man. Round 11 again. Rokkr did it yesterday in a Game 5 round 11 on Rewind. Can they do it one more time?
Yeah, I thought what was going to happen, right? Because, you know, you get Snoopy into a lurk roll where he's in a connector inside a gen, and Purge almost gets caught. So I thought maybe they're just going to check all the corners.
Well, it looked like he was. Like, he opened the door. He, like, kind of looked like he was looking around the door.
Light, though. Like, so he starts shooting at him instead.
Yeah. It's like Purge is like perfect unintentional bait, maybe.
Exactly.
Because, yeah, no, he definitely thought someone was in that corner. Round 11, and away we go. Winner here starts out 2-0 to kick off the CDL for 2025 season. It'll be Rokkr on offense, and once again, they try to take a space, this breach on defense. They want to get aggressive, similar to the last round. Don't allow them to get in and get a free plant. Pretty similar to what we saw in the last round, honestly. But you back out completely this time, right? If you are breach, Nade gonna hit on both sides. Purge drops, Nero drops. It's a trade from the nades.
Okay, car blown up as well. So yeah, I mean, Rokkr just played it very slow. On the other side, breach got inside of A. They're like, all right, they're not A, they're gonna be B. Kind of backed up out of A, and now Rokkr, they can work this bomb if they want to, and they start that behind Estriel.
Well, Purge been the playmaker on one side. He's out of this. Paul has been it on the other side. He's still in. Will Paul be the guy in this round 11? Starting to hunt. Door gets open. Geo gets a pick. Awakening. Will he check? Ooh, he doesn't check, but he doesn't get finished. Then finally he does. Paul able to get one. It's all on Cammy now. 1 versus 3. 25 seconds to go. And he will drop. Rokkr win another rewind round 11, and they are 2-0 to start the season. It's not always pretty.
It's gritty.
It is gritty as they get another victory here, and it's got to be frustrating if you're breach. You start up 3-1 in this map 5. You had some really dominant moments like the control as well. You're up 50 in most of the map 4 in the hard point. You just can't close it out.
Rokkr just stay alive. Yeah, yep. Like, I mean, this at times reminded me of like Breach last year, where like they just got into a game 5, couldn't close it out, right?
Or like I mean, Rokkr at times too, like last year. Like,
yeah, honestly, well, both teams were 11-12, so I guess that makes sense.
Just so many game 5 losses that they had last year. Right now, though, Rokkr flipping the curse. They're taking the map 5s. They brought in Paul for Search and Destroy, like you said, to be a beast. He puts up almost 1,700 damage, 14 in 6. I mean, Nero led in first bloods on one side, Purge on the other, but...
Yeah, I mean, Purge early on was fantastic for Breach, just finding a lot of like openings, getting them some round wins, and then just the clutch from Paul that round, that 1 versus 3. I mean, it's not like the craziest thing.
Well, it's just kind of
timing's on your side, and
it wasn't like one of those where you like slide out and chow 3 people and hit all these insane shots. It was kind of an insane round though, just because like the door and how it blocked him with the car, and Purge thought he had a freebie, and then suddenly gets shot in the back. The car connects and gets a kill because somebody's weak. Like, it was kind of a wild round.
Minnesota Miracle.
Here we go. We continue on as Minnesota are now 2-0, and to break down the wackiness, it's our very attractive desk.
Scrappy Soda, 2 round 11 game 5s on Rewind, 2 wins. First over LAG, now over Boston Breach. Let's talk about the most recent one. Paul X Was that 1v3 the difference maker in that game 5?
100%. I think Paul X just in general was a difference maker when it came to that game number 5. We were waiting to see what he was adding to this team. You know, if he was going to be consistent this year, if he was going to be good at the game. His S&D has been unreal. Goes on a 5, 10-3, ends up ending 14-6. I mean, this is the Paul we were wanting to see.
Yeah, you know, even slowing down the pace in that last round, too. You saw how slow that they were playing, then getting that bomb down, then backing up. Paul just laying down inside of Laundry, and he knows they have the number advantage. Finds that final kill onto Big Wake, and, you know, I just got to flip this side over towards Boston Breach for a second. They were tweaking in this series. Like, I'm talking about the hard point, like, just get themselves in an advantageous position and letting Minnesota get in left and right, and then even in this Search and Destroy, in that 1v3 clutch round, like, there's no reason to even be running at Paul. Like, I get he's in a car, and you're trying to look for him and catch him while he's in it, like, just not a good play. Stay together and keep your numbers. And then in that last round too, just mistakes being made by Boston. They're gonna have to learn from this one. Minnesota capitalizing on it. Just you know, a lot of things to like for Minnesota in terms of resiliency in the series.
Definitely. And in this game 5, like, I just don't understand why Boston Breach didn't have more presence inside of A. I think that hurt them throughout the entirety of game 5. But also, we need to talk about game 4 that even pushed us to this position, because Boston should have closed it out. But Minnesota, I mean, they had a big P1 to get them back into the game, right? But then they couldn't hold P2, and they made a weird push to go back for like 10 seconds. And I was like, that's their biggest mistake. They didn't focus Roto for P3. This is going to be the end of the game. And then it's just a miracle break, and then they get the spawns in the back. I mean, just like Ant said, incredible resilience.
Do you want to see it again in our Scuff play of the game? Because I got that whole final minute for you, Allie. We don't have to visualize it. We've got it for you front and center. Walk me through this, because this is Boston Breach's series. You're on match point. You're on the final hill. How do you fumble the bag?
Well, so this was the post P3, right? And actually, I believe it was Snoopy that made a big play in the back, but it was Minnesota Rokkr just breaking through the front off of the back of Estriel and Nero. What's crazy to me is Estriel, again, was having a really slow series, but he showed up when it mattered. He was the X factor for them to win this map 4.
The mistake that was happening here was Cammy's, like, I understand how stressful it is when you're the only guy there. He's up top in this hill. He took way too long to challenge time. You got players spawning in the back. You already have the spawn. Throw a body at the hill while the rest of the Minnesota Rokkr are trying to catch up towards time, right? So he's sitting up there. They end up getting the spawn, and then he still holds regardless, just afraid of losing rather than trying to win. So we get over to
clutch.
Yeah, we get over to this final hill where they then have rotation, and it's a big pinch from Estriel. He gets in behind, and a player who had a really rough series in the slaying department ends up icing the game for them with a pinch due lion.
Estriel with some clutch plays. It doesn't always show in the scoreboard, but they felt the effects as they not only take the game forward, they go on to win a round 11 game 5. Minnesota through 2 days is our first perfect team.
And what's crazy is when you look at the graph, like, you can tell P1 was the only hill that they were having a really good time on for the side of Minnesota Rokkr. So the fact that it was able to end there as well, they were there for the rotation, just heads up for Minnesota Rokkr. An insane clutch again to make a game 5 victory.
Joining us now to talk about all of the action as we revisit what happened in match number 2 is the one and only new addition making his return to the CDL. Welcome to the stream, the man with the best mustache, Paul X.
What's good, guys?
How you doing, Paul? Welcome home.
Good. Feeling nice, man. Feels good to be back.
Can you talk to me a little bit about this roster? And did you guys feel the amount of stress that I did as the person who picked you to win this?
Not really, man. Honestly, I believe in my team and my coaching staff, so we just stuck to the game plan, and we never really got shook, honestly. We felt like we should have, I don't know, won a lot of these maps. I feel like we put ourselves in position to win, and we just threw it away. But I'm really proud of the guys and the resilience we have.
Paul, welcome back to the league. You look extremely comfortable on this game. And speaking of comfortable, this series was anything but. I wanted to ask, for Minnesota Rokkr, what is the comms like for you guys? Is everybody kind of putting in a pitch, or is there somebody sort of leading the traffic?
Everyone does their part, bro, honestly. I know a lot of people kind of like question who's going to be like the quote-unquote leader, vet on this team. I mean, me personally, I learned from Crim6, so that's the GOAT. I feel like I have a lot of experience that people don't really realize. And honestly, all my teammates are smart, so it's like, you don't need a leader when everyone knows how to play the game and knows how to listen, and everyone's coachable. So it doesn't really affect us that much.
Yeah, Pollux, congrats on the win, and happy to see you back. I used to call him the Red Menace. This guy's an absolute beast back when he was on the Ravens, and now you're back in the league. I want to ask you about Search and Destroy. We talked to Gio yesterday, and he said that's the reason they wanted you on the roster. You're the Search and Destroy mind, the specialist. You get a huge 1v3. What do you think you bring to this team in Search and Destroy that's causing so much success early?
I'm just too icy, bro. I'll be honest. There's a new Iceman in Minnesota.
There we go.
You know what I'm saying? But no, I just have a lot of years of experience playing S&D. When I was like underage, that's all I played. And I don't know, me and Draws are the only two that grind S&D like that. So I feel like I have a lot of experience, so it helps out.
Paul, can I ask you one final question? Why are the pros afraid of sniper rifles?
I'm not sure, man. I plead the fifth.
Wait, what'd you vote?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Paul?
What do you mean by that?
You know what? We're going to let Paul think about his decisions as we go to a break. That is Paul X Minnesota finishes week 1 2-0. Congrats.
Thank you.
That's Paul. Excellent stuff.
Listen, no answer is an answer. I think, pleading the fifth is kind of sus.
You want some snipers? You know who to tweet. Go ahead and tag me as well. We'll see you on the other side of this one. Game 3 loading up. It's a battle of the Canadians. Are you going West Coast with Vancouver, or you got the East with Toronto? Let us know in the chat.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Vancouver Surge putting Ray Gun to shame. Nice breakdancing there from the boys at the end. Let's take a look at the squad for 2025. Abuza and 04, their sophomore season, joined by some veterans with the return of Hixie back up to the CDL level and Nasty making his way over from LA Thieves.
Me personally, I love this roster. I said earlier, I think it might be a little bit underrated as far as coaches polls go and even maybe the rest of the CDL audience. So I want to keep your eyes on this team because for me, 04 and Abuza, they're going to be your main slayers. 04 is going to be your aggressive SMG. We saw what Hixie can do. He went on to win a tournament with Toronto Ultra the first time he got put into that roster. So you can't count him out.
Name was real quick. I know you got a lot of notes here on that team, but who had the coolest portion of that intro?
Yo, that was tough. My guy 04 was in there. You saw him hitting it, bro? Millie rocking. That was a good video. Yeah, I like this roster. You know, with the way that they formed, it's definitely like picking up selfless players. That was their thought process going into it, and it's definitely echoed in the way that Rambo built his teams throughout his career. You think about Hixie, like he's the ultimate selfless player, and he feels like he should have been in the league the last year and a half, and he was out there in challengers. Now he's back, hopefully seizing this opportunity.
Toronto used to feature Hixie. Now he's on the other side of this fight. So let's break down who's playing for the Ultra. Kleenex and Insight finding instant success as they take down Atlanta FaZe, the EWC champions, in their opening matchup. Do you got eyes on Joe Deceives, Beans, Kleenex, or Insight? If you could only choose one, who has the most pressure taking on this opposing lineup?
I don't know about pressure. Could I frame it a little different? Nope. I want to say, okay. Well, if I have to say
pressure.
If I have to say most pressure, then I'm probably going to go with Joe just because he had a consistency issue a little bit all of last year. So as we now head into their second match of the season, see if he can keep up the pace that he set yesterday.
All right, Allie, now I got your maps and modes. Break it down for me. How do you see this one breaking out?
I see this one breaking out actually fairly close because on both sides you have players that know and have played and have teamed with each other. Opening up on Vault, though, I gotta lean towards the Toronto Ultra just because of the explosive power they now have with that SMG duo. Could spell trouble for what looks like to be a slower Vancouver Surge.
Nobody wants to play protocol control for us here at the CDL. It's time to get our scuff pick'ems, and as you can see, with the genius pick, the audience and I have knotted things up at 3-3. Meanwhile, Nameless slides back to Timey, and Rosalie is 1-5 through 6. So, Allie, let's make it 2, shall we? Let's get a second dub on the board.
My favorite number is 2. Did you know that?
I did.
Man. This one's actually really hard. I have a lot of faith in Vancouver Surge, but I think Toronto Ultra just looked too good. So I'm going to go with Ultra in this one.
Nameless?
Yeah, Toronto Ultra take it. Love what I saw from them versus FaZe yesterday. Got some maps here that they look good on as well once in this series, so I think they take it.
If Kleenex plays anything like he does yesterday, I think they win again. I think this is actually a 3-0. Sorry, Rambo Ray.
That's crazy.
Toronto Ultra coming out hot. We've got our casters ready to rock. Let's send it on over to the boys with beards. Miles and Chance, take it away.
I'm amazed that you all went Ultra. I thought this might be a little bit more mixed. I thought Vancouver might be in there somewhat, but apparently not. Well, that just makes this all the more exciting. Chance, it's the Canadian Classic. How are we feeling? Hey.
The Canadian Classic. As it may be early days to dub it so, but we'll find out. We get a Game 5 round 11. We can ride that into the sun. I'm feeling great. Very excited to see this Vancouver squad. Excited just to see Hixie again. He's like the ultimate, like, what you guys want me to do kind of player. He comes into the league, wins the first tournament he goes to, gets second at champs. The rest of the league watched him do that and went, maybe not. Like, I don't think he's going to be the best pickup for us. He couldn't have done anything more. I mean, maybe get like an extra 0.1 KD or something like that would have got him picked up. But no, excited to see him back. Deserves his spot in the league without question, and now has the opportunity with this squad to prove it. They're going to be a fun team to watch.
It's a wonderful lobby, man. I mean, there's a little bit, not bad blood, but old teammates, of course, with Hixie and the Ultra Boys. He wants it, there's no doubt about it, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Nasty, we'll see how he performs now under the Vancouver side of things, and of course, that's fine. We'll just, what was the point I was making, Chance? Do you remember the point? The point was that, of course, 04 and Abuza, the surviving members of the Seattle Surge team, dangerous in their own right. So I'm just excited to see how this one rolls. That's 3 European players on 04. That man rips tires in half, and no matter how you spell it, whether it's a Y or an I, he ripped a tire in half. You saw him do it in one of the hardest intros that the Seattle Vancouver family have had, and that's saying a lot.
I just can't believe they hired a breakdancer and we only saw that guy like get in the mix for like half a second. Like that had been some quality performance that guy was putting on. But as you say, interesting lobby. Probably a lot of trash talk going to be happening in between rounds, going over the game chat, because there's a lot of Europeans in this lobby, and then the respective Americans. Also, 2 players very happy for the trash talk. So 04 and Joe Thieves, I think respectively, going to fit into that sort of banter-heavy dynamic incredibly well.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, to be a fly on the wall in some of these games would be really nice, because I know some CDL fans are aware that the text chat is available and open to all players in those lobbies. And some are better than others at, waxing lyrical about maybe something that just happened. I know we've seen some clips, but for now, we're going to look at our KD leaders so far in the season. And what do you know? Kleenex, 1.27. He's doing fantastic, Chance.
That was the thing of like when the desk picked Toronto down the line, Puckett was the last one. You and I, or at least you were like, Puckett might pick Vancouver, like just to be different. And the second he mentioned Kleenex, I went, oh yeah, no, that's right. Yeah. He was looking like he was in absolute form when Kleenex is at his best. One of the scariest players we have in the league. I don't know if he's necessarily underrated by the community, but with the amount of chatter he sort of gets about him, I think everyone pays their respects, but he sort of seems consistently like slightly undervalued. Everyone knows he's good. Everyone knows he's gross, but he isn't as often spoken about of like the lord of the map that he can be, which he wasn't in previous series. And now there's going to be more of the kills on the map for him. Might be his year to shine.
All those questions about whether or not Scrap, his presence being lost, would be in effect there on the Ultra squad. We saw against FaZe yesterday. The answer, folks, is hell no. Between Beans and Joe, you're bringing a lot of firepower to that team. Beans, if you will. A lot of beans in that team, as they have looked very strong indeed. Insight, business as usual. Calm, collective leader of the team. Keeps everyone cool and well focused on the game. But Beans, no chance. He's one of the players, I mean, I would not have slot him in here to the Ultra roster. He doesn't necessarily fit the calm zen, of the team. You heard a couple of distinct and very characteristic Beans deads yesterday. And as you know, Beans, an absolute legend out of the game as well. He loves to put on a good show, have a good time. And what do you know? If we had snipers in this game, he'd be great as well.
I mean, he is sort of one of the key players, him and Abuza. I think that got sort of identified. Popped up so hard in some of Zuma's early tournaments with a sniper that the rest of the league went, you know what? Don't even want to deal with it. It's all good. He's had some electric performances. He literally walked onto the main stage, and I think this is the series where he dropped 17 or 18 kills against Optic. And that's the thing about Beans in my mind. Plays with a ton of energy, plays with a ton of passion, but he is, without question, confident. And confidence in Call of Duty is king. If you can play against the biggest name teams, go toe-to-toe with them, give him a shot on a squad like this. I mean, I have incredibly high expectations for him. I think he's also going to be a shining star this year.
That was one of the most outstanding little montages of a man. We captured the passion at the end there. That was a very, very decisive loss, clearly, that hurt real bad, because we fast forward that piece of footage, right? He was there for a good while, pouring over that moment and really pouring over that. Beans, a man who wears his heart on his sleeve, and you can see it in and out of game, an absolute champion. And I'm really excited to see how far he can go with this Ultra roster. And now he's sign language, or is it tutting? What is he doing? I mean, is he casting a spell, Dr. Beans?
Tutting?
Yeah, Google it. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Beans, what a champ. Now Joe's trying to pick up on it as well. I mean, what are these sorcerers Toronto have managed to recruit? What's going on here, huh?
I think they're just staying focused. Jawing away, just keeping the vibe and like the nerves at ease to make sure you're nice and flowy, because Toronto Ultra, quite literally the best possible start they could have to their year. You take down Atlanta FaZe and Surge gets to introduce themselves against a team that is looking very scary, so we get to test their mettle as well. We know what we're going to get out of Abuza in 04, and I think we also pretty much know what we're going to get out of Nasty. I mean, especially going into MW3, Nasty was a player getting props from guys like Dashy. Is like, how did he not get picked up on a roster spot? Guy's a shooter. 04 has left his mark. He joined sort of later in the year. I think if he had a bit more time to work with, like, he would have been picking up some extra Rookie of the Year votes. And of course, it's the new sophomore companion to join him of Abuza that were lighting up the kill feed nonstop. But just another player, all the confidence in the world. So the same thing could be said about Beans. Flip side from 04. I mean, he jumps in. I think it was the first LAN he went to was like his first LAN ever. Like he had played in like 2 Challengers tournaments and then just boom, straight into CDL. One of the fastest come ups into the professional scene we've seen in Call of Duty history. Like he's on an incredibly short list. And I mean, hey, he jumped into the mix and again has been leaving his mark and then some. So an absolute, the gruesome twosome. There's a lot of great duo nicknames out there. Gotta think of something for Abuza in 04.
Absolutely. Well, the surviving Seattle boys, they have looked fantastic last year. We'll see how they go this year. Can they, alongside Nasty and Hixie, get some championships, get some trophies into the Vancouver trophy cabinet? I was thinking about that situation with Nasty where he doesn't get picked up in the league. If I'm another AR or I'm another player in the league who does, you know, see his game, I'm like, that's cool. I'm fine with that. He doesn't have to be here. He's a shooter. I'm glad not to have to worry about this at all. You know, another Red Menace in an entirely different sense. But, you know, Nasty, Byron Plumridge, a very, very dangerous player indeed. Brings a lot. We've seen some scrim footage. We've seen a little bit of tape behind the scenes, and the man is red hot, literally red hot behind the sticks right now. So dangerous combination for Vancouver. On paper, fantastic. 0-4 on Abuza, great chemistry there. Nasty the shooter, and Hixie the do-it-all objective mastermind. What was the whole Pack-a-Punch thing he hated? He came up to me at one of the events, I think it was Miami last year, and he was like, if I hear Pack-a-Punch one more time, I'm gonna kick you in the nuts. And guess what? I didn't say a word because I looked, you know, looking out for the family jewels. You know what I'm saying, Charles? I respect it, and you have a kid as well, so there we go. Making business decisions. That's what I'm talking about. Well, we'll go now to a little bit of an interview with C9NY. I do believe we've got some footage of the man himself talking about all sorts of stuff. We'll roll that tape while we get ready for the lobby.
I would say the first week it was a bit hectic, but I think at this point they're starting to learn like the dynamic of me and Jamie and our coaching. I think, you know, we're getting the hang of it, but still sometimes a bit too chaotic, and I think we'll get there at some point, so just keep working at it, I think. Obviously LA Fish, you know, I've never played against Scrap on LAN. I've played against Dill a few times, but it would be fun to match up against some former teammates, so looking forward to that one.
Well, there we go. C9NY and Thieves, the dynamic submachine gun duo. This is how they looked yesterday versus Atlanta. And we will get to see C9NY go up against Scrap this year many, many times. Who knows? That could be a great rivalry chance.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And I mean, again, the trash talk is going to be out and about. I do like what C9NY was saying about how, you know, play with 2 new guys. It's a little bit chaotic. They got to get used to the coaching staff as well, because Ultra have, I mean, rigid might be too strong of a word, but like an incredibly professional approach to the game. Yeah, it's a video game. It's Call of Duty. We like to have fun, but these guys are like about that life, doing it for a living. They broke out the breathing exercises. They've set, you know, some partial meta in comms, or certainly something to be like inspired to be closer to. So Ultra have always done things right, and this squad looking good. Joe Thieves is absolutely a player I feel like you can falter into a squad and be able to avoid the chaos. He has good comms, makes intelligent plays on the map, and I think Beans has just been on like such a wide array of different rosters. I can only imagine how much fun he is having with this team, because he gets to be a vocal leader and then in game just gets fed perfectly calm information nonstop and just allow him to be the shooter that he is. So I have a lot of faith, more so than I do in the lobby.
Absolutely. Well, the lobby's very close to be going, folks. That's right. Vault hardpoint on its way. Red card Vault and a double dose of Protocol to end out the series today. We'll find out who comes out on top of this Canadian classic, the clash of the Canadians, the Northern nothing. Got it. Absolutely nothing there, mate. I don't know. Can we go with the nuts? We go with the team. Yeah, we'll go with the Northern Nutters. We can go with the Canuck clash. But here we go, folks. Map number 1. Back to Vault. Hope you love it. You're going to see a lot of it this season. We now dive into it once again. Vancouver Surge taking on Toronto Ultra. Here we go. Hey.
Winner is coming. We are here. Miles, who's your money on? Quick pick. Who you got?
Vancouver. Let's get it, baby. Nah, I don't know. It's going to be a great game, though. I'm very excited to see who nades himself first. It ain't Hixie. Nades are out. And here we go. Straight into the hard point. And straight to the feed is Vancouver.
I mean, that's the big thing right off the rip. As long as you dodge all the different pre-nades that could be coming through, you're good to go. And now 0-4 in prime position for some spawn kills. And I think all of Ultra was ready for him to push out in that moment. But now it's Hixie. It's time to get calculated. Allow to get a little bit slower and just leaves that guy in the dust. His teammates win the both gunfights. So now Vancouver Surge do everything except number 6 spawns behind them. I wouldn't have seen that coming.
Well, here we go. Abuza, the young Belgian. Doing what we can on the hard point. It's insight to finding those big kills. Nasty back in there. A shot at a Nasty. What a 3. And that's his hard point. He'll take the next 7 seconds happily. Looking towards the new hard point as well as the entirety of the Surge roster now fighting fit, moving forward. Abuza finds his over to Insight in the hard point alone.
Nasty is a shooter, and that is a nade that doesn't even kill 04. So all's well that ends well. Get that hill time and instantaneous break. Hixie in a cheeky little spot, wins the gunfight, and maybe set up the spawn trap, maybe deal with Insight working the pinch. Insight not dealt with yet. Hixie finally there. Now you want to trap him in the back.
He's flying, man. I mean, look at the confidence from Vancouver to start this map off. Abuza there in the feed once again. Oh, nearly. Good shots there from Beans. Gets Ultra into the point for now. Finally, shoes on the other foot, and they're starting to get kicking. But Hixie into the point too.
Oh, there it is.
Charlie on a 5.
That was so smooth out of Hixie. I love to see it. And for the final 15 seconds as well, that is Ultra. I mean, just welcome back to maybe not a pure spawn trap, but not where they want to be long term. They get the final, granted, 5 seconds of scrap time, and in exchange, they lose all of the spawns and that rotations. Beans, he has his work cut out for him.
Outstanding production so far from Vancouver Surge, not only in the kills department, but in the scoreline as well. This hard point, a bit of a money hill chance, can be extremely profitable for both teams. Who's going to get in there first and really hold on to it? It looks like Ultra for now, and finally we're seeing the kills go their way. Has not been ideal, but Hixie, he's schmoovin'. Look at this work from 04 on the other side of the map as well. Glorious start here from Surge on the map.
Oh, this is Insight maybe at his best, though. This is what he does, but just gets overwhelmed. But maybe Ultra can cut their losses. Like, yes, you don't have that rotation of P4, but you've gotten a decent chunk of time so far on this third hill. Problem is, you still want to get this final 20, and I'm looking at the mini-map. Vancouver Surge attempting to swarm. Instead, they get bodied, and I think Kleenex was just able to get across that line and block those spawns, so Vancouver Surge have dropped the ball. Momentum now in Ultra's favor.
Let's see if Ultra can run with it. They've got the legs. Here we go. 10 and 9 out of Joe. He's the one real shooter for Ultra who's keeping the boys afloat. Good work here from 04. In the back line, now towards the hard point. Gotta watch out for those players all around. This is such a difficult position to be in. We saw the previous series how well and truly it can come down to the line. Kleenex, I'm going to find the pickup. Whoa, nice work out of 04 to stay alive for a second, but the damage is not enough and the time not purchased.
And honestly, the way the minimap was shaping up before that hill popped, honestly, Surge might want to be happy with sort of chipping away at those first 15 seconds, because I feel like Ultra's going to be a team that will be on point with this type of hold. Beans making the statement, nice and true. Another 3-piece in the lobby. Ultra get a little bit of momentum, and look at him now.
Shooting and tooting. Beautiful work out, Beans. That's a lovely 3. Kleenex from up high has an aims in his hand as well. Nice 2-piece. As Vancouver battle back. Now an opportunity towards the hard point. The final few moments here is you just want to get these players off it, because a lead change at this stage of the game is huge. Back over to P1 as the first set comes to a close. The first half, all Vancouver. The second half, Toronto.
Yeah, and keep in mind, that is a 10-point Ultra lead where Toronto at the start of things, or excuse me, Vancouver at the start of things doing everything perfect. Won the opening break, smashed it on P1, even broke through P2 pretty quick, but all the things going their way, to have a game this close could be problematic. 04, nice flank though, but the move's not quick enough. Insight wins the gunfight, clutch as always.
It's on Abuza now to try to hold what you can, but Joe Deceives peels him from the top side over to Hixie. A sneaky, sneaky Hixie. A lot of noise, waiting for the perfect time. And this is a moment that he tries to make the most of. His teammates are showing up as well. Trade's now in, and Vancouver, oh, they do what they can! T-Beans finds 3, but that's it. The end of the trade's complete. Can 04 hold on? Every kill he gets, a big one here. Hixie now spawning towards the new hard point. He might be able to go huge as well.
Oh, that's a bailout from Beans right there. That just makes everything so mixy after the fact, but Hixie, a testament to the IQ, I was going to say. We're going to see if he can pick up Beans, and Beans may be shooting ahead of himself in this moment. He's collected so many kill feeds that he thinks they're dead before he finishes them. Vancouver again over towards P2, collecting the time.
Hixie and Nasty, there we go. Beans now trying to break through the back. Hixie, still the one man up in this position. Stun connects. Oh, that's Abuza spawning at the back line, making everything all good there for Vancouver. Surge now once again in the hard point, and a lovely bit of time ahead of them to be grabbed.
And this is finally good space as well. 04 pushed out. You got number 3, Nasty, pushed out the back to watch the flanks. Ultra, you get one good attempt to try to break this down. 04 traded, but Abuza wins his one. And those final 2 players from Ultra just stopped in their tracks. Set up too clean, capitalizing on the space 04 and team were able to get. And that is one hell of a P2. Ultra right now just being nuisances as the fight to get over towards Art. Nasty's gonna win it. Unfortunate for him, though, there's just extra bodies on the map. What could have been, but a 40-point lead now for Vancouver as P3 pops.
P3 ready to rock and roll. Let's rock and roll now over to Vancouver Surge for a listen in.
Line in SIK. They ran through the middle. I thought you were up. Come play, come. I'm in. They're definitely deep. They're playing deep. Time on the back, time. Those 2 spawn out. Beans. Side on me. I'm here. I give side. Be left. He's in the corner. White corner now. I come from there. I'm playing light. I'm gonna take right on light. I think Jamie pushed up Mal, by the way. I'm on me. Beans on light. I'm trying.
Now on the break, let's dive over to Toronto Ultra and see how they hold.
Spawn deeper.
One more back door. Yeah, Ufo's got back door.
Scaff door.
Back door. Week.
Close to you.
Charlie, touch you.
Run in.
Okay, he's
on here.
I think he's
Plant's dead. No one plants weak,
Spawning next
Charlie.
to us, I think.
Charlie, on top. You hit book, maybe.
Close me, weak.
Back up. I don't see him. They're cats up to you.
I'm behind the house.
You want top cat, guys? Top cat.
Dead. One more lobby at me. Lobby weak. Go in.
Charlie.
Weak dumps. Close. I'm trying. He's not close. He's like towards corner.
Close me, weak. Charlie. Nice to be a top spot.
Close again. Left side open.
Need something together here, guys. I'm gonna pinch the right, okay?
Yeah, I don't see him. Cat.
Tell me.
Wait.
4 cactus, bro.
He's also close. They're gonna hit me out now.
Hit across cat, one's bout.
Yeah, one cat steps and then he goes towards close. He's
Spawn
out again, bro.
Cat nasty. Cat fire and dead. I'm cutting.
Yeah,
Start going right.
Already right.
Who's the lobby?
Look for him.
Truck, Matt. Who's truck?
Foreign lobby. Shit on.
Stand the truck.
Need him. Yo, one's trucking me, guys. One shot. I'm doing one shot.
Somebody truck.
One shot. Fine, dead. One more back door. Back door weak. I'll get him. Nice shot.
I have a truck cross.
Spawn weird, bro.
One more back door, guys.
Lobby and back door.
Stunned.
Run it top.
He is top cat, yeah. Weak top cat.
He's
pushing back.
No, he's not. I'll see him back. Post front back of me. Minute.
Ran at you.
What's the mid?
Top cat, bro.
Very different comms either side, Chance, but all of it pretty spicy.
Yeah, this is an incredibly interesting map. The fact that Vancouver, have kind of struggled to hold P4, you feel like that's a bad sign. They're slamming. I mean, outslaying like crazy. Nasty and Hixie, those guys are putting on a show.
Yeah, really big work there. Hixie, 28 and 19 with a minute in the hill as well. New hardpoint is ready. Vancouver Surge in position, and they are very close indeed to the victory here in Map 1. Ultra have been stunned in this Canadian coast-to-coast battle. Here we go. Hardpoint ready to rock, and Surge are in.
Yeah, they've already flipped spawns as well. 04 wins the crucial gunfight. Now is going to say the window of opportunity for Ultra to get back in the game. is the P3, P4 chain, but now they can't get anything going. Their team killing. They're discombobulated, and Joe Thieves looking to be the bailout. He soars in to give you 2, but it is a long-term game. Ultra have such a long way to go.
Yeah. Joe don't get discombobulated. With 20 for the win, Ultra have got to hold on magnificently. Good work, though, on the break. 25 remaining on this point. They're going to need every second of it. This is very much dire straits for them here on Vault. Next hard point on its way. Vancouver, this is a wonderful bit of scrap time to have.
It's also the perfect route coming in from 04 as well. They know CleanX is somewhere in the back, but 04 is just there to secure the new time and get in the power position. So, I mean, right now, 241.62. Vancouver Surge, this is where they get it done. CleanX is going to have to pull off a miracle somehow in the back, and 04 shuts that door.
Game.
Vancouver Surge starting things off right.
Game. Vancouver Surge feeling great in map 1. We close up Vault for now. And the boys get to sip on that sweet victory as Ultra. Much to consider after that opening map.
I mean, Vancouver Surge better than FaZe confirmed. That's all we need.
That's the way.
Just kidding. Hot takes? No. We don't do MMA math in Call of Duty. Although we definitely do. But Vancouver Surge, again, one of the biggest flaws they sort of had on that map. I feel like they were struggling to lock down P4. They gave it to Ultra 1 point. Beans is popping 3 pieces. They're getting locked out. Broken. Things are getting a little bit chippy. And then every single other hill, it was just dominant. That P1, especially on that new rotation. I mean, their opening break was clinical. P1 just absolutely dominant time and time again. You love to see a team being good at the weird things on the map.
Yeah, the atypical is a great way to put it, but there we go. What a nice run. A quick look at the stats, and looky. 31 and 24 for Hixie. Stick that in your pipe, Benjay. He came to play fried with a 23 non-traded and a minute 7 in the hard point as well. Good looks there out of Surge.
Yeah, that's just CleanX and Insight not really able to get too much going either, because Joe Thieves, 37 kills, kind of dominated the lobby, and 13 of those were on the objective as well. So if you're watching a player like Joe Thieves, always got to pay attention to his objective numbers as well, because he's out of control, but obviously not nearly enough on this map to stop Vancouver, who were out from blood right from the jump.
Oh yeah, and again for Higgsy, it's that thing about playing your old teammates who they did let you go. They let you go for scrap. They let you go for another teammate of his. It must be nice, man. It feels good. And that is a beautiful 3-piece again. Breaking these points, 20 odd seconds to go there in the end. And again, outside of Toronto's Joe Thieves going absolutely wild, having a great game for himself. Nothing too spectacular from Ultra Chunks. The rotations weren't ideal. They were getting broken quite a lot. Just a tough game for them. What went wrong for you in your eyes?
I honestly, every single hill. They weren't able to orchestrate and get anything together. Anytime someone like Beans or Joe Thieves was popping a 3-piece, it was sort of like a desperation. They're the last guy alive. I mean, you saw on the minimap right there, his teammates are nowhere near him. We watched Beans be the cleanup crew to pick up a 3-piece. He gets traded out, and they're losing the hill time. They were just never able to stabilize until that first P4, and then they just immediately get countered. You get Vancouver setting up towards the middle of the map on P1, and I mean, Surge just took that momentum right back. So I think an interesting moment even that we had in the listening for Vancouver. Super hype, everybody very energized, getting active, comms like crazy. They sort of all die at the same time, and everybody collectively takes a breather, hits that reset, and gets back into it. And that was an unspoken reset amongst the players on the team. So maybe that natural chem building already.
It was a moment, Blues are saying, I'm pushing out right. And then it was like, he said, yeah, I'll hit back door, da-da-da-da-da. They got it. They knew exactly what they wanted to do immediately as they were broken. Well, all that is a thing of the past now, folks. We go to red card for Search and Destroy. Now. 2 teams who we've already seen. Well, we haven't seen Vancouver play Search yet, but to watch some Toronto Search and Destroy, not terrible whatsoever. Going to be exciting to see how this goes. For all of us, though, first time we get to see Vancouver in action. That is going to be exciting. This is a team, to me, on paper, has a lot of good looks in S&D. We'll see if that's actually the case, though, because let's face it, sometimes the paper do lie.
Absolutely. There are a few like sort of similarities between the rosters though, right? Insight known for his clutches, but Abuza was amongst the most clutch players in the league last year. 04 is actually in like statistical categories. 04 last year, if he had just played the entire year, I think would have had more clutches than anybody else, including the likes of like Dashy that were in the mix. He didn't, or he was like, had a ton of opportunities, but only playing the second half of the season. He still finished off like the 6th or 7th most clutches in the league and missed out on like 2 entire stages. So 04 also a menace in S&D. And we mentioned Joe Deceives, a great sort of objective player, able to get the bomb down. Hixie right there with him in search and destroy. He is there for the bomb plants. He wants to set up his teammates to clutch. And again, Abuza in 04, we already know they're built different in that category. So it's a nice little sort of square up matchup between these two teams. A fair few parallels that we have, but obviously on the side of Ultra, played this map yesterday against Atlanta FaZe and took care of business. So they got a CDL rep in, win its competition at the all-time high, and they came out on top. They're looking for the bounce back here.
That's only a good thing for Surge, though. You know, you get to watch that take back. You get to think about how your game's going to play out, what you want to do, and how that fits into the Ultra mold that they've already set for you. The boys are all getting ready. Looks like the fist bumps are up and about. And you know what I would say, just guessing based on the way the fist bumps are going, that all of these teams are in a line formation. Occasionally we see the box set up. That can have an impact on chemistry chance. But this team absolutely in a straight line, both of them. And I think that formation's certainly helping out when it comes to the chem.
Maybe we should level up, go to like a circle or like a squared formation. Just get it a nice little synergy there.
Well, sort of
that would be the worst, because then when you die in S&D, you can never just look at the guy's monitor next to you. So actually, side by side for sure.
No, you get the POV regardless in game, but you got the cross box, we got the straight line, the full box. Oof. Here we go, folks. Look at me.
You could put a triangle and put the smelliest person on the other side of the room.
That's unbelievable. Tip of the spear. Abuza will be leading the charge right now for Vancouver Surge as he makes his way over towards the A-bomb site. Not a lot of presence here. It's only Beans. And as Benjamin takes a round or two just to push him out of his perch. That nade, if it connects. What a nade from Abuza. First blood.
Yeah, I mean, I spent the 3 seconds of him cooking the nade thinking of the best Belgian basketball player of all time, and I got nothing, man.
I don't think there is one. That can't be a real thing. Bombs down, though, with Beans out of the equation. That leaves the top side of the map a little bit open. Here comes the rest of Ultra, though. They're going to have to creep in. Insight's taking the low road. Kleenex right through the middle, and it's Joe Deceives up top. Here we go. Abuza, the first man to discharge his weapon. The counterattack is on in 04. Oh, he takes a man with him. 3v2.
Hixie's so far out of the picture, but he's also just a distraction. Ultra know they have the pressure coming from behind them, and got to make things tough if we ever got to it. Only would have been a problem if Hixie's teammates lost their gunfights, which they absolutely do not. That is a perfect first round. No fear in their hearts, running it down that open lane, get the intel on Beans. Perfect Kobe over top, and I mean, just the follow-up after that, no issues there.
Man, that's great.
Best Belgian basketball player. I got
you
nothing.
could Google it right now. Or the chat. Let us know.
That's true. I am at home, aren't I?
Let us know, chat. Somebody can just let us know. Who's the best Belgian basketball player of all time? Right now, it's Abuza. With nades like that.
Axel Herbal?
Get in, son.
DJ, I can't. Oh my God, Belgian names are insane.
Don't worry about it. Round 2. Joe Deceives with the bomb now on the attack for Toronto Ultra. Will there be another first blood bomb plant win round scenario, or will we see a little bit of a change here? On board with Joe. He trims the hedges with his aims. Kleenex's Jackal rocking forward as well. Got himself a nice corner.
And they have intel on Abuza as well. Those were the shots being exchanged, but Kleenex not jumping on anything just yet. You can see Abuza. He's aware. Nice shots.
Oh, nice shots indeed. Technically a wallbang. Nasty now looking for Kleenex. Oh, they're so close. Not a lot of noise though. 35 seconds on this Abuza. You dead, son. Still a bit of a pinch set up here. Insight in the middle of nowhere. He's not been picked up. Oh, wait, there it is. 04 finds it. Back over to Kleenex now, closer towards the bomb site. Vancouver Surge are swelling. Kleenex the last man up, and Nasty's got him. 20 seconds on the bomb, and that is the retake complete. 2-0 Vancouver.
That's also just S&D prowess on display as well. Insight, we know he's an anchor. We saw him use that exact same spot yesterday against Atlanta up top. It just takes a long time to root that player out because if you're working on the flank, you still have to check 37 corners and up top and in the stands and all of these things, back eskies, in an elevator, who knows? But you have to clear it out quickly, and 0-4 had a teammate with him running it down to make that happen. And obviously, Abuza, 2 first bloods in a row. Shots like that are immaculate.
Yeah, really good. 3 in a row for 0-4, 2 for Nasty. We'll see if these streaks can amount to too much more here. A-bomb site, heavy pressure on the defense for Toronto Ultra. And 0-4. Oh, he might have got a little bit of love there. But Joe Thieves, he and Beans make short work of him now. Big advantage for the Ultra boys.
And he's out as well. Makes it back towards safety with his teammates, and they just have a firing squad set up over on the stage side of the map. And whether it's Beans getting that kill or someone for the follow-up, that is a 4v2, and Ultra most certainly getting on the board.
And this is that comm situation from Ultra where, yeah, Beans is in a tough spot there. A lot of info from Kleenex, not able to make much of it. It's a 3v2, Vancouver down a man. And Tobias Juhl Johnson. And he find a big moment here towards the middle of the map. He's going to need it.
Oh my God.
I was going to say, Hixie was making a case for something special there. Great work there from Ultra.
Charlie Hixie, those are clean shots as well. Nice little slide cancel into it, but either way, bounce back is in. And I mean, from Ultra, keep in mind, you know, they lose the first map. They're able to just sort of wash that off again. Incredibly professional team, and it's what happened in their series yesterday. Lose map 1, bounce back on a red card, and try to seize the series. So they kill the momentum, well executed round, and just reading the pressure. Maybe Vancouver Surge tipped their hand in round 1. All that pressure over towards the A site. Ultra, triple stack it. Kleenex out towards the stage. Beans is switching up the spot so he doesn't get naded. Got Joe Thieves running out in front of him. So early adjustments paying off. Still, though, Vancouver Surge up 2 rounds to 1.
That cushion is slowly being de-threaded. 0-4. Oh, nice hit. Beans picks up his second on the round. A lot of noise made on that side of the map, and Vancouver have got to lick their wounds and retreat. Not giving up the A-bomb site, but bad news, boys. Bees are the party's at.
I think you now have Hixie starting to read that, but this is going to be Hixie versus 3. Wants to get one and get out with his life if he can manage it.
Does he have a nade? Is there anything to work with here? Because that's going to be 2 tough gunfights to win. There it is, the nade. Deals the damage, no kill just yet. Insight very wounded. Delays the regen. Waiting for reinforcements to show up, but it's going to be a 3v2 at this kind of close range. There's no way Surge walk away with this.
Well, we'll see. Abuza, known for his clutches. Could be his time to shine, but Beans on the cross. Got 2 teammates looking over. Tough to break down, and that is not the start you wanted. You at least get the kill traded, but then, yeah, you're just sliding into death over towards 2 players. That's sort of like the decision teams need to make sure that they are on point about. In a man disadvantage situation or a 2v whatever, any given time, what site do we want to make sure that we defend? Like, what post plants are worse to sort of retake in any given situation? Because a 2v3 right there with the full setup from Ultra, I mean, that is just a nightmare to try to break back into.
Yeah, I love the idea that, all right, we're down a man. They've still got bomb. All right, let's just go to B. Let's turtle up in B, see what happens here, get a pick or 2. We have the advantage. We're in there first. We can always try to retake A. It's a little bit easier for now anyway. 2-2, all squared up on red card. RC cars have come to play. Looks like it's going through the inside of the map. It's going through the concourse. Oh, no, it's not out by the planters. Beans, we're coming for you. And it's gone. Good work. But Abuza, he picks up on the dots and finds that first blood again.
You're too busy shooting out a little toy car. Abuza, he's out for blood.
Oh, can't get away with his life. Joe Thieves makes him pay. Hixie, he's going to be able to plant the bomb here. A little bit of a stretch. I think he was going to look over it. Yeah, Beans is going to be the man to be closest to it, but it's not going to matter. Hixie's gone. The bomb is down. And the fight is on.
3v3. This is a massive round for either of these teams to get. 1 car explosion, so much damage, no kills, and 1 less frag. 30 seconds left on the clock.
I'm not sure if he knows it was Hixie that he got the damage on, so that changes things a little bit. Nasty with a big oversight. Joe, onto the defuse. Anyone going to check this? It's on Hixie to save this moment. Gets the angle. Whoa, they don't get the bomb. 0-4, go! No! The defuse. Ultra win the round.
I'm thinking, who has the bigger brain, Joe Thieves or Hixie? In that moment, Hixie had his number until Joe Thieves brought some backup by the name of Benjamin Beans. Perfect play call, and these are the types of things that you're gonna have to do to get these retakes. Cheeky little strats, small little ideas to play with in 04, a split second away from getting that done. Joe Thieves, a menace.
What a fantastic round. You see that smirk from Beans at the end. Like, yeah, I know I got you. He was brought down a fraction of a second later as well. Really brilliant moment from both teams there. But just enough to give Ultra the lead. Here we go. It's a headbutt in the concourse. 04 starts it off. Immediate trades. Lovely work out of Insight over a nasty down range. There's nobody home.
And now you have all your bases covered on the defensive end. Nasty just gets to play for information, swing back and forth. And maybe a little bit more concerned about the B pressure, but Abuza posted up, it looks like underneath this stage. And then Hixie, I mean, again, 17 different cruddy angles you can play in that B bomb site. So it's a perfect defensive setup. And Ultra right now, they're waiting for somebody to make a mistake, but Vancouver is not taking that bait.
Abuza lying in wait underneath the stage. Eyes on A. A little bit of noise here as well. You should be able to hear the occasional player movement. Here comes Joe. Ian Beans, eyes on the prize. A bomb site is what they want. 25 on the clock.
He's heard nothing yet, so he has no help. It is Abuza by himself in between two players.
Zero visibility as well. Here we go. Joe doesn't check it. Eyes on one. Oh, this is going to be a one and done. Wait a minute. Abuza gets away with his life. The prone. Beans with a trade. The clock at the time. Insight's got to get in there quick. He's trying to get involved. ASAP. Doesn't have the time. Gets the bomb, but a little too late. And Abuza, by the hairs on his chinny chin, manages to catch the kill. Beans unable to save it.
And that's hide and seek world champion right there. Never got found. Just the awkwardness of like whoever's planning the bomb just knowing that he's safe because his teammate is standing 5 feet behind him, and then it feels like your teammate that's 5 feet behind you is the one shooting you. Just a moment of confusion, but again, it's like these small ideas, the cheeky strats. If you have to be spread so thin on the defensive end because of how big this map is, you have to have these little ideas of what kind of plays can you make. And Abuza, again, I mean, hide and seek world champ, but gets the job done.
We always check for monsters under the bed. You have to check for Belgians under the stage as well. Nice nades, nice kills out of Hixie. Kleenex, my God. All down to Abuza, 1v2.
I just saw how depressed 04 looked in his player cam. So whatever happened to him, not ideal, and whatever is about to happen to Abuza, incredibly clutch all of last year, but they know exactly where he is.
Oh man, Kleenex, he may have had the cheap seats there, but he had a perfect view of Abuza. What a win, and what a bounce back round from Ultra. The sort of scalpel precision of the previous round and how magical that victory had to be. For this one to be such an aggressive headbutt. The two sides of Call of Duty S&D.
Cheap seats, that's a great view. I'm not gonna lie, that field is huge.
Brother.
Shout out to the Warzone POI. Is that what it is?
I don't know. I've heard all sorts. I have heard all sorts of stuff. I could not tell you.
I'm terrible with acronyms.
Here we go.
Actually,
Ultra.
initialism.
Ultra. A round up against Vancouver, who are having a wonderful time here on red card as well. Kleenex waiting patiently, and patience pays off. He nearly gets clapped, but it's fine. A little bit of a nade to push back anyone there by the other hedges, and now he's trying to buy a bit of space over by the A side of the map. Big man advantage and a fast rotation to B. Good news, though. Your boy Hixie's here.
I was about to say, the nuisance, yep, and finds the timing as well. Does not make a read of the players behind him, but he's already done his job. But still awkwardness in this moment. Got to go recollect that bomb, try to get it down. Players in the middle of the map. Nasty on the hunt. This is just an intelligence game right now being played, and in a 2 versus 2, Abuza and Nasty with AR is going to have to retake this B-bomb site.
Oh dear. I wonder if they picked up a jackal along the way. That's what you're hoping for at this point in time. But oh, a gift! Kleenex says nope. Takes his 5th kill in a row. Now Nasty 1v2.
And this is just the worst two players to have to clutch against. They know exactly how the other plays.
Oh, it was the final round in his magazine. And it cost him. Insight there for the pickup. Nasty did everything he could, but that is Ultra in a magnificent place. Red card going their way.
And execution on the first blood as well, pretty on point. I think 04 probably just gets baited by a little bit of intel. Someone gets tagged up one shot. He hits the go button, and I think it was just a cheeky Kleenex waiting on the steps. So very calculated in that play, and red card continues to be a shining light in S&D for Ultra. Game's not over, though.
Far from it.
The round. Yeah, Vancouver going to fight.
RC's out. Kleenex is now on the prowl. The stun check on the door there from Insight. You can shoot them open in this game, but that means red dots. Here comes the RC. Anyone for the kill? Everyone's panicking a little bit. As Insight manages to get his. Oof. Nade connects. Those boys are hurt. Kleenex trying to pick up the flank. The battle continues here. Joe deceives in the feed. And that's the game. Ultra. Red card goes their way. Surge left in the dust.
And Joe deceives getting an extra couple kills that'll help the stat line at the end of the game, but he was just gifted some absolute freebies. Iron defense there on that B hit. You got oh so close, but an RC car and Insight a little bit too strong to be able to bully through. And I mean, this is how Ultra Series went yesterday. They lost the map one, had a little bounce back, and apparently the only control map being played in the CDL is going to be Vault, so we've seen them with the repetition on that map as well. Ultra, we know, is a fearsome force, but in the respawn, Vancouver looks super solid for the map number one. You know they're going to take it to them.
Always do. Well, GG's. There's a stat screen. Not a bad look from Hixie with the damage there, but it's Beans and Insight, man. Huge work out of those two. And again, a 6-3. Ultra continue to be the red card S&D demons.
This is just, I mean, the map play is different from Moscow, obviously, but it feels like sort of that Ultra special of like, if you just give them a full spread, a lot of different sort of opportunities and lanes to play with, different ideas. It's just little tweaks on ideas. The SMG is like to run it down through the hedges and try to get that first blood on a player weak. Let's put a guy in the steps and just bait them into it. High IQ plays, very consistent. Love the bomb hops coming out from Joe Deceives with the coverage as well. Guys will snap into position on point in the game mode, and again, looking good. Series is all tied up.
All tied up, 1-1, and it's kills that pays the bills here in S&D for the Toronto boys. With that being said, though, let's go to the desk.
2 games down. Let's break down the search and destroy. Ali Cat and Nameless here at the desk. Ali, I want to start with you in the search. What did you learn by watching Vancouver's first search and destroy?
They kind of beat themselves a little bit. It was back and forth when they were on offense making huge pushes towards the A site, and that was working in their favor, even after Toronto had an abysmal round number 6 where they fumbled in timing, couldn't get the bomb down, and end up tying things up. But then they start trying to bang out B, and Toronto's ready for it. That allows Kleenex to go on a spree, and then they answer with a B attack of their own. Kleenex gets another 2, goes on a spree, gets 5, and then leads them to a picture-perfect final round in that search and destroy. I feel like, unfortunately, Vancouver beat themselves just a little bit.
Yeah, it was the sneak defuse that happened. I mean, they had a great round. RC car comes in, Abuza pushes up, get the first blood, get bombed down, then Joe Deceives ends up sneak defusing, ninjing. Yeah. Like, you can't let that happen. You got to plant the bomb for the window and play around it. And then, unfortunately, after that round, you lose 6-3, right? So Toronto looked good in search.
Diffusing on your back, something new in Black Ops 6. Well done, Joe Deceives. Toronto evens things up at 1 apiece. But let's go back to the hard point and let's draw some conclusions. Nameless, what do you got for us tonight?
Yeah, drawing conclusions. Let's talk about this Vault hardpoint, and let's talk about the money hill on this map. It's on rotation, though, towards P1. So I want to talk to you guys a little bit about this. So Joe Deceives is slamming them. He's finding kill after kill after kill. And you see all the Toronto guys, they're spawning over here, right? So they're assuming everybody's going to spawn here, but they fail to recognize that in Call of Duty and in this game, when there's under 10 seconds left on the hill, as you guys can see, when it gets down to under 10 seconds, if the outspawn is available, looking at your minimap, somebody can spawn there. So what happens is Nasty dies as Thieves is slamming them, and Nasty spawns all the way out, right? Under 10 seconds, mind you, he spawns all the way out. So what does he do? He recognizes this and he just stays in this area. And what happens is all the players leave. They start to push out and leave that time to force the Toronto Ultra players to spawn in the back. And what you're gonna notice here is basically flawless execution. Nasty recognizing that he got the back spawn, Toronto not, and then Toronto spawning all the way over here in these buildings and trying to push over towards time, where they end up losing the rotation and losing that hill in the majority of time, which was a turning point in this map.
And I think for me, like, Hixie doing that kind of shows exactly what we were talking about for Vancouver Surge, that the addition of Nasty doing that, Hixie and Nasty, is because most of the time they're going to make the right play. There are always going to be smarter players on the map. So I think I see exactly what Rainbow Ray was trying to do with this team.
Hixie game number 1 came out hot and heavy. Returns back to the CDL. Can he keep up the slaying ways in the respawns? Nameless, I want to come to you on this. What does Hixie's role look like in the current Vancouver Surge? I know you've only seen one hard point from him.
Yeah, no, he made some massive plays. I mean, there was one time he went over towards the building right next to P4, just stayed alive forever, just taking his time. But when he needs to turn it on and play aggressive, he was doing so. Even in the green room, you said it, Chris, you're like, I don't remember Hixie being this fast. I'm like, well, he's changed his gameplay a little bit to match the pace of 04. And so far, so good. That hard point looked great.
Incredible stuff so far. We're knotted up once again. We have game 3 loading up, but before that, take a look at Toronto Ultra. It's the CDL.
Another ridiculously hard intro video. Congratulations, Ultra. You've done it again. I don't think anyone's let it down. Everyone's gone real good this season. I'm proud, everyone. I'm very proud. Haven't even seen them all yet. Oh my goodness, we've got a great match to finish the day off as well. But we're not there yet, folks. We've got to play ourselves another Vault Control. Who would have thought it? Let's go, Chad.
Look, if we don't have the pre-nades down at this point, like, what are we even doing? Like, everybody watching has to be aware of any given strat. If you want to spawn kill on offense, your entire goal is to get inside of Art. If you're playing up top, you can look towards the back door and help your teammates out, but you can also pick a corner, any corner, and just play for the kills, force the spawn outs. On the flip side, you can also spawn trap, but there's a lot of underground control as well. That down low vault is just the access point. Hopefully we see some good stuff. Maybe a good B hit off the rip, but clearly not from this team right now.
Not from this team right now. It looks like a little bit of A, a little bit of to the left, a little bit to the right, a little bit of that nade action. There we go, the opening. Once again, explosive, especially here on Vault. And the control point now being captured. The A zone is where we're going right now, and Vancouver have got bodies, but there are many more Toronto players there as well. Beans, that's a ridiculous second. That's his 4th in a row. Benjamin, what a start.
Yeah, he was 1 HP, so that player was like, he's not going to chow me. No, it's Beans. He will absolutely chow, and if you're going to flank against Ultra, it's going to get red and cleaned up by Kleenex. Nice little 2-piece in a feed, and Beans found the route. He has made it through his opportunity to block the spawns, but his teammates fighting on the A zone haven't captured it just yet. Inside around the point gets his 2nd in the feed, but they get wiped out, so Beans maybe a little bit too early on the jump to get in that position.
Again, the thoughts there, but it just comes down to the execution. Can your 2 teammates you've left behind take on nearly all 4 members of Surge? The answer was not this time, but you're back in there. An opportunity to close out. Beans has been identified, and he has been dealt with. Nasty gets the job done. Oh my, 1 player left. Hixie, oh, he does get brought down. Kleenex is still in a position to keep the capture going, so it's not over yet. 04, the rest of Vancouver are here. Off the point, a goal line save on the zone, and my God, 04, what a run.
Yeah, and Vancouver just handled that situation perfectly. Ultra bit off just a little bit more than they could chew. You get beans out of your spawn and you save the 8 point. That play and sequence right there might have just won them this round, but obviously a little bit of time to fight. Ultra might only have 30 seconds, but 2 ticks of progress. They're still knocking on the door.
Yeah, we're close. 25 seconds now. Pixie's doing laps. Nasty down low, cleaned up. It's Joe finding kills on the point, and finally a sigh of relief. And a minute to play as A is gone.
Yeah, Hicksy maybe trying to really think long term and doesn't actually get traded out. He gets away with his life. So if he's in this gold position right now, spawning these players out towards P2 Ultra, are they going to elect to attempt to deal with them sooner rather than later? Insights being left maybe to deal with them, or they're full speed ahead trying to get to this B zone.
And Nasty's been, well, truly pushed back. He's got to get back up there to help out, but Abuza manages to thread the needle. Lovely timing. He's got a lot of problems here, though. Players all around him. There's the stun check. Perfect work. Oh my goodness, no way. No! Abuza. That shouldn't happen. 45 on the clock.
Yeah, and here's the thorn in their side, by the way. The reason Ultra were so uncomfortable in their approach towards B, didn't know what to do about Hicksy, and by the time you clean it up, 04 is just filled in the slot. Easy cleanup kills, and now again, Ultra just gonna know, man, if we go to this B zone, we're gonna get shot from every direction.
Yeah, we're on the wrong end of the stick here. Last lives now for Ultra. CleanX, though, battles his way through. He's got the power position. Beans finds a window. And now you're on the zone. Can 04 get him off? No, we can't. It's 3 lives to 6.
And you play for the kills here. You let CleanX up top, you play for the kills, get 1 wipe, and then everybody dives on the zone.
This is very doable. 5 lives now for Vancouver. A careful moment. Pick at least 1 player off. Yeah, Hicksy's gone on the rappable raps. That boy has found them both. There we go. Vancouver Surge close out the first.
Yeah, just the guarantee towards the end. I think Joe Thieves, granted, 3v7, impossible situation, not easy to pull off at all, but I think you have to maybe post up on those outer palms, be ready for a flank, and just trust your teammate. Like, someone's going to have to get a 2-piece at some point, but either way, it was shortly after this best play that actually Ultra sort of dropped the ball just a little bit, jumped on the spawn trap a little bit too soon before that A zone was secured, and it was by the thinnest of margins, but Vancouver deliver.
Oh, that's been the name of the game this entire series, is thin margins. Very, very close. Exciting moments in these search and destroy rounds. Vancouver with some standout moments in the hard point. We'll find out what Ultra are made of now on defense in the control. Over to B we go. Vancouver. They're on the expressway to the respawn screen. Unlucky, lads. That's a tough one. Hicksy still on the capture. Oh, no way. Doesn't get it. Joe Thieves is there for it. The swarm of Ultra now moves from B to A.
Yeah, nice little bounce back. I love that B play personally of like going through hole towards Secret. The one problem though, Joe Thieves expose it, is that double door flank. The guy you leave back gold doesn't quite have it, and well, now we've just descended into chaos. You have Ultra players all over the place. Hicksy wins a big gunfight just to stay up and keep some degree of pressure on the map, but Vancouver right now, I mean, we got a top half, bottom half thing going on. This is diabolical.
This is a lot, mate. This is a lot. Free and open zone for now for Hicksy to just walk into. Coverage. No need. He's got it himself. Any more? Whoa, this is awkward. Able to get a little bit of that zone progress down as well. So good work there from Ultra. CleanX going to be the man to get rid of the B capture. Oh, until he dies. 04, you got no idea. Bloke just spawned right in front of you, mate. Like literally 10 meters. That's not even him. It's somebody else. Absolute madness. 04 times it though, manages to get at least 1. Oh, and his teammates pick up the other. So the A zone is now in real trouble. 1 second gone.
And somehow we've gone from that mini map where Vancouver was effectively flipping the spawn for a second. Now they're making progress on A. Hallway though is going to be open. Players roaming up top. Number 5 Beans trying to make that impact, but he gets dealt with. It is nothing but Jackal players inside of A. Triple stat gets it done and a life advantage. Vancouver in a pretty sweet spot.
Well, great. Can they transition as cleanly as some of the other teams have been able to go from A to B? Oh, that's nice from 04. Drives through Beans. CleanX finally puts up the defense. And now a slow moment for both teams to reposition. Can Ultra find their footing here?
Well, Nasty he slipped the net, so he's going to be forcing the spawn out, but you see the kill feed. Ultra players are winning the gunfights. And as soon as that player spawned out from Ultra, by the way, they turned their attention immediately towards Art. So instantaneous recognition from Ultra. Nasty. His days might be numbered, but he's still doing his job. He's got Hixie to the point, and Hixie wins the gunfight.
Wins the big fight. Phoenix is now being suppressed, and Nasty. Oh, the timing on the reload. There you go. That's tough. Unfortunate moment for him, but Cleanix now gets the top spot back, but the 2 ticks are there. Joe Thieves sent in to finish up the damage. Second segment. Can they get him off the contest? Oh, and a bit of work here from Ultra. Joe dancing around with 04. 04 and Nasty win another fight. Back onto the point. Insight with 2. Insight with 3. Can he get all 4? Keep the capture going. There it is. Surge. A mighty effort brought to its knees.
All right, no one's decapped that just yet. If you get one player on it, that's maybe 3 or 4 seconds before it falls. And there you go. Beans maybe sneaking over to try to get it off, or they're just playing the kill. 7v4. Vancouver, not a ton of presence on the map either.
Jackals barking at one another on the approach towards B. And Beans, oh man, he gets in and he slides the stairs. The boost is there for the kill. Final 15 seconds. Joe the low man on the ground. Insight with the coverage from behind. 10 on the clock. Trying to get towards the point. It's Cleanix and Insight with the kills. That's a big win, Ultra. Oh, boys, you pulled it from the absolute depths. That 3-piece from Insight was insane.
Yeah, the thinnest of margins. I'm assuming that'd be the best play, so we might be able to get a second look.
Oh, yes.
I think 04 maybe in finesse. I don't know if that's an auto mantle, if he's looking for the spawn kill, but ends up giving Inside a freebie. Laser beams the second guy, and unfortunately, again, thin margins, small little mistakes like that, or maybe unfortunate mishaps. Ultra capitalized, but barely.
Oh. I know I was being a little facetious about it being another Vault Control, but they're always pretty good. These maps are really fun. What can I say? Other than round 3.
Nice. That's damage. Easy kills. So many shoulders.
Hixie.
Not easy kills. Hixie is moving.
Man, he is so slick. Sliding through. He's still alive. He is out. That was sweet, man. That was that watermelon sugar as he's now on the flank. The capture, though, real fast.
I was about to say, he still got cleaned up. Ultra, it might have been good moves, but their comms are even better. So that is 2 ticks of progress. They read the flank through the hallway as well, and that is an easy A capture off the rip.
Yeah, 3-man stack. That is gone. See you later, boys. All right, plenty of lives, loads of time. You do have to worry about a boozer, though. He's behind you. Dealt with. Well played Insight. He is so close to the Hellstorm on the 7 spree. Kills don't necessarily matter too much. It's more about the points. Ew, can he get it? That's a little bit of help. Maybe the assist got him over the edge. We'll see, though. We'll check back in on that later. Here comes Hixie. And he's driving forward, hoping to catch at least 1 or 2 out. Oh, and it's a shot punch from Hixie, who somehow stays alive in the back.
And now he's on gold. He's having a battle. That's a distant fight against Beans, and he's just lived in this spot. He has 3 players surrounding him, and great, or no, he even gets one. It takes him to the great. Hixie gonna give you 2. Could you ask for anything more?
He just does it all. He does it all, whatever you need. That being said, Ultra have fought their way out, Charles.
I mean, yeah, but still a decent ways to go. Inside, by the way, does have the observers for that one and the extra kills. Problem is, this is sort of a tricky situation. I don't know exactly when you want to call it in.
He could be looking at a wave of kills at the very least. I mean, you could definitely park that bad boy in through the top window. See how we go, though. It's Nasty. He's putting in work in the feed. Ultra again dancing around. Hixie once again always found behind his opponents. Really nice stuff. Off spawn, gets the big spot. He has seen Insight. He knows he's around here somewhere, so we'll see that battle play out in a moment. In the meantime, it's a classic. Insight may be behind enemy lines, but his teammates are all dead.
Yeah, he didn't even block the spawn either, so Nasty wins the big gunfight in our teammates spawn up right behind him. So Ultra are here, so close to this B zone. In fact, Cleanix is just standing on it, but whether it be Hixie or Abuza, Vancouver constantly have someone back gold, and not a fun situation where you're having to just chow out in the open of player top Art. Vancouver just on point with the game plan as expected. And until you kill Abuza, you're just in for a tough time.
take care of Hixie as well. Joe's on it. Good work out of inside there. He finds it as well. Final moments here on the round. And you're about to see Vancouver Surge take the lead. Yeah. That's the life count hurting. 0.9. And there we go. Vancouver up in control.
Yeah, and you see their big idea on defense. It is just get into gold. So same idea as like the flip side. You just want to force that spawn as far away from the zone as possible by the time. But it's even better to be in gold because you can just sit there, lay down. You don't have to chow anything. It's so tough to actually get rid of that player. And I don't know how many different players on Ultra we've seen getting killed just because they're concerned about a player being in that area. So Vancouver, again, on a game plan front, as expected, they know what they're doing.
I feel like both teams really know what they're doing. I mean, again, Vault Control, everyone knows what they're doing. It really
not everybody.
Yo, that's fair. That's fair. Sorry, my bad. First series of the day. I saw it. At point, Vancouver. What's in store for us this round? Double nades. You got the tickles. Kleenex ain't laughing, though. Oh, nearly with Hixie. Trades are complete. Vancouver in.
Let's get around these pillars, man. Yeah, it's just... You got to be turned.
Welcome to Omni Movement, boys and girls. This is where it all happens. It's Black Ops 6 in a nutshell. Before sprinting after inside gets it. Love that. Now you're going to go back over towards the point. His teammates doing what they can. A little bit of crossfire, unfortunate timing there. The Beans is able to pick it up, and Abuza just causing a little bit of uncertainty for the boys here. Dives in that B zone, pulls Insight out of that top position. Oh, but good news. Lots of fights being won in the middle of the map. Back to the jostle of control we have for A.
Nasty's just trying to turn some heads. He got spotted by Insight, who there for the cleanup kills. Nasty's headset works, and yeah, delivers him an extra kill. How about that? For a nice little listen. And Hixie, the last man standing, wins the big one against Beans to buy you the pressure.
Exactly what he does. And again, unless my eyes deceive me, Nasty has a Hellstorm as well. We'll see how you can use it on an attacking round. 0-4, a Hellstorm in his own right. Nasty on the perfect pinch. Howdy doody, another two-piece. 27 seconds on the clock. A lot of members here for Vancouver on the inside. They have to hold this. We need that capture to come through.
Yeah, credit to Nasty as well. He started off like 4 and 12, so whenever he found the time, I'm assuming top art, to get that cruise missile, he had a nice little bounce back, so the mental was strong.
Mental indeed. Oh, Kleenex, good work. Two-piece for him. The B-zone, slow cap. 0-4 on the tactical retreat once again. You need the numbers. You can't get it all done on your own. Simply impossible. No trophies either.
I'm still so interested to see when these players are going to elect to use the cruise missile. You want to try to burn it. Well, I mean, obviously you want to try to burn it on Insight as quickly as possible, but you save it for the round 5. You prefer it on offense or defense? Is it just a desperation? Get him off the B zone if you got nothing left in the tank. And this might be the moment. Everybody just died. Here's that desperation effort.
Let's loose the Sidewinders. They don't connect. Nasty lands his! Nasty finds two! Oh my goodness, the counter Hellstorm! Is it enough to buy some space and actually get forward though? Insight still alive up top. Suppressing fire now from Nasty, trying to get on towards the B zone.
They have to wait as well. You got to wait for Hixie to go on this pinch. Ultra have not read this at all. It's the perfect play.
Oh, through the smoke now that it clears. Charlie Hixie finds his first, draws the aggression, surge through the front. They're on the point. First segment gone. Hixie still being a nuisance. Beams takes care of business. Can Hixie stay alive? He can. No lines left, Toronto.
You got to just get the kills. 20 seconds left, but you're not getting the kills. The ARs, the iron defense. Get the right class, 04. Get the aims.
He's got the aims. But they've got the time, though. 10 seconds. Aggro drawn. Anyone able to get on the point? Here comes the hit. 7 seconds in. Nasty's there. 2 lives left for Ultra. They're pushing for the point. Hixie dancing. Anyone there to help him? Yes. The last man alive. Kleenex. It's done. Vancouver have pulled it out through sheer force of will. The Hellstorm certainly helped as well. But they win the control.
Oh, and that's just such a big game for the momentum in the series as well. I mean, that like diabolical cruise missile combo there. Insight forced to use his out of desperation, and all of Vancouver went, well, we can just hang out inside. Yes, we're slowed down, but no big deal. And then Nasty out of nowhere just got the 2 as well. So I think, I mean, Hixie and 04, I think, were lighting up the kill feed the entire time there for Vancouver. But the fact that Nasty started off so poorly, like triple negative, not getting anything going, and ends up earning a cruise missile to help you win the game, that is impressive resolve through and through for that Vancouver roster. But obviously you want to tip it to 04. I mean, Abuza, that damage number is also pretty incredible. That is one hell of a vault control.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of work. We're starting to get our averages here in Black Ops 6. 4K, you had a big game. 4K damage was a big one. 23 non-traded, 27 overall. EKIA would have been pretty heavy there. Nice. Absolutely love that. Good stuff out of Vancouver. Great stuff out of Ultra as well. That map had it all, folks. Vault control. Another one bites the dust. Whew. Chance, I take it back. I do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Check these highlights out.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fun match. It's the fact that both on offense and defense, you get consistent opportunities to win in like sort of different ways. Obviously, you can do it by kills, you do it by the objective, but the map does have a lot of different like flavor to it. It's just the fact that we have seen 7 in a row. 8 in a row, something like that. Like, I believe just hates protocol for whatever reason.
This is the 7th in a row. Yes, exactly. It's tough, man. This was Hixie's spree. Man, he really put the work in, and it was Beans who managed to take care of business here with that last bit of bullet through the wall there. Man, that was some run. Hixie is such an annoying player to deal with. Really, really impressive stuff here for Vancouver. Just gives the boys so much space in the map. A lot of options, especially when he's drawing aggression, when he's creating problems, he's picking up pinches. Great, great stuff all around. And that was another great, lovely, exciting, wonderful game of control there on the ball. Everyone firing, man. It's been a lovely series so far.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely going to be a map that Toronto Ultra end up learning from as well. Joe Deceive struggling to get things going, but saw him in the player cams after, had a smile on his face, just talking to Beans about exactly what was going down. So Ultra will try to recalculate, but a great look there for Vancouver. And again, the idea, very consistent on the defensive end, whether it be Hixie or Abuza, get someone into gold. You're just playing a very steady and consistent game. And again, sticking to the game plan just makes the job easier for all of your teammates. And Vancouver, maybe looking for a little bit of an upset in this series. The Canadian battle that we newly find will get settled on protocol.
Indeedy. Well, it's the double dose of protocol to end our series here, and it could end here. You're not wrong, mate. If Vancouver pick up the dub here, that is, as far as we're concerned, an upset, folks. Nufi, my mate on Twitter, calls it the War for the North. Everyone suggest your best names for this Canadian clash, the classic Canadian game of COD. We'll work on that. We're going to workshop the living life out of this. Almost said the S word. We're not going to do that, though, folks. We are going to say Protocol is up next. Hardpoint. And, of course, if we do go to Game 5 for Ultra, it is going to be a Protocol S&D as well. Chance, thoughts, feels about this one coming up? Are we dressing towards Vancouver?
It's Ultra's map pick, so they're going to be happier to see it. I don't even know what dressing means entirely, so you lost me on that one. But Ultra's map pick on Protocol. We saw him yesterday on it against FaZe. I'll say FaZe looked really good on Protocol. Real good. I think Toronto just really had a slow start against them. There was a lot of issues. They were having Simp consistently going on these flanks, and Simp did it in 3 different ways. Took the zipline route once, hit straight through the mid double doors one time, and then just went all the way around the map for multiple flanks to break down P1. But I just think Ultra sort of got handed that experience of like, okay, if we just dodge these like few little sort of kinks in the game plan, we'll be good to go. And they're still happy and confident on this map. Of course, that being said, never seen Vancouver on it, have no idea what to expect. Abu's been piecing the entire time, and I just know there's 5 windows, a bunch of power positions you can get control of. He might be a player that wants to feast.
Again, a team like Vancouver on paper, a map like this seems to really sit well with them. A lot of opportunity for flanks, big brain plays, nice timings, power positions galore. So your shooters will shoot, and your nerdy flankers will flank. Here we go. A massive opportunity for Vancouver to upset the series and walk away with a 3-1 over their Canadian cousins, their rivals for the season, possibly. And now we go into the first point.
Ooh, and that is Ultra again. They started slow yesterday, and they have made amends. Much better opening break. Perfect, clean forward down. You get CleanX in the zip line, and this is already just a very difficult spawn trap to try and get out of. Maybe good news for Surge. At least no one on Ultra's in the time just yet.
You know what, yeah, I mean, it's fine. Get in there, Vancouver. Insight's coming for the kill. Toe-to-toe with Nasty. Nice work there with a Strider. Nasty
fell off the map.
Got it. Weird one. Real weird one. Nice work out of CleanX here up close and personal. Can he start to heat up? Love this angle. CleanX. Oh, nearly. Good shots out of Nasty. Big pickups from Beans. Any more here? The time at P1 for Ultra has been very good so far.
Ow, 04 wins a huge one. I was going to say, Ultra win that. It's all guns forward. 04 slams them. And now Vancouver have an opportunity to get right back in this game, try to keep these players at bay. They win the big gunfight on the flank as well. That front pressure, 04 does get dealt with. Ultra, they stabilize, get the extra kills. That is all 4 down and hill time collected. Firmly in control of this map.
04 making his way up towards that point. He's managed to sneak through pretty well. Will he check this position from inside? Yeah, great timing. CleanX up next. Shots are there. Oh, what a pick up on the flank. Nice work, 04. Can he get CleanX as well? That would be sensational. His boys are in the time, but CleanX is still at large.
And CleanX just, I mean, there's no getting past this. This is an incredibly difficult gunfight to win. Finally goes from inner lighthouse rather than outer, and CleanX had that timing down pat. It's going to be, what, a 20-point lead right now from Ultra going in towards Zoo, and Hixie was unfortunately left one shot and back spawn, so Ultra get the spawns for this P3. Another thing they struggled with against Atlanta FaZe, and maybe another thing that Nasty will just take from them. Unfortunately, Nasty actually gets to the back spawns, doesn't block, so it's going to be a little bit chaotic, but Insight, the man to deal with the chaos. Easy reads, nice two-piece, everything's under control.
Yeah, perfect work. Nasty was trying to make something happen there, but simply surrounded by Ultra members. There goes CleanX, right into the jaws of Hixie. Can Hixie now make entry to lockers? Abusa's there, wins. Abusa up next. No, Beans from threshold to threshold. Finds another on the door. Can he get the third? Nearly. Whoa, 04 CleanX. Something spilled very slippery on the floor there because these boys are sliding all over that point.
Foot race. This is the foot race time, though. Everybody go low. Everybody go low and get blendered by Thieves. Meet your maker, and congratulations on winning it and making it to the money hill. Let's see. This is a 50-point lead currently from Ultra. This might turn into a full 60.
Boy, what a life from Thieves. And a big old hold now for Toronto Ultra. Their lead going forward with Game 5 on horizon. They do not want to leave the match today. Losers. Down through spiral. Into Insight. Gunning. Grinning. Finding kills as they drop into it. Nasty on the foot. He's just a writing on the wall for this point. Chalk it, lads. Go next.
I mean, yeah, what's the strat here? You even get red on the spawn, so you're thinking maybe the splits will sort of pay off for you, but Ultra are just on top of everything. A little bit of contest time down low, so when that's not a perfect full 60 miles, it's only 58.
Actually, it's only 58, but good God, it felt like 200. That was a savage hold. Ultra. CleanX has got himself a hellstorm. I mean, really. Tobias, really, absolutely slaying. 128 and climbing to the 29 of Vancouver Surge. I mean, there's such a strong team, but like, once you start getting bodied on protocol, it is really tough to come back.
Yeah, and it's also that sort of moment on P3 because the timing is never consistent. We can talk about that later.
Yeah, we'll get that later.
Insight's loving some cruise missiles, man.
Insight's got one. CleanX has got one. Insight might love them, but they don't love him. That's a one-sided relationship if we've seen one. As of yet, plenty of time to turn that around. Force free though still. Makes it a 5. Abusa was not up for looking down that corridor. And on the spawners now. Oh, Jamie Craven. He finds another. And that's that side of the map now safe for him.
Jackal just so easy to use, man.
All right.
I look at it. It's guaranteed. Well, actually, talk about things that are easy to do. If you're having the knife holding that, that's unstoppable.
04 really wanted that one. He sent it out of the window after the knife kill. He slashed up my boy. I'm going to send it. Ultra, they are certainly having a good time here on Protocol. This is particularly ugly. 19-8 for Kleenex. He has returned. The Great Dane is putting it all on the line here. Contest. Vancouver in. Joe to Thieves. He's out.
That's it. Hey, if you're looking for anything, that's going to be the start. But as it stands right now, I mean, every player on Vancouver, when they're pulling up the scoreboard, they're seeing that they're negative with EKIA. They're feeling the heat.
Yeah, you're feeling something. They're feeling the heat in what Ultra Ice on Twitter is calling the Cold War. Could be going with that all season long. I don't hate that. The Cold War, folks. Ultra sub-zero right now. Ice in their veins, as we say. Vancouver's going to get a little bit of this scrap time, but very much consolation. Rotation's well done, and Ultra, they are there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Vancouver, the back spawns should be under lock and key for the side of Ultra. I think the most important moment on this map, it's when this hill starts to wind down. It's that final hit, and then both teams just hit the go button on the foot race to get down low. And maybe Vancouver an opportunity, right? Getting some of the kills, they got the back spawns, and if you win this section, again, when there's like 15-20 seconds left on this hill, it is just a dead sprint to try to get control down low, but they need the first hold.
Yeah, Vancouver holding. You've still got bodies. There's a couple of players still to deal with. Front door, 2. Kleenex on the backside as well. And Insight, deep by the SAM site. He'll be in there in a moment. Here comes the next hit. Nice timing, though. Ultra been cut down. Hit Nasty's got to go big here. Finds one. No more in the tank. However, 20 seconds done. Down and out. A booze has gone down low. Here's Joe. Surely he doesn't get another 3-piece. Surely not a chance. No.
Well, that's huge just to be able to take down one. Yeah, now big doors open. An opportunity for Kleenex maybe to get some timing sliding in. No trophies out as well. So this is that sort of scattered battle, and Ultra swarmed all over it. They knew they were getting there late. They had the extra bodies out towards big door, and now Hixie, the last man to hunt on the back. Kleenex got it, line him up, send him through the funnel.
They're so good at this. Ultra, it's Joe, and he is the master of down low. It is Hades, and he is the devil on Protocol.
That is just absurd work. And again, just the fact that he was the only one going down spiral, his teammates knew that they were gonna like sort of lose the foot race. Let's go through big door, because that's where you actually want to break from. Everything there calculated and perfect from Ultra. And I mean, now Vancouver just sliding into absolute blenders, and you just know Ultra gonna be on point, gonna get those trades, and they have just accrued a gargantuan lead.
It's so tough to come back on Protocol. I've turned it muck okay. 25 and 17. Now Kleenex there. Let's slow everything right down. Master Bruce. 2:29. Is this the signs of life of Vancouver? Can they get up from the beatdown they have received on this map so far?
Kleenex still has a cruise missile. Yeah.
It's called a Hellstorm, chance.
It's a wide open hill. It's called death from above.
Here it comes. 04. Toast. Oh no, the trophy eats the little ones. There you go. That makes enough sense to me. I don't hate that. The little sidewinders, the heat seekers. Big attack now from Ultra. Vancouver still alive, and that trophy system is putting in work behind 04. Surely gone now, though. Beans and the boys wind up for the second hit. Here we go. How strong is the core of Vancouver Surge?
I think the core might get broken down. Kleenex just goes for the sort of top grapple flank, and now Hixie is trapped in a corner with absolutely no help. He does get his one, but now he's got the rest of the team just there for the trades, and 20 seconds to go, and Ultra at least forced the game 5.
Well, we keep our shoes on. We're not going anywhere. We're staying on red card, but it ain't over yet. My Insight just takes that zip for free. No one ever seems to contest him. He is running upstairs, and he's making his aims look like a jackal. Hixie wins it from down low. That is the map, though, boys and girls. An absolute beatdown. A Protocol pounding. Perfunctory work out of Ultra. No love. As they put Surge to the sword. And now we go to a game 5.
So much passion on the line in this game 5 as well. Could be a difference maker, man. This is Ultra starting their year off with a perfect 2-0 start, and this is Vancouver potentially with an early upset. And a big team to take down as well if they can make it happen, but an absolute slamming on the chameleon map that is Protocol.
Yeah, brilliant.
A nice combination of so many maps we have seen throughout Call of Duty history, but just a completely dominant win. I mean, you go from P2 to P4 and you got 3 total seconds there for Vancouver off the rip. I mean, that is completely destructive. The P3, P4 chain absolutely at its finest, and a lot of credit to Joe Thieves in those moments as well. You know, sort of bolsters his team and creates that opportunity for him both times.
Yeah, we were giving a lot of love to Insight, of course, but Kleenex with a 3K, Beans with a 3K damage as well, 27 and 18, 28 and 18. Boys were absolutely cooking. Insight's 22 and 14, though, living in those top windows. Absolutely living up there. Really, really good stuff there from Ultra. Well, they're right back in this series. We now go to a game 5. Protocol Search and Destroy. And you're not wrong, mate. It has been the S&Ds that have been winning it for Ultra now. I've got another nice contender for what do we call this series? The Maple Massacre from Jacob. Maple Massacre?
Well, that's if Toronto wins.
Yeah,
if Toronto's like up like 4-0 in the head-to-head, then we can go with that.
I like that one. I like that one a lot. But we're going to continue to workshop this one throughout the break, folks. When we come back on the other side of it, it is going to be our game 5. Protocol, S&D to determine who comes out on top here. We'll be right back. ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome back to Game 5. Vancouver Surge taking on Toronto Ultra. We've received lots of good names for this Canadian clash, but none of them are that good. So we're going to keep calling it the Canadian clash. Until something red hot comes our way, we're going to keep workshopping it. But either way, it has been a fantastic series, man. I mean, however you dress in whichever side of this Canadian coin you are hoping lands up right, it's been a treat, a real treat indeed. Protocol SD, here we go.
This is a weird place to have like all those arcade machines. I mean, I'm down for the entertainment. You need something to do, but you're so far away from everything.
Now, this is a little like Black Ops, you know, launch site. You've got a sub there, you've got a helicopter for pickups, there's a barracks, there's a military base here, they've got SAM sites.
It's an incredibly serious place. You want arcade machines?
Yeah, man, everyone's got to let loose every now and then. Everyone's got to unwind, play some games, download the command center. The one thing, though, that does get me, the big gun up top, like the ship cannon, has got a really, really narrow field of fire. That, to me, just isn't a good placement.
I mean, you know, design features, they'll take it into consideration.
Miss me with that. Miss me with that. The SAM site's all good, but so 6, he's not dying here. He's backing up. Joe Deceives, he may be the demon down low, but up top here, he's just another angel. Not going to get anything done from up here, Joe. You got to go down and find your kills.
And by the looks of it, this is actually going to be a forced A hit. No space really taken on the offensive side of things, but you do catch that first blood. Nasty, welcome to the death screen. Now you got an extra body to go for this hit.
Tough gunfight to win. Kleenex. Oh, Boozer. Oh, you got it. He's looking for him. Maybe he's going to go down low, actually.
He's just playing for the trap.
Oh, yeah, Boozer B. He's still there. Oh, he's going to lay it ASAP. Less than 30 in the clock, and the Boozer's going to go, he's dead, let alone going, great job out of Beans.
Kleenex is also just playing with 04. Kleenex is trapping the players in spiral, and 04 does make it out to try to make this play, but this would be a 1 versus 4 clutch with bomb down.
Don't hate it. He's got a Krig. He's got an aims. Can he aim with it? Oh, Beans wants this fight. He's coming to you, Joe. No, he's not. He's pinned. He's never going to get the defuse. Nice work, Toronto. Beans may put the bullet in, but the team won the round.
That was just a really nice performance. I was talking about how I'm thinking it has to be an A hit, just the amount of space they had taken on the mini-map, and then the moment that Insight gets that first blood on Nasty, opens up the door for Kleenex just to run it down. He snaps in position. You know players are going to be trapped down low, so you can just cross over top, and Beans as confident as ever.
I mean, whatever they're talking about, it must be great. Beans' facial reactions to, conversations, so fun. But definitely an air of pressure here. Ultra boys know a win is essential. You don't want to start the season off with a loss to Surge.
Just going for it.
It has been sent. It has been received.
Just move it. Nice. Joe Deceives, that's a huge win. 2 on the round.
2-2. Hixie with the bomb plant. Bad news, Joe's alive. He wants to come down there and he wants to kill you. Insight with a lovely bit of angle here from up top. Can guide Joe in. Sometimes when we all need a bit of help. And here we go. Hixie. Are you ready for the fight? Yes, you are. And second sensational round from Surge.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit too quick. The call is on point. Like, if you got Nasty or whoever it was, like, up top, isolate the guy around the bomb, but Joe Deceives just full sends it, and don't get me wrong, right play in the moment, but as is tradition, we've said it a few times this series, bit off more than he could chew. Hixie on point for that little 1v2 moment.
Yum, 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 yum. Not everyone has the constitution for that kind of bite. Here we go. Another round. This time, Ultra on attack. A-Site's been getting the love in general. The B-Bomb site not nearly as popular, but we have seen some incredibly decisive rounds. And it's down low. Once again, it's your boy Joe Deceives. And looky, it's another 2-piece. Can he get the third? He absolutely can. He really can. In fact, if that stun connects, he really goes for it. It could be an ace for Joe. I'm calling it now. Okay.
His team let him down.
Okay, that's tough. Insight's hurt as well. This might be the bounce back. Nasty 1v2. Whew, it was close, but no cigar. Ultra alive and kicking.
And that's just like the movement sort of play there for Joe Thieves as well. If you're just trying to hit down low, it is chaos. You're worried about the stuns and nades. You really want a trophy, but little slip, little slide, cuts the corner, and Joe Thieves, zero fear in his heart, just pushes straight through the middle of that site. Nice little cheeky flank to give you those 2 kills and effectively seals the deal. So again, no moment of hesitation. You hesitate, you die. He catches both of these players, and just a nice little sequence. And smart player, doesn't overcommit, doesn't go chasing for the kill. You already made the highlight play, get the bomb down, lest your teammates let you die while planning.
I'd have got Bloodlust there and definitely gone for the 3rd instead of planting the bomb like I was supposed to.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure, you know, dude. Inside with the first blood makes things way easier for Ultra now on the approach. Pixie backs up. He's got a lot of choices here. There's 3 members by Big Door. Here come the big boys through Big Door. 1. No, doesn't get brought down. You got to send some of these players forward. Got to catch these angles out. Abuza backs up. The bomb does get planted. Things are getting hot already. Beans is in. Still players on the outside. Pixie sends it. Nearly gets 2. And that is the round. Ultra have just banged that one wide open. Surge, no hope on the hold.
Yeah, that's destructive too. I didn't quite catch it on the minimap. Don't know how it happened, but 04 got caught as well. So Abuz is out here fighting 3 players at the exact same time, and just that overwhelming force able to deliver. Ultra calculated on it. I mean, again, a different idea every single time. Triple up Big Door to go for the retake. Send Joe Thieves in for the kill. Whatever you need to do on any given round, Ultra always have a plan.
Always do. Search and Destroy is looking pretty good for Toronto Ultra, eh? That Vancouver Surge, their hard points are nice. But you need something extra now. Here we go. Ultra back on the attack, and look, it's been good.
Ooh, he gets spotted though. That might sort of kill the push. They were looking to get active, and Kleenex didn't stop him at all.
No. Kleenex killed.
I love that call.
Oh yeah, leaves the trophy as well. Leaves the player, leaves the trophy, and bad luck. Sorry, mate. Bad luck for 04 as well, as he goes down on the other side of the map. So you trade out the tail ends of your team. Ixie.
That's tough.
That's bomb as well. Beans wins it. A single bullet was all it took. Nice advantage down here, but he has to recover the bomb. And there go Vancouver, swarming all over it.
I don't think Vancouver... Do they recognize? Well, if they're backing down like this, possibly. Now they're worried about the flank, so Vancouver did not recognize the situation. But it doesn't mean it's an easy one for Ultra to clutch. And yeah, well, if Abuja did it before, he certainly does now. They have the bomb down.
Yeah, how do you miss that thing? It's huge. 20 seconds. Insight, he's going the long way round. Beans, oh dear, maintaining bomb site presence. He's got the bomb, he's going to double back and get the plant. That's huge, nasty. You dirty boy gets his kill. And now a 1v1 in the depths of protocol, and he has been gifted a freebie, boys and girls. Patience pays off for Mr. Plumridge. That's his defuse, and that's 3-2.
I was really hoping to set up the old battle of the Brits there, and it was just the easiest clutch of all time there for Nasty. So great 1v2, not too shabby. Trades out 1 kill, and then easy reads there after the fact. And Beans, unfortunate. Not a lot you can do, I suppose, in that situation. You just hope you pick one of 3 lanes. Hope he watches one of the other 2. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's pure maths, isn't it, mate? Wow, what a fun search. Got another good suggestion here from Ripley. The shoot-a-boot. Quite like that. Okay, maybe not. Xy's nade pushes Joe out of position. Oh, lads, back up. Literally back up. Take the zip. Rethink the play and go to B.
I hear you on the Ripley comm. I have to be dialed in to figure out how many players are dropping down low versus up top, but it's going to be a B hit.
They all know.
Without question.
Ultra have all backed up. They've given up. Joe's going to stay down low as the Vanguard there. 04 pinned. Beans. Uh-oh. He slipped out. Bomb's been planted. Here comes Kleenex. Finds the first, and it's a big one. Eyes towards the bomb, and the player prone on the box next to him. Oh! Does he get it? Ixie, there to help out. Inside by lockers, 20 seconds on the clock.
You just don't have time. I mean, Abuza just checked the bomb and cleared it out. That's nobody has to move for the next 7 seconds, so the player in Spiral just can wait to get active.
Wait.
They're swarming around it. You're hopping it, but it's a cheeky Abuza.
It's the cheekiest Abuza. Is he going to do anything about it, though? He does! Oh, Abuza! What a play! The timing! 3-3. Thanks to a cheeky Abuza.
And back-to-back 1v2 clutches as well for the AR players of Vancouver Surge, but I feel like this one for Abuza just a little bit easier. Perfect hiding spot. You're having to check the helicopter as he back spawn, and just the fact that he got the clearance early and his team might have fallen, but they bought him enough time that he knows exactly when to pop up. He doesn't have to check it twice. Just wait for 7.5 seconds to hit. That's your go button.
That was still close,
Making
though.
it look easy.
It was still close, man. That was a very, very good hit on the defuse. Pandemonium around the bottom side of the lockers building. That was where I was a little dicey there for Vancouver. I thought, I don't think you get out of this one, lads. Beautiful work, though. Oh, Protocol, you're a lot of fun to watch. Ultra, once again, it's CleanX, the sole man forward right now. A little bit of love there for the B-bomb site, and it does look like we've got a player down low on A for Vancouver.
And this is just a look at how you clear a map, right? Check every single corner, make sure nobody's hopping up, wait for someone to push out. Because right now, his teammates do not have any bit of information. You don't know how many players are down low. You don't know if they're in the back spawn. And 40 seconds have been burned, and right now he's army crawling up so he doesn't get spotted from the helicopter.
Oh my goodness.
They're just waiting for intel. They have nothing right now.
Now, what's the Danish for solid snake? That's a very particular one, folks. I'm going to need that tweet at the ASAP. Thank you so much. Abuza spots him, and now you got to run. You got to get out. Full pockets, though, for CleanX. He's got lots to work with here, and that's it. Let them know it's coming. Oh, yeah. Surge are out. They've taken the bait. They're going up towards B. 04. Oh, you're in trouble now, boys. Somebody get that bomb down ASAP.
You just want to get him off bomb if you can. It's sort of a desperation maybe play. The only thing you can do. Hixie picks up to make it a 3v3, and they're trying to be surrounding on this swarm. 1 in Spiral, 2 from Big Door.
Quick check. Inside, you patient demon. The shoulders. The shoulders. Hixie nasty. Destroyed. Ultra, what a round.
And it's that perfect play there from CleanX. We're watching the man calculate, throw all the shoulders, get the intel, and he snaps into position. Has one gunfight against a guy in the back steps. He hightails it across the map, and he just gets beautiful Call of Duty timing down low. And of course, CleanX is the setup man for his longtime duo. Insight there just to knock him down. If you don't know what a god spot is on a map, watch Insight on the mini map. He will show you.
He'll be there. He'll be there whenever. Well, it's only a round advantage. I was going to sing 2, but there we go. 4-3 in this marathon of a red card. Down low we go. Send it. That's awkward. That's CleanX. That's the trades. And that for now is a quiet bomb site. Counterattack from Ultra surely is on.
Yeah, Hixie went for the Joe Deceives play, but CleanX knows how it's done. At least gets his one.
There's the plant for elevator side. Nasty with a spiral coverage. Good luck, lads. You've seen this work out for Ultra time and time again. Will this be another 3v3?
Yeah, they've been so heavy on the Big Door retake as well, and they're shaping up for it again. Bean's taking a different angle. Maybe look to try to rip the guy and back him down from computers. But it's a tough angle.
Yeah. It's the Christmas cracker setup. Pull either end. It's the bit in the middle that goes boom. Who's going to pop? Joe's in. He's taking care of one tail. There's second. No. Nasty wins it. Trophy good. Insight. Pick a corner. Game over. Nice work. Surge survive the post-plant situation this time. And it's 4-4.
And yeah, you love when the default strat works out. 3 players going down low. CleanX does his job, gets his kill, but gets traded out. And no time wasted on the bomb plant. Efficient works on the trades. And I mean, yeah, players sliding the bomb site. They don't know if players are tucked away in the back or if they're sliding into a crossfire. And it's a good thing flashes are not being used in the CDL because Nasty would go blind.
Oh, God, yeah. Didn't think about that. Poor bloke.
look, I mean, that's just...
Hell yeah. 9 bang going out. Classic Black Ops 4. 4-4. No need for the zips. The lads are in. The stun lands. Anything else to throw? That could hurt. Yeah, 04's there. Here we go, boys.
Oh, no.
Oh. His teammates are there for it. He's playing it safe. Here's the slide. Kleenex is in. Oh! Beans with the coverage. Nasty. 1v2.
They just had him in a kill box and they let him out.
Ay, Dios mío. Patience. Nasty patience. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Shoulders. Has to isolate the fights and win them so decisively. Ah, goodness. Here comes Beans. 20 seconds. Okay. I like it. The time's not on his side, though. You gotta go huge. Oh, nasty. You solved the puzzle, but you solved it a little too late. Ultra match point.
Oh my God, that's a crazy round, dude. They dropped the trophy down the elevator shaft and it didn't block that first stun. So 4 players got hit. Whoever threw it is yelling, I stun 4, I stun 4. Guy drops down the elevator shaft. Like, they had the entire team completely trapped in, but instead of challenging, they laying down on the bomb, the coverage not quite there, and all the players you had trapped, you just let the floodgates open and Ultra capitalize. And then Kleenex, just that little dance in the 2v1, absolutely perfect. No mistakes made. Nasty makes a hell of a play, but simply not enough.
Production confirmed it was a 17-second kill box. Hold their chance. Here we go, folks. Fast B hit. Beans, that is for you. It doesn't connect, but that's a lot of information. Again, bomb planted right now. Vancouver want to take the round fast.
And it's that guy in helicopter as well. 04 is sort of in the long-term clutch spot. And Ultra, yep, not the start you want. You do not have a lot of time to work with on a retake. And if you're down a man, this is incredibly difficult to pull off.
Beans has got to snipe him. It's never going to happen. Not with the aims. Oh, Joe Thieves gets in. The Beans under his own cover. Oh, wow. You dirty little corner, Hixie. Ah, round 11. Pure filth.
Well, I think if I'm Vancouver here, I think I'd rather have the offensive round. Just like getting a B hit executed so well in that moment, I feel like it's just going to give you options like Ultra. I don't know what either team would decide to do for a defensive setup, but we'll see how it shapes up. I was absolutely not keeping track of the kills.
Oh, I'm just here for, just having a good time. But
round 11 vibes, dude. Let's go.
Gongs out, dongs out here on Protocol. Attacking round for Vancouver. They got it, Chance. What will they do with it? They've been wonderfully creative so far. We're going downstairs. Joe Thieves spotted out. Double nades on him. Only one. 04 brought down. Trades are there. One more player coming on through. It's going to be a very, very dangerous retake. 3v3. Here we go. Oh, sugar. Beans takes care of Nasty.
I was about to say, we've seen this round before. Beans is the difference maker.
But Hixie has brought a toy. Is he making up for the man down? Insight. He's got to worry about that. It explodes. Does it deal enough damage? Hixie down. Ah! Ultra with another sensational retake. Search and destroy. Once again goes their way.
The Emperor has decided their fate. You got a 3v3. The retake on that site is incredibly difficult. You need someone to be the decider. Beans rises to the occasion. He delivers.
Wow. Another round 11. Another absolute nail-biter. What a brilliant, brilliant series. 6-5. Look at this. Hard points were solid from both sides. That vault control, absolute banger. Once again, Ultra proved to be one of the best search and destroy teams in the league as of right now. That's just the way it goes, folks. Wow. Hope to see many, many more series like that between these two organizations throughout the year, and we will find a good name for it. Absolutely, folks. Wow, what a good one. Hixie 11 and 9. Everyone else did what they could. Insight. Ian Beans put the squad on their back, but the 1K damage across the board as well. Ultra, you boys. Woohoo! Brilliant stuff. Not even the Hot Wheels car could save them there, man. That was so good. What a great, great series. It's not even the end of the day.
That was a good time. By the way, shout out CleanX for First Bloods as well. He was left by himself time and time again, but consistently was able to deliver. That is well orchestrated across the board. But as you said, that is just a fun series. I enjoyed my day. Nice day at CAT so far.
Great day at CAT so far. It's not over yet, though, is it, Desk? We've still got one more to play. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
It's true.
Yeah.
We have LA Thieves coming up in just a little bit, but first, let's celebrate all four of us. That's right, the three on the desk and the community getting this one right. Toronto Ultra, though, going all the way to a Game 5, Round 11. Vancouver is the real deal.
For a minute there, I was ready for the walk of shame. Toronto Ultra, you pulled through for me in the end, but you had to make it that stressful. Round 11? Fine, I'll take it. It was some good Call of Duty.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this series. And Nameless, talk to me about the strength of Vancouver, because Toronto now ends the week in 2-0. But Vancouver's surge may be the toughest one-loss team we've seen.
Yeah, they look great, especially in the control. Abuza picking up right where he left off, one of the better control players of last year, putting up crazy damage there. The offenses look good. Just the protocol got away from a little bit. They had the same problem in the search as they did in the hard point. In bottom computers, Chris, they just did not know how to play it situationally.
Yeah.
They lost it on a lot of their defensive rounds. Like Toronto was getting down there where they wanted to slow play it and wrap back, or if they wanted to bang it off the rip, they were getting retaken when they tried to go down there on their offenses. And then in the hard point, like bottom computers hill, both times they got absolutely slammed. So if you're Vancouver, you can identify it pretty easily. We have to see what other teams are doing down there, how they're controlling it, because clearly we have to mimic it.
Yeah, even in the red card as well, it seems like Vancouver should just really struggled with specific sites on red card. They tried to bang out B, it didn't work out. The second Toronto Ultra caught wind of that and did it all their own. They weren't able to defend. And then flip side here, like Andrews touched on bottom computers, they just did not have the pressure that was needed for these search and destroys.
3 for 3 in search and destroy, but it all came down to this round 11. CleanX getting the first pick, Beans stopping the second player, and then you saw the team effort at the end. Toronto remains perfect, but boy, was this a close one today. The Emperor says no. Beans and crew able to celebrate at the end of week 1.
Yeah, what a tough way to lose that too if you're Surge, man. You can see the emotion there is very, very close. But yeah, I mean, you got to tip the cap over to the SMGs on the side of Toronto. I mean, even Beans was pulling out an SMG on protocol, making some plays down low, right? So some crafty strategies and getting it done.
Speaking of SMGs, would you like to see some more SMG gameplay, Ali?
Of course I do. They're blessed every year.
It's our Scuff play of the game, and there was too many to choose from, so I said just give me a montage of Joe Deceives and CleanX. Toronto up in your face. How do you deal with this duo playing for Canada?
You have to catch them off guard early. Unfortunately, Vancouver Surge almost did, but the S&D was just way too strong out of both of them. I mean, you're talking about First Blood, Demons, and the consistency has just been really impressive for me thus far. It doesn't matter the map. They just kept getting better as the series go on, and even CleanX got shut down in that round 11. That was a big pick from the side of Vancouver Surge, but luckily his duo, Joe and Deceives, was still alive. Fox Viewers was able to clean up with his duo.
Yo, big shout out to Abizi for bringing Joe Deceives into our life. He was a fun player to watch last year on LA Thieves. Now I feel like this is the strongest roster he finds himself on. Also joining Joe, though, on the Toronto Ultra lineup for 2025 is a Brit. Let's bring in Beans to talk about his perfect opening weekend. It wasn't pretty, Beans, but you got the job done in that round 11. Can you walk us through that final round?
There wasn't much to it really. It was kind of just the basic stuff. Joe giving it a little shoulder, getting some info, sees them all there. Toby flying in as usual, and yeah, just the retake. The retakes were a bit iffy, were a bit slow sometimes on that map, but they got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. You got the job done in a Game 5, Round 11. And that's where the vets and the composure really comes from. And so I want to ask you, Beans, kind of what it's been like transitioning into this team that's usually cool, calm, and collective when you bring a serious fire.
Yeah, it's definitely like a learning curve. Obviously, I can be a bit hectic sometimes. Joe is exactly the same. Could be a bit hectic sometimes, but It's kind of probably a perfect medium. I think obviously Toronto's comms have always been really slow and cool, calm, collected, but you know, some energy's good as well. So if we find that happy medium throughout the season, I think it's gonna be really good.
Beans, you know, going up against Atlanta, now Vancouver, you've had two very tough opponents to kick things off, and you guys have looked like the cleanest team strategically when you talk about search and destroy and even the respawns. Protocol was absolutely dominant. Talk to me about like your guys' preparation, how your scrims have been going.
Scrims are going really well. We had a couple days here or there where it was getting, you know, we were just learning all that stuff and going through the motions, but for the most part, our scrims have been really good. Most teams we play, we pretty much dust, and it's probably just because I got some incredible subs around me. So it's been good times.
Beans, I want to ask you two questions. First and foremost, what did you vote on the sniper?
Hey, we voted in. All right, we voted in. Myself, an esteemed sniper. As Teach says, I can't play SND without a sniper. Check the VOD, Teach, because I think you need some help with that. But you know, it is what it is. We'd love the sniper in. We'll see what happens.
Final question for you, Beans. Sorry to cut you off there. Who is the most overrated team and underrated team in week 1 of the CDL?
Oof, spicy question. I mean, overrated, you're going to have to probably say FaZe. You know, no shots fired, but it was you know, easier than we thought it was going to be. And underrated, I'd probably say probably the Falcons, right? I mean, they did lose both their games, but they've had pretty poor practice and not a lot of time. So getting used to the league is a massive learning curve. So they've done okay so far.
Always a joy to watch you here at the CDL. Beans, are you going to be streaming over the weekend?
Of course. Tune in, man. Tune in.
He's a live streamer these days. Love to see it. That's Beans. Go learn from his AR. Toronto Ultra finishes week 1 2-0, around 11 clutch, and that leaves just one more match to go. Alley Cat, are you ready to close this thing out?
Absolutely. It feels like the start of it just keeps getting better and better and better. And you thought that series was crazy. This next one better show us the same.
Nameless, give me a little showdown, a little preview. What should I expect when we come back?
Listen, we're about to watch the LA Thieves. People are saying they're the best team in the game. I can't wait to watch Scrap and Hydra and see what they can do.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She no look chaotic, he been hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say not for real. So I say not for real. Not for real. Yeah.
I see what happened there. They went into the subway. They came out with white jerseys. No longer the Subliners. It is now Cloud9 New York. Attach returns to New York, joining Sib, who was on the team last year. Mac makes his return to New York, his first team as well. And then, of course, Kremp coming over from LA Thieves. Let's start with the roster. What's the strength of Cloud9 New York right now?
The strength is just, I want to say, faster ARs and Sib and Attach. I think you find a lot of pressure there and a lot of leadership because we know how good Attach can be in the ceiling of Sib. The biggest question mark, though, is going to be Mac and Kremp. Kremp showed some inconsistencies last year. Mac, we haven't seen him in a year, so that's going to be the two to focus on.
Minnesota no longer has the Iceman. They have a new Paul X as the Iceman. Where's the original? He's coaching this Cloud9 team. We'll be talking about accuracy a little bit later, but let's highlight the opposition here. Representing Los Angeles, we have the Thieves, and they're looking strong.
Yeah, they did a great job with their roster in this offseason. I mean, you pick up arguably the best AR and best SMG in the world. You retain Ghosty, who was your captain last year, who really flourished. He was slaying like crazy. And you get the gap filler, the world champion in Envoy, right? So this roster on paper is absolutely stacked. And we did have some preseason competition in the Kson tournament. Yo, shout out Kson. It was a banger, and they dominated. I mean, they got to the finals. They beat Optic 4-1, beat FaZe in 2 best-of-5. So LA Thieves looking like the team to beat early on in Black Ops 6.
Alley Cat, is LA Thieves the most marketable team now in the Call of Duty League?
Oh, yeah. My favorite thing about LA Thieves actually is Envoy making his way back home to where he found a world championship, but also his parents don't have to go shopping for new gear because they already have a bunch of LA Thieves stuff in the closet. Shout out Mama Envoy and Papa Envoy.
Smart moves here. Let's take a look at our smaps and smodes. Here we go. 5 maps coming your way. Rewind, vault, red card. Nameless. Do we get to a game 4 and 5 once again?
Yeah, I think we get to a game 4. I think Thieves close it out in 4. When I look at the Cloud9 roster, it's built to like try to compete with like the super teams, but LA Thieves just could be way too strong with that combo of Scrap and Hydra.
All right, let's take a look at our official Scuff predictions. Where do we land after last one? Allie now has 2 for 7. I'm in the winning column with Nameless, and so are the fans. Can we start with the fans? What did the fans decide on this month? They're in first place. All right, LA Thieves. Nameless, you going to copy them?
I am going to copy them. I think LA Thieves take it in 4.
I also will copy their homework. I am going with LA Thieves in 3. Cloud9 gets smoked.
Actually, I did have to think a lot about this. I don't want to take the risk. I'm going to go with LA Thieves as well. I'm sorry, Cloud9.
4 LAs. Are we wrong for a 3rd time? It's time to find out. We send it over to the Plaid brothers, the lumberjack duo of Merc and Maven.
Yeah, Flannel boys, ready to go. Listen, it's past Joe's bedtime, so if we get a little bit kooky and crazy, yeah, that's what it is. Listen, we're going to have some fun. But for the Thieves side, we've been really excited about seeing this roster. Yeah, I think Ali said, like, great off-season moves. Yeah, that's putting it lightly. Yeah, fantastic off-season moves. Like, yes, it's great what you got out of that Thieves roster at the end of last year. Phenomenal run by those young men, but this team is built to win tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, it's do that or bust.
Yeah, no, 100%.
We found money.
Yeah, found some money.
I found a whole lot of cash, and I'm going to buy 2 superstars. Absolutely. That is the play. But, yeah, I mean, you kind of did what you wanted to do last year. You went with the young, didn't spend a ton, got top 4 at the World Championship, but Nadeshot wants victories. He wants trophies.
It is the total opposite, though. Like, you were happy with some solid finishes from that team, right? It was a really great year for the Thieves teams last year. But yes, this is a whole different ballgame. Yeah, you expect greatness, you expect wins, and you're going to have some very tough teams to go up against. But you would think, listen, we're excited to see Cloud9 New York and what type of roster they're going to put together here and how this is going to pan out. There's some question marks for sure, but...
Did you just see armor hit markers? Because I did.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Perfect.
That was crazy. I know we're going to get weird during this match, but I didn't think we were going to get that weird.
Joe's like, I'm already hallucinating. Scrap. Good start in this one. Good hard point control. He just wanted to send it with the pistol. Doesn't really work out for him. As Crim slides underneath, he's traded out quickly, though. Hydra, we've been excited to watch this guy's POV on this particular title because he has some of the most fluid movement, some of the best gunning you're ever going to see, and he is going to be a highlight machine this year. Awkward engagement there, but able to snap back and take him down as he pushes out the 4-1, and Thieves in the second hard point start to push out this lead a bit.
I mean, this is about as good as you're going to get for a start on Rewind, right? You get so much time on P1, you win rotation over towards P2, you're already up to 50 points. Cloud9, they're trying to push the back, but you have the close spawns. Envoy's going to take down 2. Hydra with the 3rd, and there will be the last in Trem. Trem doing a good job releasing them off the time, but the one thing for New York is they'll probably go at this one last time just due to P3 being, you know, middle dumpster, right? So you fight for a little bit of scrap time. Not trying to find a great position for some close spawns, but yeah, Hydra, he's 5 in a row. But as we said, Thieves, that is about as good as it's going to get.
Fantastic start, up 50, next hard point. Looking ready to rock it. Tatch will be the one rotated over there. As I say it, though, his head gets plucked. So you get that kill on the rotation player at the new hard point. You flood right across the street, and you get set up in your next hard point. So you're in a good position, again, to chain one together if you are Thieves. You know, they are the favorite in this 100%. We don't know what to expect out of Cloud9 New York exactly, but Thieves, we think, has the potential to be the best team in the league. Has got to prove it, but outside the map and right back into it goes Hydra, trying to take the route, and the route he does make.
What? Yeah, what a route. Yeah, they don't even know where he is right now. Out of the map into the diner. Luckily, he doesn't get 2. But for those P4 spawns on the right side of your map, LA Thieves are in control, and that's just been it. I mean, obviously they're dominating in the kill feed, but yeah, they are just controlling this map.
Yeah, you're out slaying heavily so far. I mean, I know Ghosty struggling a bit, but the rest of the 3 putting on, and the scoreboard is reflecting it. Hydra Houdini looking good with his last route, trying to make some snappy plays here, but this takes 1 before he falls. But as you mentioned a moment ago, you've got the right side of the map covered. You got spawns locked down. You're looking to chain together another hard point and really push out this lead. This is a big one. It feels like you kind of need a break if you're Cloud9. If you don't, you're looking at a 100-point deficit or more, and things could start to get ugly.
Yeah,
can you break through?
This is just not an easy break, and you're going to get the close spawn right there. That's what makes it so difficult. Then you spawn out. I mean, yeah, you're trying to put some pressure through office and then maybe just go through the front. But yeah, the ARs were locking it down. Ghosty has middle of the street. Envoy has a 3rd AR out for this hill, hits the headshot.
Yeah, you got no business winning that fight.
Yeah, really, this is the money hill. This is why they played for this side of the map. And yeah, first 30 over to Thieves.
Envoy feeling it. Can't take the 3rd, but moving and grooving. Now to Scraps POV, we will go. Eyes on 1, backs up attached. Mac will have his number. They've gotten like a couple kills to get near the point and just not been able to break through and actually apply pressure onto the hard point. Finally, they're able to get there, but you've only got 10 seconds remaining. So lead not quite 100, but it's certainly in that ballpark. You have a big one-on-one on the other side of the map. It's Ghosty going hunting, and Mac is able to pick it up and get the kill. You needed that if you're Cloud9 New York, because you really need some of this time.
No, you did, yeah. He snuck down through, and he doesn't think that, like, Mac is ready for that gunfight. But
no.
Right off his spawn, Ghosty and Envoy, they get 2, so you're going to have pressure right away inside of Gen. And there goes Hydra and Envoy, the SMG duo. That's going to be 4 dead in what should have been an early setup for Cloud9 New York. Well, instead, it turns into an early break there for Thieves.
Well, you get that late hard point spawn out, and they just don't pick it up quickly enough. And where you've gotten entries, I think, for both teams, you've definitely turned it into hardpoint time, but much more efficiently if you are LA Thieves. Once again, just trying to lock it down, looking for 5 straight is Scrap, who can't quite pick it up, but Envoy will be the next guy up the bat. He was on 3 in a row as well. As there has been a rhythm to this LA Thieves team. Now that advantage up over 100. I don't know, what do you got to try and fix right now if you're Cloud9 New York? Are going to come back in this, or is it just too much firepower right now out of Thieves?
Honestly, I think they're making the game hard on themselves. They haven't won a rotation, right?
Yeah.
P2, P4, some of your money hills, you just have not been in a great spot. So LA Thieves up 110 right now. Let's go to a listening with Los Angeles Thieves.
Blue, watch out. On time, watch out, blue, absolute blue. Watch out, right side. Mid, one shot. Two. Mid, one shot. One more, close one. Hold. Blue right now, blue. Spawning. That's two. Blue and mid doors. Mid doors on time, laying in the mid side time.
I don't see him.
Blue cramp. You're one deep mid tree. Only one time. Mid of time. Deep time, dead. One shot, deep tree, one shot. That's deep tree. Burger. Try to flip the map. Dead, one burger. Two.
Whoa. They're going shop to P2. Last 2. They 2 spawn 18.
Let's shot.
I shouldn't sip.
Watch my single. I got 2. Go. One drop, back burger, boys. Back burger.
Keep back burger. I'll try this fucker.
No, let's soak this 17. Rip.
Oh, maybe 2018.
Yeah,
Maybe 2018. I think. Yeah. One did. One did for sure. Missing Mac and Sid.
One up.
Missing Mac and Sid. Deep. I think he's in orange Mac. Shit out. All right, one deep harbor. Yep. Old weak. Attach.
I have the front time if you want to play the time.
Bring down Mitch, deep back, and then outer. Deep back and outer. I spawned out. Deep back on me, Sid. I need help, boys. Yo, Mitch. Oh, yeah. They're spawning in orange. Dan, in orange. I'm on the godhead.
In orange and blue, guys.
Stay there.
Back
white.
Vince that time. Vince.
Back white. White truck on the truck. On you. One more on the white truck. Under push. Pushing you.
We
Fire dead. Nice, last got
almost dead.
Nice, all dead, boys. Go, Ernie. I'm gonna go left, okay?
Yeah.
Bump me. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the just outer right here.
Mid.
Eyeball outer. All hot hit.
All three there.
Eyeball outer.
Give me gens.
Nothing outer. They're all 3 gens. One outer, one shot sim.
Mid on me then.
I got mid pop. Go help right. Gens.
Front. Mid again.
Mid.
Nice.
Outer dead.
Nice.
I'm already cutting nipples.
I'm bumping. So fucking dog shit. Menace. I spawn way up.
Yeah. Watching glass. Go ahead. Glass first.
I'm glass. If he goes blue,
I'm leaving. He's in gens.
This is part of I think. He's not going to single, one shot, 2 glass. He's going mid doors.
Yeah, I don't know if they're showing a whole lot of respect to this Cloud9 New York team. You heard some choice words out of Hydra, some out of Ghosty with a chow on to attach. The confidence is there. The comms are on point. I mean, I know you had some trash talk and stuff, but also the comms are very clear, concise. I like the small talk you were getting. That was great.
No, I mean, this is just kind of what you expected. You know, last year on Ultra always has great comms, but Envoy Scrap, fantastic. Hydra at times, but I mean, Ghosty used to come for the entire Optic team himself, right? Like, this is a team absolutely going to have great communication. It is showing right now 18 points away from winning map 1 as Hydra outside of the map again. Very close from messing up that movement, but he recovers, then wins the gunfight now on the hill.
Unbelievable stuff out of him yet again. 10 points for the victory, still winning gunfights. Envoy there right with him, as they can obviously win it here in, out of the map. And looking for the final ticks. Just have to rally back and close this one out. That one will be done. A monster victory, 250-94. It's all smiles. I don't know who my favorite comp was from, whether it was Hydra or Ghosty with a challenge attack. You said he's Burger, I'll chow that.
Yeah, and I mean, listen,
I love it, bro.
For Ghosty, right? Like, if you're looking at this sort of roster construction, you know, Dan is going to have to take a bit of a backseat. Last year where he was the star, maybe not a backseat, but he is going to be the one that, yes, people are really going to be hyper-focused on it. I just think no matter what, he knows exactly what he has to do. He's going to play with that confidence, and you love to see that in the comms.
Yeah, no, he is a guy that was, like, on the brink of, like, becoming a superstar. You just had 2 people that were bona fide superstars coming on the team. So yes, I think like a little bit of a backseat. That's like a fair assessment. And that's a thing where it's more of like an ego thing. You kind of have to just like, this is only going to work if you can make those egos work together. That's usually how it is in major sports or esports when you've got a lot of superstars.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's a guy who's been on some of those big teams and can do it all. But yeah, 29 and 17 from Hydra, 25 and 17 there for Scrap. That's why you paid him. Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, Envoy right there in the kills as well. But you see the damage, too, from Scrap and Hydra. Yes, no, you said it. That is why you paid the guys. And it's nice, too. You know, you think about, like, esports. It's like, you know, in regular sports, you pay a guy a big contract, you bring him over, might get injured or something. You don't worry about that here. Like, no. They're just going to come in and try. Spend your money. Get your ROI. And they just come in absolutely putting on. I know Nate shot somewhere like dancing, probably got his shirt off. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy who a lot on his stream, you know, he'll talk about ED. He might not need something like that tonight.
No, he might not. He bricked up, ready to go. As they were looking so good that map 1. But no, I just loved the comms. Like, the fact that they kept it loose while still being locked in. I mean, fundamentally, like, it feels like they've been playing this map for like a year, right? Like they were like, there's one out, we're pushing up, flipped. I mean, Rewind, it does play like a more traditional hard point. Sure. But like that was just so clean. Yeah, no. I mean, you're 100-point clubbing teams early in the year. You're going to be feeling very, very good. And yeah, we don't know how good this Cloud9 New York team is. Kind of like Ali mentioned, you know, you got guys like Crimp, Mac that are both kind of like X Factor guys. Like you're going to need them to show up. Just a very tough first match here against what might end up being the best team in the league. And it was not really close at any point. I mean, from hard point number 1, they just kept pushing it. Yeah, it's one of the, you know, Jack from Cloud9 kind of talked about it. Like he thought he was putting up a roster ready to contend for world titles like they have in the past, and they just didn't want to stick together. And yeah,
this is sort of the byproduct of that. And it's an odd roster. It really is.
No, it certainly is. And could it turn into a great team? Absolutely. This is just, again, it's a very, very tough test in your first match. I think we assumed respawn-wise this Thieves team was going to be very good. But, you know, we have different game modes. It's a full body of work. Search and destroy, something that they're also going to have to prove themselves. Do you have any questions there, or do you like the composition of this team when it comes to like every mode, basically?
Yeah, I don't think I have too many worries about it.
I'm just trying to think of stuff to ask you about, weaknesses maybe.
Well, and especially the way this title has been playing, sort of like if we're going to run as 4 and just, you know, rely on trades, I'll take a lot of this roster in that. But even if we played a more traditional title, I mean, you have some of the search grades here, and like what Envoy has done, what Hydra has done. You could throw Ghosty in there as well. Like these guys, yeah, I'm not worried about it.
Listen, you've got, sometimes you have people with a very good mind for the game, maybe not the talent for the game, or very good talent, not the mind. You have a combination of both for the entire squad, and that's usually a very, very scary thing. And we're one map into their long and a maybe illustrious 2025 season, but so far so good out that map one. I don't want to prop the guys up too much, but there's a lot of hype coming in, and well, they lived up to it so far.
Yeah, so far one map down, but yeah, now down to Vault Search and Destroy. And you know, on the Cloud9 side, you have some great search players as well. This is when you look at guys like Hitach, who love being in the clutch, trying to bring it back. He has been competing for a very long time, a world champion for a reason. Just gotta kind of have to forget about map number 1 and lock in here.
Yep. I mean, what have we seen in some of these series? There's been a lot of come behind victories, some blowouts and respawns, something you want to search and destroy. It looks a little bit different. I mean, we're gonna be casting Rokkr all year. I feel like that's just gonna be our game 5 round 11 team we're gonna have. They've made some interesting ones, but let's get into the search now. To Vault we go. Offense out for this LA Thieves squad. You've got a big presence here. Really on both sides. They work a little two-man game on either side of the street. Street, and Scrap is trying to get aggressive. Just will he be able to pick up Attach and Artis? Did he get underneath before he got spotted? I think he did. Hydra's gonna get the first blood. Envoy falls up. Scrap eventually picks up Attach inside of Art, and something like that. Everything has fallen apart. Crimp can't hit the shots. Scrap stays alive. 4 up, 4 down. Easy round for Thieves.
Yeah, Scrap's barking right now, I think. He was just yeah, he was just going at his screen.
He's like, I don't have kids anymore. Now I'm barking.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it looked like at first him and Hydra were going to work this two-man game over towards the
That's
B
what
street,
I thought, yeah.
And then Hydra went through the middle of the map. He was able to find a pick, but it was just a very spread round there for LA Thieves, and they all won their ones.
Yep. Yeah, no. Absolutely. I think they're going to be able to do it to you with 4-man hits and spread you out and do it to you that way too, Joe.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Hopefully you're flexible. We'll see what Cloud9 New York can now do. And their offensive opportunity. Kind of a similar looking setup early, except this time Scrap is quickly to top Art. That's another first blood for this Thieves team. Crep, we'll see you later.
I think you're hoping for some info there first before you... Normally there is a player there, but Matt gonna put that bomb down. But now you see all LA Thieves just gonna group on up, try to use this man advantage for this retake. The key player here could be Attached, potentially to find a pick, but now he's gonna get isolated right away by this Thieves team, and Hydra's gonna find him. Now you're gonna need an individual play from somebody left in. Yeah, Cloud9 New York, just... You're hoping to get a kill.
There it is, baby! Yes, Mac gets a kill on the board. Quickly traded out, though, and it's another round for Thieves. It is all smiles, all gas. These guys are having fun.
Hydra a little dumbfounded.
Well, I mean, that's my only concern with this team is, like, you know, Ghosty's got a strong personality. You know, Scrap does, and I mean, Hydra... He's got an ego on him, obviously. I was just worried, you know, sometimes, you know, you get that, like, Shaq Kobe thing. Egos can collide, but, like, if you're winning, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're winning, you're going to be good.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a long year. There's going to be ups and downs.
Maybe that was a bad example because those Lakers teams are winning and still having issues. But you know what I mean? Yeah. Typically,
they will be challenged at some point. No doubt about it.
Yeah. Just when will that come? Not seeming like it's right now. Some damage in for Hydra with the nade. Just pushing it. Thought maybe a second, but Sib able to win that one. Give him a shot now in the round as we get to a 3-3.
Yeah, I thought he was just like trying to make an individual play, but they were pushing on through. I mean, they're in the defensive spawn. Look at Ghosty right now, all the way behind Sib. Envoy's just lurking middle of the map. And again, you are just not finding trades on the Cloud9 side. They're just getting picked apart.
That's where the bomb is.
That's what I was saying. I was like, Yoshi's in defensive spawn, just hanging out.
Like, guys, I brought you the bomb. Holy hell. Yeah, they're having a little bit too much fun, I think. Ghosty with bomb.
Yeah, they're just going to do whatever they want. I mean, Hydra just like, I'm not even sure. He's been controlling middle of the map on offense, just, yeah, both rounds through. Finds the opening, then, yeah, they just pushed.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, it's impressive when he makes plays with, like, confidence and takes space the way he does later in the year, but especially early in the year when, like, you don't have all the time he's down. You're still trying to figure things out. Like, it just feels like he's walling half the time. Like, the guy just reads things so quickly. So quickly.
It's a tough time to bring that up. The state of our ranked play.
That's my bad. My bad. Bomb getting planted quickly, but it is another first blood for Thieves.
And again, we're just not in a position to trade. We're maybe Trent just trying to check. There we go.
Shots. Nice
Matt can sit, bring it back.
First time you've had advantage, really, in this map, too. 3-2 advantage. Hydra trying to bring it back, not able to do it from the pool. It's all going to fall out of Ghosty to try and clutch it. Up, he hits one, then he falls, round up. Finally something positive for Cloud9.
Yeah, a little nervous there with Trent getting caught, but Mac and Sib, the old Surge duo, able to bring it back as they found 4.
It's great to have Mac back. I mean, I know we've, dude, he is one of those X Factor guys, or whatever you want to call it. And he's the best player on the map or the worst player on the map, I swear to God. Like, half the time we've casted him. Like, it's one or the other. He is God or...
No, he has had some series where you're like, this dude is the best player.
Yeah. And then the next series, I'm like, who the hell is this guy? But, takes a year off. He's back at it. And, I don't know, it's exciting. It's, like, fun to cast a guy like that sometimes. Just, like, when they really, really are kind of in it, find that flow state. See how it performed this year, where Hydra is finding success those early fights, not doing it now. Now the sub's starting to get going on Cloud9 New York, as you'll find those two, maybe making some adjustments or just winning some gunfights.
Is this a jump up spot? Okay, that's what I figured.
To get up top, he does it, jump works out, takes him 2 or 3 tries, but he gets up and finds the kill. It's all on Ghosty now, though. 1v2.
So I see the idea. I just didn't know if he was just trying it out, theory crafted in the middle of a match.
Yeah, just get me on top of this lamp. Got bomb planted. He's got both weapons to work with. Oh. Guess one. He's weak, tries to pre-fire it, just not able to close it out. Plenty of time there for Sib. That second player doesn't take a peek left, and he is just in behind both perfectly.
I think he wins that if there's not, honestly, a stun left. As Sib is just hitting the diving board. But yeah, if there's not a stun, because they were double challenging that. Double chal.
Okay, I actually... At first, I was like, does he not see where the bomb is? He
well,
was like,
so yeah, on this map, as soon as you hit the water, that's where it puts it. That's where it shows it, so it can show in a different spot than what it was. But
that's why I was like, hold up. But then he dropped it, and I was like, okay, now I'm really sweating.
No, but if there's not a stun, I mean, I think they would have double challenged, and he had them both weak. He probably wins it, but yeah, the stun comes in clutch right there.
You've been playing with a lot of swagger, laughing it up.
Yeah, adjustment time here.
Yes, exactly.
And even in that round, I mean, if Kremp doesn't win that one-on-one, maybe that round's different because Hydra again found the opening off a catwalk.
And you had 2 winnable gunfights early in that too. Just didn't win them. Once again, you're able to get a plant down quickly. You hear car into play though. Hydra again finding a timing in an opening. Gets a first blood. Envoy drops, though. Hydra ready to chow. Oh, sweet child of mine. It killed him as well, though. Everyone's blowing up. Sib, Hydra gone. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Scrap gets eyes on one. Finishes that via the wall bang. It's all unattached now. He's on a goose. He's still on a goose. 0-6 for Dylan Price. Thieves, slow down the bleed and take a 4-2 edge.
Those cars are strong.
That looked insane. That looked insane.
Yeah, Sib was just trying to, he just calls that in right away. Hydra was going for that trade, and then he just kind of chills and is like, well, I got to shoot this. And, well, honestly, for Hydra, at least Sib dies.
No, yeah, that best case scenario, really. The fact he's able to take out one or lead to the self-mutilation there via the car.
But again, like Hydra just, I think he just jumps into the pool, gets behind both the players
right
on the
after
bomb.
plans are rotating out, like just gets a timing again, gets aggressive, looking to take space. And, you know, we've had players that play like that, and it's like, you know, it's just... I don't know, I think like a Zuma or somebody. Just sometimes you're either getting first-blooded or you're finding that first blood. Hydra just finds it real consistently. real consistently.
I hear another car.
Vroom, vroom. This time they get the early plant. We were sticking with Hydra because he's been involved in so much of the early action. When does he pounce? Well, you hear that door slam open, so you should have the angle if you're attached, and that'll be the first for him. Sip trying to look for this trade. Able to find it. 2 versus 2 now. 20 seconds, so time dwindling.
Yeah, they gotta go. They don't know where Envoy is. That's really the key. And then Ghosty wins the one-on-one, so just taking so long to hunt down Ghosty. I thought Attach was gonna push to help him out. Instead, just kind of waits, holds the angle, and then they lose both gunfights on opposite sides of the map.
And yeah, I mean, pressure was on. You had, what's up, 20 seconds. You really had to get going. Envoy just tucked in the corner. Freebie there for him. And also, I mean, once Ghosty won that one-on-one, the round's done.
Done, yeah.
It's done. Even if he insta-hops that and gets the kill, Ghosty's still got plenty of time to track back and pick him up before that defuse is done. 5-2 now. You had a little stretch of success there if you are Cloud9, but Thieves quickly on the regain. Utility being exhausted, no pick yet. Hydra obviously aggressive up through mid-map, trying to get through. He gets caught, but they sent 2 together this time, so Envoy does trade it out. Nearly both get caught by Sim.
Yeah, Kremp is also in a really good spot. He could win the round here for Cloud9. They plant the bomb B. He's going to be behind enemy lines, but still 2 versus 2.
Now we'll see how they opt to work this. There's a lot to clear. I say you just hope you get an absolute beamer there and get the kill. Not going to happen. Envoy now. This seems an impossible task. You got second story at both houses. He gets 1. Problem's going to be time. He's just got to go, and Attach is just holding it. You saw how many options there with 20 seconds remaining.
No, and Attach, like, he should back up there, maybe play time, but he knows he's weak. He has the AR, has the positional advantage, so gets his second in that round.
And it's like the only way I think he's getting there from that position and getting the kill and getting the fuse is like literally sending out front door. Like, he doesn't have time to like take a route. But yeah, I think he could have played that. He could have laid down probably. It's one of those where he probably could have put his controller around and still won it. So you're right. I mean, the only way he loses that is some insane shots maybe from Envoy. Still one more round for Thieves to close this out and take the 2-0 edge. Got another car out. Hydra, after all the first blood success. Oh, God! It's popping off as Mac gets a double. All the frags hit. Envoy last up. Usually, I feel like Hydra, you know, back on the Subliners team, he was on the kind of giving end of those, right? Like, so many early nade kills. This time, he's on the receiving end. So is the rest of the team. Envoy on his back, and he's out of it. Cloud9 roaring back with some life.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just, you hit your nades. Combo them together, but a great nade through that middle door.
No, but Hydra literally had, like, a first blood, or basically a first blood for, like, what felt like 4 straight rounds, and now he's just been blooded. What, that's 3 straight maybe he's blooded? Well, that one's tough because they all kind of do, but, you know. He hasn't found that success anymore, so Cloud9 making some changes. Oh, you just see nades just dinking on both sides. That just right in their pocket. Lovely one. Everybody wiped out outside of Envoy. Attach. He's obviously improved. He's 0-6. He's picked things up. You've had a lot of quick A plans for Cloud9 on offense. I feel like this is 4 rounds in a row we've heard a car.
We've had a lot of cars as well.
Yeah.
Dash trying to bait towards Scrap. Scrap does stay up. Spots him, though. Now, it looks like they were trying to work over towards B behind the car, but now maybe to switch things up through the middle of the map goes Cloud9. And, well, you just talked about it. Hydra again, first blooded.
Yeah, no, it's a stretch. It's got to be like 4 straight rounds where he has been blooded. So maybe it is Zuma. You got to pull us off into 3v4. And yeah, his producer said it's 5 first deaths for Hydra, so he is definitely on a stretch. After, yeah, I mean, he literally was just dominating the early game. That's been like the biggest change by far. Envoy's going to fall as well. But good adjustments from Cloud9. You do bring this to a 2 versus 2, though. 25 seconds to go. You got to find the kills, find the defuse.
Props to Attach right there. He stays alive for so long. Makes this very winnable for his team. Kremp and Mac, though, they join the connect. 15 seconds. Mac trying to hit some shots. Has one. Whips out the pistol. It was scary. Comes down to that 1v1. There was time for the defuse to come in, but he holds the bomb. And we're headed to a round 11.
Yeah, I mean, they send it. Attach is, what, 25 HP after that nade hits. They just go off it, but it's just a circus inside with the fight on bomb. Mac steps up in a big moment. Can he do it again now? Into this round 11, and yeah, I mean, is Hydra going to get a first blood or get first blood? We'll see. But I'm sure is that kind of entry guy, that fast pace, it gets in your head a little bit when you've been out of the round first over and over and over again. Does he play with a little more patience, or does he do Hydra-like things and still send it?
I think that one.
Probably. I mean, look, he's got 9 deaths. Oh, it looks like they're just going together. Yeah, they're just sending it together. Here we go. Right in we go.
Ties first again.
Bro, it might have been like 5 or 6 straight rounds. Unbelievable. Great adjustments from Cloud9 New York. And it's just Ghosty. He drops it. Now suddenly we got a series. They were getting blown out early in that search, but they come alive, win it in a round 11. Now all those laughs, all that smile that you saw on the Thieves side might fade a little bit after that map loss.
Yeah, time to regroup here a little bit during this bit of a break. And yeah, I mean, you lose a round 11 to search, but
it might be one of those things you just got a little overconfident. Like you smashed them in map 1, you smashed them the first like 3 rounds. You're probably just feeling a little overconfident, and then you blink, and next thing you know, yeah. So Hydra had 3 first bloods and 6 first deaths.
Yeah,
that's kind of insane.
Yeah, a bit wild. I mean, him and Trent both with 10 deaths, but I mean, again, props to Cloud9 New York for getting back into it, just mentally. To just, yeah, I mean, you have so many vets on this team, but it looked like they were almost out of the series a bit there, but refocus.
It felt that way after 3 rounds. Yeah, it
yeah.
felt that way early, 100%, but great adjustments there. Obviously dealt with Hydra far better, not leaving those holes open, being ready for those gunfights as he was trying to apply pressure, and yeah, you get the victory. But no, I mean, I was on the side of like, this series is over. Like, that's just, when you see one team stressed and one team's literally just like laughing and looking very jolly, it's not usually a good sign. But now it's like, all right, respect this. We're tied up 1-1. Close those mouths. Less smiles out of you.
Okay. Sure.
I'm not sure what I'm saying, Joe, but the fact is, though, you're still going to have to win a respawn here at some point. That was a very tough search, obviously, they battled through. If we go off that map 1, I mean, we've seen varying performances from teams, one hard point to another, from a hard point to a control. But if anything, to judge by that map 1, I mean, control's going to be an uphill battle from Cloud9. But to highlight some of the plays and chat through stuff, well, a bit of a bathroom break for our players. We'll kick it back over to the desk.
Thank you, Maven and Merc, and thank you, Cloud9, for making this a series. I was a little bit worried because Nameless was a cheerleader for LA Thieves during that game one, our first 100-point club of the 2025 season.
I mean, they just look godlike, and even in the beginning of that search and destroy, just lighten them up. And I think what Clint said is absolute facts. Just got a little bit overconfident. You saw, I think it was round 4, just way too aggressive on their offense, jumping into their windows. And all it takes is 1 round. There's good players on this Cloud9 team. It takes 1 round where you're like, hey, wait a second. They're delusional.
At the end of that search and destroy, you saw everyone kind of huddle around Mac and celebrate with this guy. Not only did he have the 3-piece nade, but he seems to have a key role when it comes to search and destroy.
Mac is that objective player. He is very good when it comes to situationals, and once he starts going off, he is very momentum-based as well. But I also have to go on the flip side. Attach was 0-6 at one point. He almost joined the agency, and he was definitely the X factor in that S&D to start getting on the board, because the whole plan right there for LA Thieves was the second Cloud9 got a kill, LA Thieves got one back. If you kept watching the kill feed, it was trades on trades on trades, and when one player wasn't getting anything on the board for a couple rounds, of course, LA Thieves was taking the early lead. So props to him for getting back into the game.
All right, we're tied up 1 apiece, but Nameless, we are now guaranteed a second hard point. Can we first revisit what happened in game number 1, though?
I mean, I like to call that one belt to butt. That first map was absolutely dominant. So let's get into drawing conclusions. What do you mean? Come on, let's get with the program here. All right, so look, I was trying to find a clip. My objective here was to show off the new additions to LA Thieves in Scrap and Hydra. So it's a rotation over towards P2, and this is flawless, right? This is what I like to call layering. So we're going to pause it after Hydra gets this kill and expand the minimap. Finds this kill, we're going to expand the minimap, and we're going to talk about layering, okay? So on rotation here, you got Hydra. He pushes all the way up over here to find a kill on rotation, and you see Scrap. He's playing like deep, so nobody can go around for spawns and try to execute through, right? So you got Hydra and Scrap almost playing like a shell coverage, if you will, on this, right? So they each find a kill off the rip of this rotation, and they're trying to force them all to spawn back here. But what happens here is even if Scrap were to die, which ends up actually happening, he has another player who can turn and pick up the kills, right? So that is where the layering comes in, and that's Ghosty. So we're gonna go back to the gameplay, watch how this plays out, and you'll see Scrap and Hydra get the first 2 kills on rotation, which is gonna spawn those guys out. And even when Scrap dies, he has a teammate who is there to help him, which is Ghosty, to stop that pressure, and he's gonna be able to spawn here backside of the hill and help once again while Hydra is creating absolute havoc in the front side of the hill. So a perfect hold, perfect layering, and well executed by the LA Thieves.
Now, when it comes to the respawns, who are we loving on the Thieves side? Scrap or Hydra? Who's having a bigger impact through 2 games?
Oh, that's hard. I mean, you're comparing apples to oranges because they're playing 2 different roles, but I have to go for Hydra just because a really good, consistent SMG is really hard to come by.
Love that call out. We also want to give a little shout out to the people not on the sticks today. Accuracy was a mainstay in the CDL and the Call of Duty scene even before the CDL. Today, he changes roles. His first time as a head coach, as he is going to be behind the boys on Cloud9.
Yeah, man, he has some familiarity with the players on this team as well. I mean, you talk about Attach, a really good friend of his, and then you got Sib and Mac. He's played with them, won with them before, so it's a perfect fit, and so far so good in the Search and Destroy. Got an opportunity to go up 2-1 in this control.
Accuracy, great to see you still involved. New York, great to see you still in the fight after coming back in that Search and Destroy. We are now knotted up at 1 apiece, but it's time for a game number 3, and to bring you the action, we got Maven once again. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Great breakdown. And yeah, now we continue on. Thieves try to kind of brush off that loss in the map too. Maybe, yeah, I think I was spot on. They just got a little overconfident. Things got away from them pretty quickly. You know how fast that can happen in a map? You just blink and you're down a couple of rounds. Now you just got to reel it back in, get it grooving again, and maybe you let this Cloud9 team get a little confidence, which could be scary.
Yeah, I think for the Cloud9 team, I mean, there were just some, they just won some individual gunfights that changed those rounds, and I think they needed that. You saw that from Sib, you saw it early on from Kremp. Like, these are just some players that, I mean, once you hit a 100-point club, it's sort of like, what the heck is going on? Try to slow the game down, and the easiest way to do that is to win some of those key rounds.
100%. I'm starting to sweat, Joey. Also, it's
toasty,
75 degrees in here. Woo! I'll be a sweaty boy by the end.
You gotta keep it warm though. Yeah, stay awake. Oh,
that's true.
Wait, I think it's the opposite.
I think it's the opposite. Cold would help. Yeah. If I pass out on broadcast, I'll be why. That's how I want to go.
I know CPR. It's fine.
Do you know CPR?
No.
Oh. I'd let you CPR me.
I'm probably just like, I don't know.
I'd let you CPR the hell out of me. I don't know if that's how you say that, but...
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'd figure it out.
Hey, it's Vault Control again. They have Hydra's number again. Now they've got him figured out, but they certainly did in that Search and Destroy as it got deeper. We'll see how they handle him throughout the course of this, if he can get loose. They kind of pick them apart. Goes through some nice shots. Feed all Thieves. Ghosty trying to take some space, maybe get aggressive here. And they've got them spawning out where they want them, just kind of pinned over on pool side.
Yeah, Kremp does it through Cat. He's the one player that could potentially make you play, at least disrupt things. Mac's gonna find one. Yeah, Kremp's just gonna touch A. He's just kind of lurking around. That's kind of who you're waiting for. Hydra continues to try to hit a flank. But Cloud9 doing a good job of getting out of that, as they find 3 kills in a row.
Yeah, no, get out of it, and then they find all the big kills. So you're progressing this nearly towards our second tick, getting aggressive on the other side. We'll hop to his POV. That'll be Attach, who's trying to find kills. Gets one. Now you try to get lost. Do they worry about him or just kind of push forward and deal with the rest of the team? Well, the answer is they push forward and deal with the rest. So Attach gets his one. The rest of the teammates lose their fights. And now you've got aggression out of Thieves yet again. Look at 4 and 2, all the way pushed up deep towards the spawn again. And we're right back to where we were 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, you'd love for Attach maybe to just play a bit of an off angle and find one. As soon as he spawns, though, he's able to find Scrap. Mac again. So, again, Cloud9. Kind of what we talked about earlier in our match with Rokkr and Breach. Like, you're just going to have to figure out at times how to get out of these traps. And so far, New York doing that.
No, they've done a good job getting out of the traps. You just want to hope you don't get in it multiple times through the round, because then you might be running out of time. Thankfully, they do it so well, they're able to extend this one, get that extra minute. But you're not going to have a lot of time to work with. Just over a minute, lives about square. And now you got the difficult part of this. Gonna need to win some very tough upcoming gunfights. Sib is now on 4 in a row. We pop it right over to Mac, who's popping and fighting and taking out Hydra, trying to get this forward towards the first tick, and they are able to do just that. So first bit of progress done. Now the back line of Thieves starting to get forward, and a little help from Bakar, but they take out 3.
Yeah, nades are going to connect, but you at least find 1 tick. Tremp, I like that, just backs away, plays his life. Sib's going to find the first one. They hunt down Tremp, but Cloud9 right back to it. Maybe try to slow down the round a little bit, just because they only have 7 lives remaining.
Yeah, it's just tough with the position. These are now to get a body on it, obviously, but you'd love to pause this clock, try and extend it, maybe be able to take this to lives, but you're just not in a position to do so. And number 2, who we've hopped on with Hydra, he's working a flank. He should at least have 1 freebie, maybe more. Do you track back and pick it up in time? You do not. Hydra and Envoy, they'll shut down 3, try to slide right on forward and take out another, but Hydra shut down, but you've got no foothold really towards the objective right now if you are New York.
Hold up now, hold up! Oh, if he hits the second one. Say, now we're doing 4 on 3.
Hold up.
And Attach hits a beamer, so 3 versus 3. Do you have a trophy? Doesn't look like it. So Attach gonna get aggressive. A nade does connect, and there we go. A nade hitting. That just changed the numbers there for LA Thieves.
No, I mean, you said, is there a trophy? Nope, there certainly is not. Big play failure from Scrap to get 2 of the final 3. But you nearly muster up something special if you're Cloud9. And I mean, that turned into a really solid effort considering the fact that you were nearly spawn trapped into hell twice. Like early in that one.
Yeah, able to bounce on back, put some pressure on B, at least got a tick done. Then yeah, LA Thieves, I mean, yeah, Hydra, Envoy just finding some key kills there with those pinches.
Yeah, no, that pinch ended up being massive because it just reset them all over again. They obviously nearly had another opportunity to get it done, but clock against him in the 3 versus 3. And they'll end up losing that one, so defensive hold through for Thieves. I'll see their look on offense. Nades there, connect, and so is everything else. Mac with 2 before he's traded out, so you'll get the numbers advantage, and that's a clean wipe. Now let's see what they can do. Now as they try to push it forward with the pressure, can they be a little more efficient and effective than you saw out of Thieves? Scrap gets shut down. It is looking great here from New York. The ARs are hitting. And you've got a 6 life advantage in the blink of an eye.
As I say, I mean, that's where you want your ARs, right? Go ahead, push B Street. We're going to be top R. We're going to be on the pillars. And now it is all 4 dead. And number 7 in Attach is actually flanking 2 off spawn. He's thinking they actually spawn B Street. They spawn up towards Pool, but there you go. You're already down to 18 lives if you're LA Thieves.
It's so fast, like so fast out of lives. That can happen with some of these small, fast-paced controls, but Lord Almighty, it's like you gotta slow it down here for a second, but you can't really because you got 30 seconds on the clock. Matt gets 5 in a row before he falls. Are they gonna get any kind of progress? Big gunfight went there from Envoy, only 5 HP left, but he does get out for now. Trying to jump into it, nice help there from Hydra. As he'll shut down 2. Mac having himself a start to this game. He's on 14. Can you get them in an extension? Can you chip away at this life advantage? You're doing it, and then you're not. Sib with 2.
Yeah, I think they just over the top once again, right before that trophy gets down. So still 2 alive on this point for LA Thieves. And Cloud9, they're going to want to contest that. This Trent did a fly on in, Mac did a fly on in, and well, Mac's going to find a double.
They pounce on it. Now it's on Hydra to make a play. He's able to get both. And he's got enough freedom here now to get that minute extension. You still don't have many lives, so big individual play from Hydra, but 8v14 now. And similar to what we saw on the other side, you just have just over a minute to work with. Just even more of a life deficit, and it's getting worse.
Yeah, and Sibjo's on a great route there. He actually pushes all the way through towards B, flanks the main lobby, and what that does, that just tells his team, hey, listen, they're all pushing on the pinch, right? Like, he's able to find 1 middle lobby and then just lets his teammates know where to expect LA Thieves. 4 lives remaining here in this round.
Need absolute heroics right now out of Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty to pull this one out. But surely just a matter of time. Headshot in for Sib. 1 player remaining in Hydra. Best of luck. And I mean, for me, it's just both teams kind of won the opening break. One team did a much better job on defense once they got that early control. Like, yeah, you're down to almost half your lives gone in the span of 45 seconds, it felt like. Whereas New York twice got out of it really efficiently. Like, they got pinned and pretty much got 2 or 3 kills and got out of it, like, right away. Or one time, like, Crimp stuck through, right? Like, regardless, you got out of it quickly. It was not quick.
Yeah, I think the difference there is what New York was trying to do is set them up spawning B Street, where on the other side, right, for LA Thieves, they were trying to spawn them poolside.
Yeah.
And maybe if you have players in position on the pillars or top art with ARs, like, yeah, you spawn B Street, like, you're just going to get cut down as a sub.
Good luck, yeah. Let's see what adjustments we have now as Cloud9 gets back over to offense. So far, both teams putting on defensively. Mac does get that second one before he falls. You win the numbers game if you're Cloud9 New York. So the first time we've really seen the offense kind of get the advantage early on. So we'll get to look at how they deal with this. They start to progress the point. Awkward fight up close and personal as Hydra take out attach. The first bit at least done.
It's like as good as that start was, yeah, you just didn't have really, it wasn't clean enough, only a tick given up. And now Hydra's in your base. He's on 3 in a row as well. They're going to have to deal with him. They're going to have to find him. Krem does a great job there.
Oh, that's a big one. Just, yeah, the longer he's alive in those types of positions, the uglier it's probably going to get, but great job dealing with it quickly. Now trying to battle back onto the point. So far, just trades here. Still 45 seconds or so to go. You didn't actually get that second tick through yet. Now you're probably gonna be able to if you're Sib. So that's that second bit of progress. Attach winning one as well. Everybody kind of spawning out, working forward outside of Envoy, who's got kind of aggressive on that B-side street. But that will be the extra minute. And this is the most you've had to work with. You're basically even in lives. You got a good 90+ seconds. Can you execute this time if you're New York?
Yeah, Sib there with well, he needed himself. I was literally just about to give props to that old Surge duo. Mac and Sib really stepping up here in this game number 3, both with 21. Both 21 and 15. So Mac now with this sub, just trying to find anything that he can, does get cut down.
Now, can you make it as hectic as you did on B last time? Do you find any kind of miraculous opening? Everybody's kind of holding angles right now for the Thieves defense.
And it seems like Cloud9 is thinking like, if someone pitch it, where are they coming from? They're all just kind of waiting middle of the map. They do find one, and now Max is going to get aggressive. Looks like they're trying to find him. And there we go. Thieves do just that.
Yeah, you really are patient to try and set that up, but it doesn't go so well, and now Sib gets stabbed. 7 lives remaining. And now look at the map. I mean, this is... Even if you win this, I mean, you have no time. There's 30 seconds. You're fighting out of spawn. You're getting shot in spawn. Good luck. And this is kind of what you want to be able to do. Maybe that first round, just never really were able to. Envoy can't really track it well, but not going to matter. The defense not really there on A per se, but once it got to B, they were a wall.
Yeah, I mean, both teams honestly just not allowing it to really get messy. Once it gets to that B defense. There was like maybe one opportunity.
Yeah, not much.
But got to that 3 versus 3, but the nades connected. But yeah, like there's no one sneaking around, flanking through art, making a big play.
We'll see. This might end up coming to ticks. We'll see what we're looking at here once we get into round 4.
7-3?
I believe, yeah, because it's 4-3. It's got just A, right? Yeah, so need 4 or 5 to maybe get a defense if you're Thieves. Now we'll see if they can do a better job offensively. We just saw Cloud9 do off the break. Hydra right through and into it. What's the timing going to look like? 2 in front. He gets both. Now what do they do off of that?
Said they're going to be? No, they're not going to risk it. They know the last player probably top art, and that was the right call. We have seen that transition, but A is done.
That's about as clean as it's going to get. 3 dead. 8-point done. You've got all 30 lives. Quite a bit different than your last offensive round when you're down to 17 and what seems instantaneously. They have yet to lose a player. Hydra will be the first one to fall, but they're getting aggressive quickly. They're stopping the clock, so they still have over 2 minutes to work with. The car does take out Envoy, so somebody else will have to rally in for now.
That's a great life by Krem. Not only does he hit the nade, but he's able to find Josie, who snuck bottom art right out the front door. Just allowed Cloud9 to have some breathing room. And now Sib and Mac in position, they find 3.
Yeah, and you just need to, I mean, you're going to have to hold for 2 minutes, which is already difficult, but you needed to bring that life balance back a bit because you were down as much as 6 or 7. Got a little bit tighter, but there's so much play clock remaining. Kremp trying to take a route. Attach was also trying to find a route, not able to do it as he gets shut down. Not going to win that gunfight against Scrap with an AR in hand. That's 3 dead, and this is maybe the moment right now for Thieves. Some nades over the top, able to hit. Trophy not going to be there for coverage. Nades are really hitting. Scrap, Rip, 2 are going to die. Only kill is going to be onto Attach, but the nades are on point off of spawn, and that's what you needed. You got to hope if you get that situation again, you got a trophy to work with, but you still have Envoy here, still progressing the point, still pausing the clock.
Yeah, it's at least 7-7, but yeah, now you're going to have to take advantage, I think. That's going to be 2 dead. Down to, of course, a couple of more nades, but the numbers are here for LA Thieves. Josie finds another one, just finessing, playing his life so well. Can it get some help from Josie? Hits the slide. Josie, Envoy, shut it down. Map 3 to Thieves.
They'll close it out there. Fantastic offensive round after getting smashed kind of in their first opportunity. Couldn't find much success at all. There, it's beautiful. There's the smiles back. The high fives, the fist bumps, the Thieves boys feeling great. But yeah, I mean, even if they didn't win it there, they still had like a 7 life advantage, and still what? There was a minute plus to go. That's just, when you get A as clean as they did. They got 3 kills and got A with 30 lives up. It is just such a long defensive fight for a team like Cloud9, because this isn't like an invasion, right? Where each push takes forever. It's a small map. Like, how many hits do you get with 220 on the clock?
Yeah, and I think the big thing was, is like, they just never had a clean 4 dead. Like, the last player alive for Thieves over towards B found a kill or 2, didn't allow New York to really progress up the map, try to get into a trap. There was always one more player, and then it was just like, as soon as they were done with B, because that player stayed alive, found a kill, they were immediately right back down to that point.
Well, because pretty much every round before that, the defense was at some point able to attempt a trap. Never there, you're right. Like, they never really got across that 50-yard line, right? Like, Attach tried to get through once, Crimp tried to take a route, but yeah, you never had the 3-4 down to really make them pay. Great efficiency there from Thieves in that around 4 to take it 3-1. I mean, Cloud9 New York, you fought them, you battled them. Much better than the map 1. But you do close it out with authority there in that round 4.
Yeah, and I think you just saw, you know, some of the individual moments we were talking about from this New York team. Sib and Mac just really stepping up in some of those rounds. But yeah, it was just this start. Hydra just right through the catwalk. That was the 4 dead right on towards A. And again, there was just always one more player, right? So you can never get pushed up far enough. That was a big moment. Scrap was actually working poolside. That's when we were on board with Kremp. He saw both players. He's able to find another one. That's why when Kremp slid vault and Scrap was just ready for him, it's because he knew he was in that area.
Yeah, so I was like, best of luck with that gun.
Yeah, big 2-piece out of Scrap just allowed him to get right on towards B.
But then I thought they got the hold there at the end.
Oh, the nades.
But Envoy still was alive. Like, Envoy still stays up and gets a kill or 2. Small map, team's right back in it so quickly. Frustrating there, but listen, you had more opportunities to walk away with a W there in that particular respawn, but it's how it's played out so far. Round 11 banger on the vault. Outside of that, mostly dominance in the respawns out of Thieves. They got a chance to close it out now on red card hardpoint. And are you surprised to see that maybe in the map 4?
I mean, well, you veto Skyline there. I think that's probably a pretty good call if you're Cloud9. I mean, yeah, if you're Cloud9, yeah, I mean, just depending on scrims, the way this team likes to play, not too surprised.
Yeah. How do you beat them? Like, if you're after you saw that map 1 and how outclassed they were on a map like Red Card, like, where do you find your opportunity?
Yeah, I think early rotation is going to be key here for Cloud9. They lost. I mean, you know, Nameless went over the segment. They just lost like right away. Every single rotation, all the good spawns on those early hills.
Well, how do you, like, when you're in the middle of the game and you're just getting like smashed like that? I don't know. You can't. How do you slow it down? Like, it was Red Card easier map to kind of, well, no, because Rewind. How do you slow it down and stop the wheels from coming off? Because it just got away from them early, and it was just like it was a domino.
I think Red Card is a little bit easier in the fact that, like, some of the spawns, it should just be, it's harder to play as perfect as Rewind because some of the spawns are they're just tougher to read. There's a lot of different routes that you can take on this map. We've kind of talked about, like, where you can make things a little bit messy, and just due to some of the nature of the closer spawns, it could be just that. So I think
not as punishing.
Not as punishing, okay. I think, is what Rewind can be.
Okay. Well, we'll see if the nature of the map maybe helps Cloud9 out a bit here. Just trying to, obviously, not have a similar result as that map 1 as they got 100-point clubbed and just smashed on Rewind. Can they flip the script and do it here to get to map 5? We're coming off back-to-back 5-game series. Been going the distance. We've had a lot of game 5s already over the course of this just opening weekend. We'll see if they can get it to another one here, or if Thieves just simply too strong the respawns and close it out, but it'll be red card to maybe decide it. Well, it will be red card to decide it because we're going there next to it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is just sort of, expectations coming into the year. Some of these rosters, we were not really sure what to expect, and they're competing with some of the top teams we thought, just like we just saw between Vancouver and Toronto.
I mean, everything's been pretty competitive so far. Like, all our series. Like, there hasn't been just, like, someone getting smashed really yet, right? Like,
not that I can think of.
I mean, Falcons, I know, you don't get a great result today, but most of the maps were competitive, right? Right into it is Hydra. A little sideways sprint. Just pop it up at either window till finally he's able to get that kill. But early control now over to Thieves. Now we'll see what they can do with these opening moments. So 30 seconds still on the hard point. Ghosty up to the task with that first fight at least. Well, he's up to it, but then Hydra's Simtex will take him out, unfortunately. Maybe Hydra's trying to pick it up, and things kind of fall apart after that.
Yeah, I mean, Mac again. 2 double kills in 2 of his lives. He's leading the way. Still trying to get kills on Attach and Sim. They get them off the hill.
They get all their kills when you were first talking.
Trying to get a little bit of time here and then set up for P2. That's to be Kremp lurking on up. He was the one player with a sub on the map so far. Everyone else has out the AMS and some great pistol shots right there. Maybe gonna make this a little bit easier to break, and it will.
Yeah, no, they find a great sequence of kills. Ghosty nearly able to get him on the cross. Goes to take the angle. Nade kind of hits, and the aim a little bit off. Through the hole, through to the backside. Hydra pounces, gets 2. Now they'll have spawns and control. One person trying to maybe wrap and pinch this will be number 5. We'll keep an eye on Kremp. Well, not going to happen. Scrap's got the read. Scrap's got the gunfight win. He's also only got 9 HP and just trying desperately to stay up. The healing will be paused for a sec. Is the stun's going to hit? Doesn't need life to hit the beamers, though, as Attach falls, jumping out the window.
Then I think like Trent, yeah, just trying to take that long route once again. You see number 5. Just trying to get on that pinch. Just to turn into some solid time here for LA Thieves. I just don't think he has the weapon for it, so he's not able to find a kill. As Hydra is able to get that double. Now thinking about P3 is Kremp. Does find Scrap, but his teammates getting picked apart.
We hop over to Envoys. He'll be the lead guy here on the other side of it. Peek from the steps, so Kremp was the early rotator for Cloud9. Had a bit of a 2-on-2 near the point. Spawning up in the back, I believe, was Envoy, so he's got a chance to now pinch this. He said spawns can get a little wild here at times, and you'll collapse onto this. You'll get control again if you are Thieves.
Yeah, that's just it. And well, I mean, Sib's starting off 0-7, not going to make this it's going to make things difficult.
Yeah, no, it sure is. The scoreline reflecting that right now. Sib, though, one of the straightest shooters in the game. We'll see if he can come alive. At least gets 1 onto the board. And you get back into the hard point. We still have a healthy amount of time. You get these final 30 seconds to get this one competitive.
That's what I mean. Like, you just show.
Wow.
Oh, and now this is going to be tough because we have P4 coming up and you're just spawning where you don't want to be if you are Cloud9 New York.
I mean, we figure this Thieves team might be a just insane hardpoint team. Looking that way early. You've got all the breathing room you could ask for, at least early for this next hardpoint. These next gunfights going to be big, though. They determine how much early time you get for free. They're able to take out Scrap. They're able to take out Hydra. Falls now to the back line. They'll have numbers here for a moment as the spawners are coming up. Can you take advantage if you're Cloud9 New York? Thought the shot's pretty good there from Mac, but wasn't able to get both. His teammates, though, able to pick it up, and you get a break there. What looked like a little bit of breathing room, you kind of lose the first gunfight or 2, and things fall apart.
Yeah, just right before the hill pops up, I think Attach was able to find a pinch, just sort of that. Just kind of forces someone else to pick something else up, get your teammates out of that trap, at least find some of this time, but then it's another Hydra double. He's up to 12.
It seems like any time like Cloud9 has gotten a win in a hardpoint control, it's been a 3 or 4 dead like the next push from Thieves. They've had some effective holds, they've had some very effective breaks. Lead now to 60. Envoy had players on every side of him. He gets 1, but comms to his teammates to pick up the rest. Now we'll see how this next one plays out from Scrap's POV. Looking good around the point. Kremp really the only kill. Envoy's now got the angle. get this time, you're looking at a 100-point advantage again.
Yeah, there we go. Finally, a little 3-dead scenario. Hydra
But
does
can you hold
find one.
now? Can you hold now?
Yeah,
okay, you've done this. You've gotten those kills. But now you got to win a couple of gunfights.
And
the same thing happens. Same exact goddamn thing. Same exact goddamn thing.
It is 4 in a row. And I mean, yeah, Hydra's just able to play his life on that pinch, finds the first one, then his teammates get the rest. But yeah, with about 20 seconds left. This guy's just so tough to track on the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally 3 or 4 straight points where you finally get a break and then you just get thumped with that next push. I know they don't like get a break and get their perfect setup or anything. It's a bit of a mess, but you're just not getting a kill. Not getting a kill, and again, at risk of that 100-point deficit is Hydra. He is on one right now, 6 in a row before he drops up to 21-9, leading the lobby by a wide margin. Sib is starting to find some kills, but him and Attach both double negative. And if your AR duo on this map is double negative, you're probably in a world of hurt.
And I mean, all these long-range gunfights and Hydra's just doing his thing with a sub, right? Like, that is just so impressive on a map like this.
It's also, yeah, when your ARs are dominating that matchup, I'm sure it's a lot of openings for him to get into these ranges like this where he wants to fight. Not to take anything away from him, but the ARs are making it a little bit easier on him, and he is just shredding right now. 24 up. God, I thought he had that one for free. His aim got a little bit off. He's got to bump the lip of that wall.
Yeah, as soon as he hits that jump, right on top of it, as you said. But now put Scrap into a great position for this P2.
God, Hydra's POV is fun, man.
It is.
Woo! Things I do just play COD like that for a day.
Maybe an hour.
Yeah, right. Scrap with the position. He's lurking and gets an easy one there. There's the 100-point advantage now. Just like that map one, they've kind of dictated the pace, the tempo from really the opening hard point.
All right, you do this again. Kind of what we talked about, the trend. Can they hold on and find the rest of this time, Cloud9?
Yeah, I mean, this time it's not like you got like a 3-4 down and got in, but you do get into the point. Okay. We're looking good here. There's just only 20 seconds remaining, but that's probably the best it's been behind a break. You just got to do that and also get some early holds. You need a lot of both if you're going to bring this one back just due to the hole you found yourself in.
Yeah, nice one by Mac there on that rotation. You see number 6. He's going to have another one versus Envoy. Near this P3, but Envoy took his time, took a very long route, wrapped all the way through driveway. Tremp is here, though. He's up to 7 in a row. Maybe trying to find a Hellstorm, had to pre-aim, looked the other way, and that's what can be so tough about this hill. There are just so many ways to attack it. Now Mac trying to lurch to get to his teammates. Back inside of P3.
Just sending it through the stairwell. Trying to find any kind of opening. You just need to chain together a few hard points if you're Cloud9. But even this time has not been clean. Like there's always one more body here for Thieves to clear somebody out of the hard point. No one's been able to really touch it, at least for an actual time.
Both teams have been like spawning behind each other at some moment. Finally, you're trying to on both sides with 15 seconds left. But
this
LA
one gets
Thieves,
a little wonky.
Yeah, they're going to want this. This is what they want. They want to keep them trapped and pinned back garage. That body is flying. And well, 3 seconds left, and yet again, pinned all the way back garage.
Yeah, this is probably even better set than you got last time around because you lost someone right around this point, right? Right as the hard point was going to pop. This time it's Envoy actually gets a kill, and the kills keep on chaining together. Crimp does get one as they spawn out. You're going to have a little bit of a pinch opportunity now with what Max still on one side of this. Or do you? Or do you? Thought maybe they were going to have a nicely timed push. Every single kill goes the way of Thieves. What, they won the first one like 250-96. Chance to do that here. And 100-point club them in both hard points. This team is fierce in hard point early.
Yeah, we can't win it on this one, but yeah.
They're damn close.
It's going to be very, very close is LA Thieves. Cloud9 going to try to send it one more time. The last player going to be here is Attach. Yossi just hanging out on the hill. He's got over 2 minutes. But Attach gets there, gets them over that. No, not yet.
Not yet,
but
Joe.
they're on the hill.
Yeah. Should get that 100-point margin. No back-to-back 100-point clubs in this particular best of 5.
35 and 20.
Hell of a map from Hydra. Guys putting on a clinic. Obviously had some struggles in that map too, but outside of that, in the response, he has been dominant. It's not over yet. You need 9 points, and Cloud9 still a chance for maybe something insane. But it feels like one break, and that will likely do it, but they haven't been able to clean one yet. Scrap trying to do his best. Tracky not really there for the second. Envoy tries to follow it up, though, and can't. You've traded officially so far if you're Cloud9, at least on this particular hard point.
Yeah, kept him off the hill. Now Hydra going to take a route once again, try to flank all the way through, and I think he finds the timing. I thought so. Behind number 7 is Civ, just trying to get some time. But there is Hydra. They lost him. He has been so darn good. Looking for the 40, not going to find that. But maybe because they won't win here, he does.
Yeah, he might still pop the 40, but how many multi-kills has he had around the hard point? Play after play. In it to close it, there's number 40, 41. Map is done. Hydra, a bomb here on the map for this superstar roster. Looking good. I mean, I let the map 2 get away from him, but I mean, they were in control of this series.
Yeah, there's a good chance Paco's in on the phone with Nate and asked for a raise. Yeah. Right after the first match.
This is what you pay for. Oh, unbelievable stuff there. I was crying, dude, when they first signed him, and I was like watching Nate's stream. He's like, can this guy Paco like put like Thieves in his bio or like anything like for me? Can he do something? Well, there you go.
There's the offseason. He's taking out.
He's got the jersey on. He's popping off in his first match. Just yeah, I mean, this hardpoint script looks pretty similar to the map 1. They got a lead through the first. They did not look back. There was never a scary moment in the hardpoints. Yes, there were some breaks from Cloud9, but they never turned into anything. You win this one by 100+. You win the first one by 150+.
Yeah,
hardpoint's not everything.
In a couple of days where we have seen a lot of very close maps, these are 2 statements in terms of hardpoint.
Certainly. Yeah, no, they absolutely were. Because, I mean, for the most part, I think we see a statement at 1, but then you'll get the other team's pick, and then it's kind of flipped a bit. Not here. Nope. Just absolutely lights out there from Thieves. Going to be a very fun and exciting team to watch on the year. You know, put together to take down your Optics and Faces of the world. So far, so good. Looking forward to seeing those battles as we get deeper into it. But, I mean, some great stuff from Cloud9 that search to bring it back despite being in the early hole. But outside of that, yeah, I kind of get slammed, Joe.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you had some bright moments maybe from a couple of players. Kremp there in that map 4. You're just going to need more of a unified effort.
Yes, and it's a tough first matchup. It is. It's a very tough one with a new team and a weird roster, which we're looking forward to seeing how they're going to improve as the year goes on. But that'll do it then for our final match to break everything down. Chris, take it away, pal.
Shout out to a very special guest. He's a top 5 Twitch streamer live on YouTube right now. Nate Shaw with the watch party gets to celebrate, but he was tweaking after that game too. They struggled after going up 5-2 in Search and Destroy. But if you take the Search out of this series, this was a one-sided affair. Allie, what did you learn from the Thieves on day 2?
I learned that Thieves are disgusting at hardpoint. Both of them, map 1 and 4, just picture perfect, flawless. You can see the work, and it is absolutely showing in the stats.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this one, Nameless. Walk me through the pivotal ones, though. Did Vancouver have an opportunity on red card, or was this Thieves from start to end?
Yeah, I mean, Thieves are just unbelievable. I mean, they absolutely dominated on every level that you need to be in hardpoint. I mean, we talked about it in the map 1 in the touchdown moment, like the layering, pushing out on hills, and playing aggressive is absolutely on point. And then when they needed to break on this map, they did it perfectly, right? Like, it's just a flurry of kills every time you need it. It wasn't 1 or 2, it's 3, 4. You're seeing it in the kill feed, right? So once Hydra gets loose, like, they just couldn't find them. They're clearly more prepared, and then when you're more prepared and you have the talent differential, like, you are going to dominate. This is one of the best teams in the game, if not the best at this point in time, and I expect them to continue.
I don't even have words. Like, you want to just have to be like, oh, well, you know, they did this really well, and Cloud9 just messed up here. But, like, it was just domination across the board. It was like Cloud9 was constantly trying to get set up, but it was Hydra over and over and over again in their face. I mean, he ends this map with 41 kills alone. That's the most kills that we've had so far. And it's unfortunate because the SMGs for Cloud9, like, were putting in the work. They were keeping pace, but the ARs were just getting shut down in both of the hard points in this series.
I mean, yeah, Sib had a really bad series, especially a really bad game 4. And it's just like, I don't think they understand the game as well as LA Thieves did. Like, we didn't see them prioritizing hedges, trying to put them in the spawn bunker. Like, they just couldn't get to these positions. They couldn't get there because of the talent that is on the side of LA Thieves.
Let's see why they couldn't move anywhere. In our scuff play of the game, it's your 2 hard points. I asked for a montage because this guy dropped 70 kills to go with his 40 deaths across 2 HPs. The first 41 kill game we have seen at the CDL. Hydra, the most electric SMG to grace the screen so far in week 1.
I think what's even more terrifying is the fact that, like, you would think, oh, maybe it was just the map, rewind. He's able to get a little bit closer. There's a lot more obstacles for him to use, to throw shoulders and use Omni movement to its fullest potential as an SMG. But Red Card, like, you would think the ARs would dominate here, but Hydra was just having his way the entire time. And we talk about top SMGs, we talk about Omni movement. The first thought is Shotzi, but Hydra is looking to quickly change that first initial kick reaction knee-jerk reaction, because that was an insane performance.
Shout out to Guy Blaze. He got our #1 draft pick in the talent fantasy draft. He goes with Hydra, and he is now in first place in our league. Guy Blaze and Hydra getting a big dub tonight. Allie, as you take a big picture look at everything, though, where do LA Thieves stack up against the other big teams in the league right now?
I think they're the best. I think they're probably the best team that we have right now. This is one of the cleaner matchups, but not necessarily one of the easiest against Cloud9. Even though they didn't show their best foot forward today, it is still a fairly stacked roster. So I don't think many teams come close to at least the hard point that LA Thieves showed us today.
Let's find out if Ernie agrees. We bring him on live all the way from Canada. It's the big Thomas Ernst, AK Scrap. You look good in an LA shirt.
Man.
How we feeling there?
Hey, I'm feeling good. You just saw that ass whooping. I mean, we've been doing this to people all since the game started, so it's feeling good.
Now, you went to a LAN, the Kaysen Invitational. You guys took care of business there. That's when you first officially made your mark. But what have you been doing in scrims? Can you give us a little peek behind the curtain?
Yeah, I just think that we're a really good team at adapting, and this game, I think, is the first game we've had in years that you can really learn off a lot of things that you're doing. I feel like everything you do is, if you make a mistake, the map's going to let you know, and you're going to be put in a blender. So I just think we have a really good grasp on the maps right now, and we're feeling good.
Scrap, I want to ask you kind of what was your decision-making like going from Toronto Ultra over to LA Thieves? Like, was it just an easy decision, an easy yes, or was there a specific thing that kind of sent you over the edge, and what that transition's been like for you?
Yeah, so I got a call from Jamie Insight. He said, yo, you're dog shit. We got to sell you. So he was like, we got to find you a spot. There was 2 teams. It was us and Gentlemates. The public obviously probably knows. But, Nade Shot was in my ear 24/7, wouldn't leave me alone. I was like, bro, we got to go play for this guy. This guy just literally just won't leave us alone. So, we're here.
Scrap, listen, you guys are unbelievable. I mean, I think you guys, arguably, you could have the best AR and best SMG in the world on one team, and you guys are doing damage in that series, so congrats on the win. I want to ask you, though, in the search and destroy, it looked like you guys maybe got a little too overconfident, started challenging early, and got away from you. Is that something that you're going to have to worry about going forward? Because you're going to probably thrash teams in hardpoint. You're going to have to slow it down on search, though. How are you going to balance that?
Yeah, search is one thing. I mean, I'll get getting 5-2 comeback on every day. There's some positives. I will say it's probably our worst game mode right now. It's early in the season though, so us showing signs of we're actually a decent S&D team is good for us. I'm gonna take it away as a positive. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But the guys are ass. Like HP, we knew where they weren't gonna beat us in a gunfight.
Final question for you, Scrap, before we move on to the post show. How do you feel the rest of the league stacks up? Who is going to compete with Los Angeles Thieves coming into Major 1?
Yeah, you got the obvious answers like FaZe, Optic, Toronto, stuff like that. But I think there's a lot of teams this year that, can shoot back. And, I don't think it's going to be really a top-heavy league like people think it is. As you obviously see, FaZe loss, Optic loss. So, there's a lot of teams that could shoot back. But we'll see. Hopefully there's some upsets.
Love that call out. Thank you, Scrap, for joining us live here to close out day 2 of the CDL.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That is Scrap rocking the LA Thieves jersey and making it look good. Hydra tops the leaderboard, but it was a team effort. LA Thieves looking very impressive in a 3-1 over Cloud9. Let's take a look, though, at the beginning of the day, because it started with a showdown between Las Vegas and Miami. Vegas coming off their loss against Carolina, looking to even things up. Miami, their first look with a new player in Rancor.
And it wasn't an easy one, right? It is the first 3-0 of the season, but if you get into the nitty-gritty, as you can see on your screen, this hardpoint could have gone either way. Falcons, a lot to take away from this series, but for Miami, we got the first look at Renkor. He did incredible, and on the flip side of that as well, the returning members, Real, looking to be a very dangerous SMG on this game right now.
Yeah, and even her Beans sort of giving them some acknowledgement on the side of the Falcons, like that they're underrated. Like they're going toe-to-toe in a lot of these HPs, and they don't have a lot of practice coming into this first week. So look for them to keep on growing and maybe start stealing some of these hard points.
Real, my top performer in fantasy today. Thank you for the points, young man. Keep your eyes on the SMG representing Miami. And speaking of Miami, they went to Twitter to celebrate. Take my Vamos officially back and starting the season 1-0 with a 3-0 victory over Vegas. Second match of the day featured two 1-0 teams pulling off upsets on day one where Boston breached Minnesota Rokkr. This one went the distance all the way to a game 5. Paul X, remarkable performance, drops 14 in the final search and destroy. But walk me through this series in its entirety. How close was the fight between Boston and Minnesota?
I mean, it was close, but more so just because it went to a game 5. The games themselves weren't very close when you open it up. Boston Breach came out swinging. But on the side of Minnesota, I wonder if this is going to be a continuation for them because they're getting outslayed and getting wins. They're looking like there's no way to come back from the depths of hell, and they're still doing it. So for Minnesota Rokkr, do not count them out at any point.
And I think we should call out Boston dropped the ball on this. They should have closed it out game 4. They should have closed it out game 5. Instead, they are holding an L to close out week 1. Minnesota, our first team to finish 2-0 at the CDL. And you can see Nero
That's cute.
munching on them healthy dose of greens.
Hey, man, it's a little bit of revenge. You know, he used to be a part of Boston. He's like, hey, y'all should have kept me.
Eat them up, son. Good to see Nero keep fragging. Toronto Ultra back, making their appearance after the win over Atlanta FaZe on day 1 against a brand new look for Vancouver Surge. First and foremost, Allie, how did the Surge look?
This was a scary series. Surge actually looked incredible. I think the most impressive thing for me right now, and obviously it's the first matchup, so take this with a grain of salt. Pixie was absolutely frying, and we talk about him being a slower objective player, but when he needed to show up as an SMG, we saw it throughout the entirety of this series. He was slamming in that map number 1. He ends up going on a 5 and clutching it up for them. So definitely not anything to sleep on.
On the other side for Toronto, how'd they get the win?
Yeah, I mean, Beans had a great performance in the Search and Destroy, Kleenex as well. I think they have a lot of chemistry. And Protocol, they definitely look like they're the most comfortable on that map. It gets beat out a majority of our series. Gets through here for Hardpoint and Search. And, you know, bottom computers is a pivotal point, and the Hardpoint's the money hill, and in Search and Destroy, it's the money bomb, right? And they dominated that area of the map. So other teams take notes.
Yesterday was all about Joe Deceives and Kleenex. Today, Beans and Insight make their mark felt for Toronto Ultra, as the team will also finish 2-0 right there with Minnesota. But we have 4 more games to go tomorrow. It is opening week, and we are stuffed full of bangers. Take a look at that final battle. 7:30, Atlanta FaZe gets a chance for redemption as they take on the now perfect LA Thieves.
After 3 p.m., we could be looking at game 5, game 5, game 5 for the rest of the night. My bad, Carolina Royal Ravens, but we have some absolute bangers lined up tomorrow.
Nameless, which one's the closest?
I think game 1's the closest. I think Gentle Mates and Carolina's the one that goes game 5.
Carolina pull off the upset?
I don't think so.
Definitely not. We're going to commercial break, the final one of the night. When we come back from this 20-hour commercial, CDL Day 3 continues right here on YouTube. We'll see you then.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. Been there before. They know I done been there before. We gon' do it again. Do it again. I think we gon' do it again. Go for the win. Go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm another one. Another one. Let's win.
There's this.
On the top. He's got to be backside.
Dead.
Maybe backside sight. I'm trying sight.
Nice. Come on. Get up.
Hey, we got that. Orange challenge, bro. Go. Let's go. Holy shit.
Oh, he's got clutch up there.
Boys.
My fault.